Good morning, EU friends. Good morning, NA friends. It's my pleasure this Saturday to welcome you to our 6th monthly Classic Hearthstone Discord EU tournament. Today we'll watch 22 players compete in a single series of elimination matches, see who brings home the EU crown. Take a look at the bracket here. Our current champion, Kotopoulos, aka Greek God, is here to defend his title against some tough competition. We'll see if he can hold on to his championship title. The format for today's tournament is Conquest. Each player will bring 4 decks, they and their partner each ban 1, and they play best of 5 with their remaining 3 decks. Players must win once with each of their decks in order to advance to the next round. There's no entry fee for today's tournament, but that doesn't mean our players won't be rewarded for their hard work and extraordinary talents. Prize fund for our tournament today is $100 US, that's about 90 euros, with the first place winner taking home $75. Second place is worth $15, and our third place finisher will receive $10. In the early rounds, we'll be jumping into matches as they get started, but don't worry about missing the action. The semifinals, finals, and third place match will be streamed one at a time for your viewing pleasure. The stream, by the way, is on a 5-minute delay, so players don't have any chance to look at their opponent's hands while they're playing. My name's Opposition. I'll be one of your hosts for our event today. I have the pleasure of being joined in the booth this morning by an outstanding gentleman, very talented Hearthstone player in his own right, Derp. Welcome.
Howdy. I have never heard you so professional. I'm a little in awe, I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? I can pull out the stops when I need to. Okay, so while we're waiting for things to get underway here, I'd like to briefly discuss the EU tournament meta. In the past, we've seen this region generally prefer kind of slower, more value-oriented decks. Derp, you had a chance to look at today's deck choices. Is that the same thing we're expecting today?
Yeah, pretty much. Unlike the NA tournaments, which is very rogue-heavy and everything else is kind of a mix, EU generally has a lot more priority on Druid. There's still Rogue. Rogue is still the most common, but the gap is a lot smaller. Like Druid and Rogue are basically even. We have 16 out of 20. We have 22 or 23. Hold on.
I think we have 22 today.
Okay, 16 out of 22 brought Druid and 17 brought Rogue. So after that, every class is actually fairly evenly represented. Even Priest has a few. I believe 3 people brought Priest, and there's some interesting lists that hopefully we get to check out.
Yeah, Priest has been persistently doing actually pretty decently in these tournaments. It hasn't necessarily always gone the mile to win the finals match, but from the small number of Priests that we've had, they've had pretty good results in the past.
Yeah, I think the last few tournaments, EU and NA, one of the finalists has been bringing a Priest deck, so yeah. Even though I would still argue it's the worst class in Classic, it's definitely been showing success in certain lineups and certain strategies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is always good to see.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's cool to see the variety in these tournaments of what players are bringing. Some people have bought very creative decks, but even just the choice to bring a Priest class is a big one.
So we have Han versus Snape, looks like. Hey, this is actually one of the Priest players, it looks like. Snape has... I called it a mid-range Priest. I'm not really sure exactly how you would describe it. It's a little weird, but hopefully we get to see it.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. We've got Snape already off to a pretty good start here, getting the high roll on Tinkmaster and then into an Innervated Ancient. It's going to be always a little tough for the Warrior, but does have Sylvanas in hand, so if he's able to get Sylvanas on the board next turn, might be able to mess with some of this Druid stuff. Let me get Snape's hand up here as well.
Yeah, speaking of interesting lineups, Khan has one of his decks was a full aggro Warlock. Like, every cheap charge minion he could get. He had Bluegill Warriors, he had Wolf Riders, he had Leroy. It's a really wild list, and it is going to be banned in this series, unfortunately, which I don't actually hate as a strategy, even though I don't think Snape's lineup is terrible against it. It's a weird deck, and there's no need to play against a weird deck if you're confident against everything else they bring.
Right.
So I think just banning an unusual strategy like that is a completely reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, and this Druid deck, it's got some unusual cards in it as well here too. I'm seeing Starfall. I'm not seeing any Ancients of War, but seeing Starfall, which we don't see a lot of either. What do you think is the purpose for bringing that?
Well, I think you're looking at Snape's list, because Snape is the one who brought Starfall.
Right.
Oh wait, Snape is the one playing Druid.
Yep.
My brain's not working
Yeah,
completely. Yeah, Starfall, not great, not a great card, but it is powerful in a few matchups, most notably Zoo. As it turns out, 2 damage AoE, quite good against Zoo. It's the reason why all the warrior bots are running like Abomination.
Right.
It is a specifically anti-Zoo card.
Right.
And I guess that's the same thought process with Starfall. I'm not really sure how necessary it would be, but that's kind of my thoughts.
Yeah, it seems like it's got a lot of anti-aggro tools with stuff like Claw as well here. So maybe a little bit more aggressive list. It's not quite a standard, well, it's fairly close to a token list, but without 1-drops here. It's got Power of the Wild and Teacher, so...
Well, there is one thing that Druid quite good at, and that is beating Warrior.
Yeah, always an uphill climb for the Warrior. It's just, against something like Zoo, the Warrior is able to clear an entire huge board with stuff like Brawls. Druid, usually by the time they get something that's brawlable or AoEable, you're in a situation like this where there's just too much stuff on the board.
There is actually a clear here. You're going to see him make the trade into the 4-attack minion and then Whirlwind, likely execute the one that doesn't get stolen.
Yep.
I may have been hoping to get the Teacher, actually, but...
Yeah, given that he's still got the coin and so many, and 3 spells in hand, I would be expecting that, he'd be happy to get the Teacher, but this is okay. This gets him some board control back. Warrior can armor up. He's at 7 HP, so not really in too much trouble here.
Well, there's the Starfall coming out, just as a removal. Just another swipe, kind of.
Yeah, pretty much. 5 mana swipe, 4 mana swipe. What are you going to do with the extra mana anyway?
I mean, what can you do?
We could see, Grom Coin Whirlwind isn't too bad here.
It's greedy. I kind of want to, like, Whirlwind Coin Rag and just YOLO it, because you're already in a really bad position.
Yeah.
Kind of like just developing the rag and hoping for the best. If it doesn't land, then it doesn't land, you know?
Right. He does have that shield block there, so if he doesn't take lethal damage this turn, may be able to play shield block, and holding the shield slam in hand also pretty useful here as well. We'd like to play rag next turn if possible, but let's see. Oh, we got another swipe here.
Yep. Force of Nature would have been lethal last couple turns, but only 1 force in Snape's Druid lineup, actually.
Yeah, a lot more control heavy, sacrificing that second combo there, and not... I suppose there are Drakes and Ancients to cycle through the deck here as well. Alex a pretty good top deck there.
Oh, absolutely. He's got a Claw as well. Snape does. We actually saw it used on the Tinkmaster, I believe.
Well,
His last card is, because he's been holding onto it for a while, I believe.
Yeah, this one came into his hand on turn 10 here, so I'm not sure what it is. Got a full.
Never mind.
He got a full turn there though. He's still gonna have to clear everything as much as possible. I imagine he'll leave up the harvest column.
Yeah, this is actually looking pretty good though. Looks like Khan has stabilized unless Snape is able to pull together a combo in the next couple turns. Maybe even this turn. I don't know if he's going to survive the Ragnaros coming down.
Yeah, he's running out of steam here. Looks like, yeah, just sending that swipe to face, trying to get every little bit of face damage in here, trying to finish off the warrior.
May come down to a 50-50 rag if Khan wants to go for that, which I would assume is the play.
Yeah, these decisions can always feel tough in a tournament situation. where you don't want to stake, especially the first game of the tournament here on a 50-50 shot always. But in this situation, I think it seems pretty safe. We've seen 2 swipes already. The burn damage is already kind of evaporated for Snape, so not too many options for him to finish it off here.
Does not look like there is a punish for losing the 50-50. I think that was just the best play, even though it was a 50-50. The other plays don't really change anything, and they put less pressure on the board, even if you don't win outright.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, if you don't develop Rag there, when are you going to develop Rag, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Alright, that's 1-0 for Khan so far.
Yeah, important win for the Warrior there. It's with Miracle Rogue and 2 mid-range decks left up. It can be scary to get a win with Warrior, so getting one right away is a good sign for Khan.
Yeah, absolutely. That's getting over the hump there is very important against some of these decks. Not in a tournament situation where you're able to counter your opponent's decks. It's so much more important to be able to win. Oh, you see just immediate concede there from Snape, and the matchup didn't even get a chance to.
Did he bring the wrong deck?
I guess we'll figure out exactly what happened there. Haven't heard it.
What's the hero that says you win this one? I wasn't looking.
I didn't even see it.
Isn't that mage? I don't think he has a mage. I think that may have been the problem.
Okay, here we go. Now we've got Druid against Rogue.
I like this hand.
Yeah, just draw a couple innervates and you're good to go, right?
And if you are good, you will draw them. Hey, see? There's one. You just had to believe. Now, this is a pretty rough matchup for the Druid, as many of us know. Many of us have played this matchup and suffered as the Druid.
Yeah.
Khan has a lot of anti-rogue tech either. He's got a Harrison. That's it, though.
Yeah, pretty standard Druid list here. Well, I mean, I guess a little bit teched against aggro with the MCT.
Yeah, MC Tech and single Shield Master, which is the only taunt besides Druid of the Claw in the deck. No Sunwalkers, no Ancient of Wars.
Right. Pretty full 6 slot here. We'll see this a lot today. Druid players seem to have been picking a lot of anti-Druid decks, if that makes sense, putting in Chill Winds, filling up that 6 slot with Karen, Sylvanas, Black Knight. And it is powerful against Druid, but it does struggle against Rogue, so having to endure here without having very many of those powerful taunts or sap targets can be a little rough to stop the Leroy Shadow Step Leroy.
Yeah, Karen, one of the best cards against Druid, because without the Keeper of the Grove to silence it, they really just have no good way to deal with it.
Right.
Things can go badly.
Right.
Leaving a minion on a board.
And even if it gets silenced, it's still got 5 HP, which is tough to remove. It doesn't line up perfectly with stuff like Druid of the Claw or any of those other 4 and 5 attack minions.
It's turn 5. What do you think's gonna happen?
Oh. We stand corrected. So no Gadget Sand on 5 here, even with the coin. Might be waiting for a different turn, but I suspect Snape, I don't think I got it.
Were we not able to get Snape Sand?
Unfortunately, no. He hasn't added me as a friend here, so...
Tragic.
Yeah, so we don't know if he has Gadget Sand or not. But I would expect no, because a lot of times you'd want to just save that backstab for the Gadget Sand turn.
Yeah. So one of a couple Miracle Rogue players playing Novice Engineer as opposed to Shiv.
Yeah, we've seen this a little bit more I think we saw it a little bit in the NA tournament that we had last weekend, this novice engineer choice. And I can see the value in it. Gets a minion on the board, sidesteps some of the annoying anti-rogue tech like Deadly Shot as well, or Freezing Trap. Might be a tech against some of those decks. We have seen a lot of people bring their Crusher Hunter list that just dominates rogue, and maybe this is their way to kind of try and avoid that.
Yeah, I think we actually only have one Crusher Hunter in this tournament. There are a decent amount of hunters. Most of them are just playing either face or... there's a couple weird mid-range lists as well.
Right. Looks like Amber and HDA having a little issue here, so I'll try and see what I can do about that.
Okay, best of luck.
Thanks.
Oh, that's lethal. This is lethal. You can combo Innervate Hero Power. That's exact lethal for Khan. What a top deck.
Yeah. With the 2 Innervates.
Does he see it?
Yeah.
Always the key.
Yeah, it's 14 plus 6 plus 1, and he found it. Alright.
He did not find it. Oh no.
Ouch.
Well, he will kill Khan next turn. Or he will kill Snape next turn, unless Snape kills him, which is very possible with 11 attack already.
Yeah, he's got 11 on the board.
Yeah, we'll see. This does not look like the setup for killing him, regrettably. Alright, so miss lethal, but the second force of nature is going to be...
If not one force, the second will make it.
Yeah, you don't usually survive 2 force of natures against a druid.
No.
Turns out.
And that,
So another win in a counter matchup.
Definitely. Not particularly well teched for the rogue matchup, but manages to pull it out. Give me just a second here to resolve a match dispute issue. Khan is now up 2-0. Looking to close it out with that final game here.
I think what happened with the HDA situation is that he changed his decks right before, and then we had the wrong list.
Yeah, I'll try and confirm these here. Should be able to do that pretty simply.
Yeah, HDA likely to move on pretty far, I would say. Although I think Amber is also a very strong player.
Right. Yeah, we've seen both of them actually do. I mean, HDA, very strong ladder player, has reached rank 1, and Amber, of course, coming in 3rd at the last NA tournament. She's been doing very well. Tournament after tournament, so both very strong players to meet in the beginning here. And maybe we might have missed game 1 of this series. It's possible we missed that. So take a look here just and double check that the series is over, so we can jump in another one.
I don't think we missed game 1. It's saying game 2 was the rogue mage, but as we know, or I guess I didn't say it, Snape's mage was banned. I think that's why the concede came out. I'm not really sure what's going on.
We'll jump into another match here. It looks like Khan has advanced 3-0 here, so... Alright, so we've got Helios against wdalin here. Let's get these decks up.
wdalin's Hunter is fun. I talked about having some fun mid-range hunters in this tournament. I don't know if you'd call this a mid-range hunter. It's I guess you'd call it a miracle hunter because it's got gadgets in and a lot of cheap spells.
Yeah, this has been a really an interesting one that he's actually brought to a couple of tournaments so far.
I think wdalin's brought some variant of this hunter to every tournament, though this one's a little bit more minion heavy, I would say. Like with the auctioneer, not usually the kind of thing that he brings in this list.
Right, even a couple of Dread Corsairs in there to get extra value. I think that's a smart choice given how reliant this deck is on the weapons.
I think things have not gone great though against this control paladin from Helios. As you say, a pretty top-heavy control paladin with double Cairn Sylvanas, double Sunwalker, Avenging Wrath, a lot of 6-mana stuff.
Yeah, pretty heavy list here. Definitely going for the value game. I expect that this is kind of an maybe an anti-druid, but maybe just in general an anti kind of control mid-range deck that basically wants to survive until turn 6 and then just trot out Cairn, Sylvanas, Sunwalkers, all of these gigantic minions. And then, you know, liberally wait until a good point to just equality consecrate or equality avenging wrath the board when it needs to be cleared.
Yeah, we will be seeing some pretty interesting lists from Helios. The Control Paladin, arguably the most standard of his decks outside of his Druid, which was banned. It's got a, we were kind of talking about this before the tournament, the Mill Rogue. Kind of excited to see. I'm not really sure how well it will do, but I am excited to see it.
Yeah, me too.
No question about that.
We do see, you know, every once in a while we see some really creative deck lists come out of people in these tournaments, and Mill Rogue is definitely one of them that I'm excited to see as well if we can get it.
Allen's hand, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
Yeah, let's get
not
that
cool and a friend of opposition.
No, he's a friend of opposition.
Let's go.
Everybody's a friend of opposition here.
Well, this Pyro can put in work.
Yep, gonna get the kill command off here. No, still a pretty close game. 16 HP to 14. So Ashbringer may do something here.
This is 1 damage off, actually. Or 2 damage off with the Drake Consecrate.
Looks like he's gonna trade in first. That seems smart. Reduce any options with kill command. Well, kill command is already out of the deck.
This is actually 1 damage off lethal the other way now with Deadly Shot weapon Leroy.
Yeah, just 9. Unfortunate number here. I think Deadly Shot is still the play. You want to chew through as many of those taunts as possible.
I was going to say you Deadly Shot Longbow. I like this play. Taking the Dread Corsair. You can weapon up. play a taunt. Probably play the Panther. Oh no, you 1 mana off playing the Panther.
Yeah. But Dread Corsair are good. Protecting our face is always good in this situation when we're so low on HP.
A big heal draw. I don't know if it's enough. That is 6, 12, 14 damage. I believe.
There's the man himself. A card we so seldom see.
Unique tech option for sure.
That's right, our 4-mana fireball. Alright, wdalin advances. That was a second round game there. Both players had a bye first round. So wdalin advancing now to the next round. Good games, well played by both. Alright, let's see if we can jump into another one here. We've got HDA playing. Let's see what he's got going on.
That's the HDA Amber match starting.
2 crowd favorites here. HDA, you can find him streaming in the channel. Amber, you can find her everywhere in the Discord channel.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that this matchup's happening so early, but I am excited for it. For sure. I think these are also 2 very good players.
Yeah, and both are seasoned tournament veterans as well. They've played at least a couple of tournaments here, both of them. So Amber, of course, playing in both the NA and the EU tournaments, so she's had a chance at the double experience.
It looked like HDA is going forward with the decks that were on the spreadsheet rather than the ones on Battlefy.
Yeah, it looks like the issue there was just submitting the wrong standard deck codes, so that we should be fine, yeah.
That makes sense. This is a really weird mid-range hunter, by the way. I kind of brought it up. This is a no 1-drop list. It's got King Mukla. See that in his hands.
Well, King Mukla is a pretty good target for Houndmaster if the opponent isn't playing BGH. If they are, it can be kind of an awkward thing to do, buffing that Mukla up to 7 attack. Alright, nice clear with the explosive here. Also, HDA seeing this Juggler Unleash in hand. That's always one of the really crucial combos. I'm surprised here that he's opting to play the Knife Juggler.
Given Juggler freezing.
It could be, yeah. I would almost prefer freezing and hero power here. And he's the expert on this deck, so I'll defer to him. But the Juggler Unleash combo is just so strong. Exposing ourselves to Soulfire sometimes can be a little bit scary.
Well, unfortunately, that freezing trap has indirectly defeated the Berserker.
That's right.
It seems.
But not too bad here, getting the Soulfire off. Amber not in the worst spot, even though she may be out of cards. There's not really a great clear here, and I think this is sort of why we would have wanted to keep Knife Juggler for this turn 5 Unleash play. Don't usually want to play Unleash just to clear the board. Would rather play it with a combo piece like Juggler or Starving Buzzard.
I'm kind of surprised that it tapped that turn. She could have just played the Berserker back in the Argent Squire and Soulfired with no discard.
Yeah.
But I think that's doesn't make a huge difference. HDA swings into the Abusive Sergeant, and it effectively makes no difference since the Berserker would have died to the bow anyways.
Right. I suppose I should probably get Amber's hand up here as well. Boomer tries to operate too many things at once is the title of today's stream.
Oh, there we go. Got a handful of potassium.
Yeah. Is pretty strong. Definitely like having the bananas there as the zoo player. You'll always have a way to use them. I kind of what we were talking about earlier here, playing against a deck with no BGH and got the 7/7 Mukla on board.
Regrettably, I believe Ambyy is not going to survive next turn with the Leroy Unleash.
Yeah. I don't think, yeah, there's no way to find a taunt here tapping with, tapping into something like Defender of Argus, just not enough mana to play it.
Actually, just the Leroy is enough. It was 1 damage off with the Houndmaster still alive.
Alright, HDA taking game 1 here.
I do think this mid-range hunter is actually fairly well teched against Zoo. Even though it's got no 1-drops, it does have that double explosive trap and double freezing.
Yeah, Explosive Trap is an absolutely huge card against Zoo decks. Being able to play something like turn 3 Bow into turn 4 Secret Hero Power into turn 5 Juggler Unleash is almost a surefire way to just clear any Zoo board. So the very, very good curve if you can get it. Have to mulligan hard for those, and it does require kind of a combo, oriented mindset of getting that Juggler Unleash. But if those cards fall into place, then just very hard for the Zoo player to come back.
So I believe HDA's Rogue is banned. I think that is consistent with the slightly messed up decks on the website.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell. We're substituting substituting classes there for the bans and everything, but I think we should be good. The players can agree to that by hand.
So both players have a Druid and a Shaman left, and Amber still needs to win with that Zoo, which has good matchups into both Druid and Shaman.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, her whole lineup seems very well targeted against Druid. She's got her own Druid, she's got mid-range Shaman, she's got Zoolock and Rogue, Miracle Rogue there. So all decks that are very capable of taking down HDA's Druid deck.
It's a very similar list to what Teach brought in the first tournament. Just like the strategy of ban Rogue, beat Druid, bring 3 good decks against Druid without full teching into it.
Yeah, and
it's still a very good lineup, like very well rounded.
Definitely.
I would say.
Yeah, we see this a lot in these tournaments of players essentially saying there are 2 S-tier decks. There's Rogue and there's Druid. And as we can see from the class breakdown, most players are bringing one or the other or both. So they say, well, I'm going to ban either Rogue or I'll ban Druid, and I'll hard tech against the other 2. EU tournaments, we usually see people bringing anti-Druid tech and banning Rogue. NA tournaments, we see a lot more aggressive decks that are intended to counter Rogue and banning Druid.
Yeah, it's definitely not like a completely set in stone rule. Like a lot of EU players are bringing Control Warrior, Control Paladin, which are not really great decks against Druid, but a lot of them are very teched in order to make the matchup better with a lot of back ends and a lot of big removal.
Yeah.
Like Core Howl.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's kind of cool. We can see certain decks like Warrior that maybe aren't normally favored against Druid. We can see what happens when they're able to tech against something like that. And like you mentioned, the Gore Howl is definitely one of those things that can be a good equalizer in the matchup.
yeah, I think... Actually, I don't know how many of the Warriors are bringing Black Knight. I think most of them aren't, surprisingly.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of them. Warrior are already a class that can deal with gigantic things with 1-mana spells like Execute or Shield Slam. But sometimes just having that extra insurance against Druid of the Claw or whatever else can be kind of nice.
Actually, gonna use this for card draw, it looks like. Really hoping for a swipe, I guess. Although, I'm not sure if you want to use swipe on 2 minions.
Yeah, I'm maybe expecting a Dark Iron. We'll see if HDA... Okay, so he's going to set up fully for the swipe. He's going to telegraph this. Now, this would get punished really hard by Defender of Argus. Don't see Defender of Argus here, so not actually going to get punished as badly.
Yeah, I kind of like just tap Wolf. Maybe you draw something better than Wolf to play. I'm not really sure what that would be.
Right, the alternative is maybe to play Juggler Berserker or Juggler Wolf. Just assume one of these things won't be cleared, so it'll stay on the board. I kind of prefer Juggler Berserker because it sets up two very high priority threats.
Yeah, it also really, like, it kind of forces you to swipe the Berserker and leave the Juggler alive.
Exactly.
Whereas here you're very happy to swipe that Juggler away.
Right, that Wolf isn't getting as much value as it would like to, or maybe not as much value, I suppose, as a Juggler on the board here with so many cheap minions.
It's not using the Soulfire.
Yeah, you know, she's got 21 cards in the deck, so that's 2 chances at Doomguard and 1 chance at Soulfire remaining. I would say, you know, for a 1 in 7 chance, we're probably not going to draw something. We're probably not going to draw another discard card here, so she might be hoping to kind of play the value game and try and find, you know, Defender of Argus or something, and then finish it off with the Soulfire.
HCA might be thinking about double trading with the Berserker, not popping the Leopardon Death Rattle.
Yeah,
he hesitated for a bit on those attacks, so I assume that's what he was thinking.
Yeah, the Leopardon is one thing that it'll probably get 2 damage next turn anyway, but you know, Druid can draw into Keeper of the Grove and silence the Leopardon. If they Keeper of the Grove, silence the Leopardon, and play a taunt, then the Leopardon, you know, gets 2 less damage.
One thing that is notable about this zoo list from Amber is that there aren't any pings, no Mortal Coil, no Elven Archer, so there's no lethal with the... I definitely don't agree with the tapping there, but didn't get punished. But yeah, there is no way to activate this Berserker and push for lethal with the Soulfire.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, good old Sunwalker here. Still in a pretty good spot here for Amber, I'd say. I would anticipate, well, maybe Doomguard.
I think that, yeah, now that you made the trade, you kind of just have to Doomguard tap, I think.
I think the tap is probably good here anyway. We're really digging for Soulfire. The second Doomguard is not too bad either.
Yeah, no taunt for HDA. It looks like, so that Doomguard is going to pull it through.
Absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, not the cleanest game. I think Amber made a couple bad decisions, but it is a very good zoo matchup, and you know, that's at the end of the day, you got the win, right?
Yep, absolutely. And that evens up the series 1-1. See what they choose to bring next. Now this is going to be the Druid's going to be tough for HDA to win with here, so. It's possible to anchor the lineup with that, put that deck last, and try and win with everything else before facing the inevitable difficult matchups with the Druid. You don't want to give your opponent free wins by spamming Druid. Let's see, and it's going to be Shaman.
Druid.
So Shaman Mirror.
I would agree that this is interesting. I would agree that Amber's Druid is favored because it's a little bit heavier, and from my experience, that's usually the more favorable deck in the matchup. Obviously, it's a very draw-dependent matchup. Like things like having Wild Growth versus not having Wild Growth really shift things in one deck's favor. But I would say that Amber is theoretically favored if that Druid Mirror comes up.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's one of those. It's an interesting tournament meta, how players construct their Druid decks, because they. You know, you want to go more and more value-oriented in order to beat other Druids. You want to start putting in stuff like Black Knight, Karen Sylvanas, but if you go too heavy, it's just bad into Rogue and bad into aggro decks. It just gets worse and worse and worse. So it's almost like a game of chicken. Some people will bring extremely anti-Druid decks, and, you know, occasionally get punished for bringing something so so heavy when they fight against an aggro opponent. So always a lot of adaptations going on.
It's a good opening from Amber, it looks like.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Flame tongue and the pair of lightning bolts to deal with anything that HDA can play.
Yeah, and tough for
Fortunately, neither player drawing Argent Squire, which I've talked about before, makes a really big difference when playing this deck.
Right, it's the only one drop that can be played onto the board. Everything else is removal, so it just improves the matchup so much more when they can find Argent Squire. Neither player finding Earthshock either, which is another very strong card.
Well, the taunt roll is pretty nice. I'd like the Harvest Golem over Manatite here, I think. Amber isn't really... She wants to keep developing onto the board. I think the Manatite might be a bit too slow.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go for it, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the read here, from her perspective, is that there's no removal left. We've seen the one copy of Rockbiter used to remove the totem, so it's possible she can get away with it here. But in order to protect it, we'll see, does she use... gets the spell power, and I think that answers our question.
Yeah, that does it. Well, if you can't answer the Manatide, Fire Elemental will come down and finally get that dealt with.
Right.
If you can't answer it, it will get you a lot of cards, turns out.
Yeah, 2 cards off of that, and forcing removal out of the Fire Elemental, that's a strong board state. Just increasing card efficiency here. Pretty good taunt as well. Hex can be a very strong card in these matchups, just making sure that whatever comes down that's big always gets hexed and can't get any value.
I think I would have liked the Argent Squire over the Hero Power there, actually. But I think most Shaman players would actually disagree with me there, so maybe it's me who's in the wrong. I feel like getting the guaranteed one attack, Argent Squire is tough to deal with unless there's an Earthshock, which maybe Amber thinks there could be an Earthshock coming.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Earthshock. We haven't seen a Earthshock out of her yet, or out of HDA yet. So yeah, he may be thinking that he's still holding it. I like the totem. It's a very value-oriented matchup, this Shaman against Shaman. So whoever's able to hold the board and use their resources better is typically the one that's going to be able to win. And totems are one good way to do that. Just pressing the button, always having the threat up of Flame Tongue, something like that.
Oh, now I think the Argent Squire is definitely coming down alongside one of the Fire Elementals. See? Here you go. Wouldn't have been able to do that if she played it last turn.
There you go.
And would not have the Healing Totem on board.
Well, Hex here in the hand of HDA, I think I know where that's going to get sent. But all the same, a little bit behind on the board here, not quite as many minions. No way to remove that 0-1, which may seem trivial and may turn out to be trivial, but nonetheless, just having more stuff on the board, a 0-1 taunt can be annoying for a 3-4 attack creature to get through.
Bit rough drawing the Black Knight against Amber's list, which doesn't really have many taunts. Has one defender of Argus and the Feral Spirits, but that's kind of it.
It's got a 0-1 frog.
Will come down.
Yeah.
Black Knight the Frog. It's tempting.
Yeah. Yeah, tough choice here, because if you commit to the board too hard with something like Feral Spirit, Flame Tongue, you're risking Lightning Storm. There are 2 in Amber's deck. We haven't seen one yet. So Feral Spirit, we might see Feral Spirit plus Hero Power here.
That's my thought. Could play the Blood Mage to cycle. This hand's a little awkward. There is no Lightning Storm.
No, but there is a second Fire Elemental, and this one is going to be a real pain in the ass to deal with.
It might be worse. I think you should just Rockbiter yourself here.
I would agree. I think that want to maintain as much board as possible. Taking face damage isn't really that relevant in this matchup because neither player is playing any sort of big finishers like Leroy, Wind Fury, stuff like that.
Lightning Storm's a big draw. See if he wants to beef it up with the Blood Mage, try to get the high roll on the Fire Elemental and just take it down in one shot.
Yeah.
Might just be Lightning Bolt Stengen though.
Yeah, I may just commit the single Lightning Bolt. Yeah, maybe, thinking would rather have more minions like Azure Drake or something on the board here to get more value out of the Lightning Storm.
Hammer actually doesn't have a great answer to the Shield Master.
Yeah, it looks like she might be digging here. She's already used both of her Lightning Bolts, so there's no 5 mana or 5 damage Lightning Bolt coming through here.
I think this is a fine play. It does get a little bit owned by Lightning Storm though.
It does.
You were saying?
Yep, wait for the opponent to commit a couple of things that cost mana that aren't just totems to the board, and then hit him with a Lightning Storm. I imagine that's what HD has got to be thinking here, is playing the Lightning Storm. But as always, good to take some time, think about the turns as well. Let's see if he chooses to trade off Thalnos here for the cycle. Looks like no. I like that decision. Thalnos with the spell power, it does exactly what we need to do in this matchup, which is we don't really care that much about drawing cards. We're more about getting the value out of the ones that we have. And Thalnos helps us do that with the spell power.
Hammer does not really have a good way to... I said she couldn't answer one Shield Master. Now there are 2 of them.
Yeah, it gets tougher. And she's still got a Hex in case something big comes down, but all of these kind of mid-sized threats are a little tough to deal with. And she's going to dump here with 2 Feral Spirits. And it looks like the Flame Tongue will be committed as well.
I think that's fine. You just saw the Lightning Storm. The odds of the second one are fairly low.
Yep.
Do you play Black Knight here as HDA?
Well, it's a tough call. Yeah, the Flame Tongue definitely seems like it clears a little bit better. Might still see the Black Knight come down. It's a 4/5 body, which is tough for Shaman to deal with. But at the same time, not having any Hex in hand to deal with Alakir, it might be a concern. Might be thinking that you'd rather hold that to kill Alakir if you don't have an answer already.
That's reasonable.
I think swing the 3/5 in for... Okay, so HDA going to commit the Black Knight, go pretty hard on the board.
That's incredible.
That is incredible.
I think you do 5 face here.
Yeah, we've already seen 2 Flame Tongues come out of Amber, so she's got no reasonable way to buff this. And Doomhammer, really important card in this matchup. So she'll be able to clear 2 of those Sengens off with her face. But it does take a lot of damage in the interim here. Not seeing a lot of burn from HTA, so shouldn't be the worst.
Yeah, Alakir would have been lethal there. But
yeah,
fortunately that is not coming down.
No
Fortunately
Alakir.
for Ambyy.
Yeah. Now it's a little awkward here. We'd really like to play Mana Tide, but we haven't played any totems here, so only a 1 in 4 chance of getting a taunt. That is not a taunt. That said, from Amber's perspective, she'd really like to be removing both the Mana Tide and the Flame Tongue here, but the weapon is not able to do both of those things.
Well, less RNG draw Lightning Storm? Guess not.
It's good. I always like to see players being friendly. At the end of the day, competitions like this, they're fun to win and everything, but it's really about the friends we made along the way. And the emotes that we spammed.
Level 30 Hunter.
Yeah, amazing. A lot of people ranking up today in the tournament.
Yeah, we do have a lot of people who play in both the EU and NA tournaments, despite mainly playing on one region. So, see a lot of leveling up during tournaments.
Yep.
In both EU and NA, really.
Sometimes see players on their native server leveling up as well.
Sometimes people just bring fun decks and classes they don't play a lot.
Yeah,
Just to have
exactly.
fun.
Well, HDA not able to do lethal here, even though Ambyr's at 10 HP, but the Defender of Argus is going to be very strong.
Thinking like Pyro Hex, hold up. Hex the healing totem to deal 1 damage to it.
Yeah.
Big value.
Yeah, you got it. You found the clear.
Like you just Defender.
Yeah, I would expect to see, well, at least Hero Power first, and then Defender of Argus. I would think Defendering the 2 totems, because they have that awkward 3 HP, would be the play here.
Looks like HDA is just gonna
I won't deploy it. He's
sit back for now.
Yeah, sometimes in these situations, we're just trying to identify the one thing that we actually can lose to, and Lightning Storm would be one thing that would be pretty devastating if you played Defender of Argus, so understandable.
Fortunately for Amber, she didn't draw Lightning Storm right after swinging twice into minions. Unfortunately for Amber, she didn't draw Lightning Storm, so...
Yeah, it's buried there in the last...
This mana tide.
Yep, just 8 cards left.
Pyro Lightning Bolt deals with the Drake. You can kill the healing totem afterwards. What? The top of this is just playing ladder. What is this game? The end tournament?
He is.
Alright. The grind never stops.
Yeah, that's... Yes, that's how you defend your title.
I'm looking at the bracket. I'm noticing he is not in the tournament. He was defeated by RomanP.
Okay, so our defending champion has already fallen in the first round. Looks like we'll have a new EU champions now.
Well, it was the second round because he had a bye. But we will have a new champion. You're right about that.
Alright, who's it going to be?
Me.
Oh, interesting.
Also a clear.
Gonna go for the clear. Alright. So really going for the full clear here, not wanting to... It's a little scary to deploy the Hex there on the Drake. It certainly is one of the last things that's hexable in Amber's deck, but she still has Alakir. That's buried in the bottom 7. Yeah, finally getting the Lightning Storm. I can imagine she's pretty happy about that.
I think you're okay playing BGH. There aren't any BGH targets in this list.
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting decision to bring BGH in Shaman, because you already have the 2 hexes, which is, in terms of removal, basically the best in the game.
Right.
It's up there at least.
Right, absolutely. Gives a little extra insurance, I suppose. BGH can target things like Baron Geddon that you wouldn't necessarily want to hex. You'd want to hex like Rag or Alexstrasza, so it gives a little bit more reach against Warrior. Although I think it's a pretty favored matchup against Warrior to begin with.
Kind of a surprising play to me. I don't think I would have used that Rock Biter. It's like, I want to save it for Alakir to deal lethal damage. Shaman decks usually don't run any heals, and neither of these are an exception to that rule.
Yeah. And without Doomhammer here in HDA's list, it's going to be a little bit tricky to find that final burst. We've got 3 from Fire Elemental, 6 from Alakir. That means that 1 more damage needs to connect on the board in order for those 2 cards to win.
Let's see Black Knight here, actually, from Amber, just to deal with one of these wolves.
I think she more or less has to at this point. A 4/5 minion is going to do well to contest the board.
Question is, do you Earthshock the Argent Squire, or do you Earthshock the Taunt to kill it?
Yeah, it's a tough choice. I have a feeling you have to take down the Taunt. My reasoning there would be you don't want a healing totem to come out, or that can trade into the 2/1 and gain more HP.
Yeah, I was basically thinking the same thing. As tempting as it is to zap the Argent Squire down, it always feels great.
Right.
It's
a moment where you have to be practical, right?
Yeah, exactly. I like this Fire Ellie face, actually. I don't know if it's correct, but I like the idea.
Yeah, it makes sense. There's nothing that technically contests it on the board right now. We're running out of fuel. Alakir's one of the bottom 3 cards here left in the deck, so it does have some ability to... Oh. Can't roll them all.
Can't roll them all. Did we see a taunt totem that game? We saw a lot of totems. I don't know if we saw a single taunt totem.
We saw one, I think, on turn 2. I believe that was it.
Oh, we saw one. It's kind of crazy with how many totems were rolled.
Yeah, a lot of spell power, a lot of Searing totems, a lot of healing totems. But yeah, you're right. Not a lot of taunt totems.
Funny how RNG do that.
I always get the taunt totem when I need it. I don't know about you.
I mean, I get all the totems I need except spell damage.
Yeah.
Which is the one that I need usually.
Yeah.
If I don't need one, then it's showing up right away. If I need it, if I need that lightning storm, where to go?
Bunch of 4 health minions waiting for you. Yeah. Alright, now this should be a pretty favored matchup here for Amber into the Druid.
Yeah, you need a really good opening against Druids to win this matchup, I feel. Shaman really just starts outvaluing you with how efficient its removal is and the fact that it's still playing really strong minions.
Right. Yeah, the Shaman deck with, hexes to take care of big minions, one of the key points of this matchup is totems have 2 HP, which means that they only really die in great numbers to spell damage and swipe. And without that, the Shaman can more or less just build up totems on the board, when they want to. They can use Flame Tongue to activate them and, just trade favorably into the board.
I actually probably would have kept the Shield Master that was in HDA's hand. I don't mind him just hard mulling for Wild Growth, which did work out. He did get the Wild Growth. But I think having a turn 4 play is very important. And of course, as I was explaining that, he drew into the Keeper.
That's right. Well, even so, Keeper normally very strong against, most decks that are minion heavy. But,
what is this?
Hey, spell damage.
Always comes out. These players are too good at Shaman.
It wouldn't have been terrible there to see the wolves either contest the board pretty well. But
I think you have a good follow up this turn. Now you can play the wolves at exactly 3 mana.
Yep.
And I think that's the play.
Now against pretty much any other deck, you'd be really scared of what's happening next with the Ancient of Lore into Ragnaros. But we see 2 hexes in hand. Amber is perfectly prepared for this.
Yeah, I wonder if you even use a hex on this one. Wouldn't be unreasonable to just use the Rockbiter.
Sure. Yeah, a Rockbiter plus a spell power totem. That's an okay trade.
Yeah. It's like hex is coming out.
Yeah, this might be a turn to think carefully here. Because, we see a Sunwalker and Karen in HDA's deck, so those are already pretty big hex targets. We also see an Ancient of War. We can use Earthshock on the Ancient of War, that's okay. But
you can use Earthshock on Karen as well, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, this is a bit of an unplayable Ragnaros.
Yeah, Rag doesn't feel like he's going to get fantastic value
Anyways,
here, but
HDA said, I'm playing Ragnaros.
When you
turn 8.
Yeah, when you see a hex come out, you probably feel like there's another, the other hex is buried in the last 21 cards, so it doesn't feel unreasonable to play Ragnaros here and just see if he survives. Poor Square.
I was going to the Flame Tongue. I was like, of course it hits the correct target immediately.
Yeah, that's how Rag do.
Nah, if it was golden, it would have hit the Flame Tongue.
Yeah, the golden and diamond Ragnaros, you get to select where that shot goes.
Well, this is awkward. You have a lot of plays. None of them are good.
Yeah,
Or none of them are great.
Yeah. Well, given that there are so many cards in HDA's hand. One possibility is force a Nature Savage Roar to just get rid of some of these totems. Sen'jin plus Druid of the Claw, since we've already seen 2 hexes come out. That's another way to just kind of try and control the board here. It does get punished a little bit by Lightning Storm. Karen's another possibility here as well. Just given that we know that 2 hexes are already gone.
I was actually looking at Force without Roar, just like hero powering the Flame Tongue down.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. There really isn't a good play here.
Yeah.
Let's see what HDA does. I'll let him cook.
The rope is burning. Okay, ops for... Yeah, and this feels a little bit awkward to be putting the BGH out here. We play Karen, that makes sense because we've seen 2 hexes. But the BGH gets traded into really easily, and now the punish here with Earthshock. I don't think it's a terrible idea to commit the wolves to the board here as well. Second Flame Tongue is alright, Hero Power is alright as well.
I think you're more inclined to clean up this board with a combo.
Yeah. Yeah, having these high value minions in hand, we don't want to get those, you know, traded up into by little totems and things. So going for the combo. Also running a little bit low on HP here as well, so probably feels like needs to clear this off. And clears most of it.
That is 1 damage off.
Very close, yeah. 8 damage here. I don't...
So, do you do 8 damage?
That's a good question. I mean, in some ways you feel like sending it here because you don't want to have to run through the taunts.
I really want to do 8 damage here.
If we do 8 damage here, we've got a 1 in 18 chance to draw a Lightning Bolt, 2 in 18 chance to draw a Fire Ellie. There are definitely chances to do lethal there. That's 3 cards in 18.
So, a lot of combinations of minions you could play here, depending on what you're scared of.
Yeah, I think, you know, one consideration is Spell Power Lightning Bolt is a little bit scary, so Earthen Ring seems like it's a natural card to play. Putting up 2 taunts with Sen'jin and Druid of the Claw also makes sense. At this
Putting up 2 taunts, it's probably Sen'jin Sunwalker, right?
Yeah, Sen'jin Sunwalker would be good.
So to be fair, in this situation, the difference between a Sunwalker and a Druid of the Claw isn't really noticeable, since it's going to take 1 damage anyways.
Right.
Well, this is the figure out where everything goes turn.
Yeah, I think that there are a couple ways to clear this off, though. I would imagine, yeah. Rockbiter, doesn't really matter. We're going to trade, I think, all of these things off anyway.
Yeah, I think Amber found the best play here, keeping the one of the wolves alive.
Yep. And, well, surprisingly...
Again, we have a good combination of cards. The Druid of Claw, Farseer, Claw.
Yeah.
Might actually be enough.
Yeah,
No
no.
cards in hand for Ambyy. You don't have a lot you can do here.
Well, Fire Ellie off the top is going to help a lot. Being able to ping off... I expect the 3-3. She's going to go for Druid of the Claw. Can always trade into that favorably next turn, too. Like either one of those plays is very valid. Yeah.
Well, there's the option to play Drake and just pray for a swipe.
Yeah.
I think this could be the better option.
Hard to make that commitment. Alright, well, HDA does get a full clear.
There's Alec here. I saw the Shaman Mirror. You didn't see Alec here from either player.
Yeah, what do you reckon the play is here?
I think you bottom right.
Yeah. Maybe.
How can you win?
Make sure you hero power first.
Oh yeah. Of course.
Alright, Amber's going to tie it up 2-2. We'll head into our elimination match here.
Yeah, we have the Druid Mirror I was talking about. See how it goes.
I think we're going to see a lot of those today.
It's a fun matchup. I like it. There's not very many turns that matter, but the ones that do are interesting.
Yeah, especially I would say the second turn where we're looking at wild growth. Usually the player that gets wild growth or has their ramp, innervate, stuff like that is the one that's going to pull ahead pretty definitively. Whoever the player is that's able to define how the trades on the board go down.
Well, as I briefly mentioned, one player has wild growth, the other one does not.
Yeah, that's a pretty big difference here.
So we'll see how that goes.
Pretty good starting hand here. Missing a 5 and a 6 drop so far for HDA, but does have that Sen'jin to plant down early.
Kind of fake not playing the 4 for Sun 6. Come on.
That said, I would say just looking at the lists, I think Amber's list is just ever so slightly stronger into the Druid Mirror. Here, she's got Sylvanas, which is pretty good against Sunwalker, which is the tech choice for HDA in the 6th slot. And
it's bad, but I think that Amber should be playing Wild Growth here instead of developing the minion. It's just like, it's not going to get easier to play it, right?
It's true, although at this point her curve kind of just plays itself. I think a Wild Growth is basically just giving us an extra maybe hero power, 1 or 2 hero powers. I don't actually mind this play too much of just saying, well, I've got coin. I can either coin out a 5 drop or use Keeper, depending on what she sees.
This is actually a fairly good Wild Growth turn if she wants to do it with the Wrath.
Yeah, this isn't too bad.
Regrettably, though, there is not an answer for the responding Ragnaros being innervated out.
Right.
That could cause problems.
Yeah, there are a couple options here. Ragnaros can get punished pretty bad by BGH. So I'm going to opt for the safer play with just innervate out that Ancient Allure. That's a tough card to deal with right now.
I like this Keeper play. You don't really want to coin out a taunt against a deck that you know is running Black Knight.
Right. I think.
And you also want to coin out Rag next turn, I would imagine. Using the Keeper is a little scary, though, if your opponent's Ancient of War comes out, since you don't have your Black Knight.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit of a game of chicken here with that. HTA had the opportunity last turn to play the Ancient of War, but is probably afraid of the punish from Black Knight, which is very understandable. And she's opting for the Drake, get a little bit of cycling there.
I like the force to clear and just dealing 9 damage idea.
Yeah, bringing the opponent down and HP is always good. This seems pretty reasonable here too. The one trump card here that HDA has in the mirror is that if he gets ahead on the board, Earthen Ring Farseer can help him get way more ahead by just healing up minions after value trades. And I wouldn't say this is the perfect board for Ragnaros, but it may just need to be played. All right, she'll take the plunge.
Well, if this hits face, then she dies. Fortunately, the odds of hitting face were a bit low. This is 1 off.
I think it's reasonable to, well,
Ragnaros is lethal. You just have to hit.
Easy. Force of Nature seems okay here to just try and clear the board.
I don't think any clearing is happening.
Okay, we're gonna go all face and expect the Keeper next turn. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you're not gonna die from this position, and you have a way to almost surely Actually, Amber doesn't even have Farseer in her deck. She has the Harvest Golems instead.
Yeah.
So basically guaranteed to win next turn. I guess Ancient of Lore could heal,
but even
there
with
is
that,
no-
yeah, there's not too much way in Ragnaros. They're adding insult to injury. All right. Good
Amber
game.
not even gonna let the Black Knight come out. Gonna call it.
All right, that was a good, exciting match there. HDA taking it 3-2 over Amber. Great play by both players.
Yeah, I would say like I said, it's disappointing that both players are not able to meet later in the tournament, but I think that series generally lived up to at least my expectations.
Yeah, that was
I
great.
think it was really fun.
Absolutely. So we'll jump into another match here. We've got Freakz up 2-0 against Arceus. Arceus won our NA tournament recently. And we jump right in as the killing blow is dealt.
Well,
Okay.
we had to get Arceus in at least a little bit.
That's right. That's right. So we've seen it there. Okay, so Freakz wins. Looks like 3-0 against Arceus. Moving on now to the third round. We'll pop out of that.
We need to get like 4 or 5 spectators and just run like an NFL Red Zone style thing. Keep jumping through games.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Labore. Here we've got. Looks like Labore and RomanP are going at it. Labore up 1-0 in this series.
Labore, very aggressive lineup as always.
I love it. I love it. I'm not even sure what happens when the 30 cards are drawn from the deck, and I don't think he knows either.
Yeah, actually, I would say Roman has a pretty anti-aggro lineup outside of the handlock, but looks like his Miracle Rogue was unable to defeat the aggro warrior from Labore. And I said we didn't get to see it. I think that's the most unique of the aggro lists he's bringing.
Yeah, I like to see those bloodbaths, the aggro on aggro fights like that. It's peak Hearthstone for me. Now the match we're looking at here, Aggro Rogue against Miracle Rogue, should be strongly favored for the Aggro Rogue most of the time. They just get their stuff off the ground more quickly. They have a lot of burst damage against a class which isn't going to be running any taunts and might be running minimal heals as well.
It is pretty rough for Roman bringing a lot of anti-aggro, actually. Like his Freeze Mage, he's running the Freeze Mage with double Cone of Cold, which is not the most common card to play in Freeze Mage, but it is very good at like anti-aggro, anti-zoo.
Definitely.
And so it's a lineup, excuse me, I'm struggling. It's a lineup that's fairly teched against aggro, with the exception of handlock. And then handlock is really going to cry into a lineup that's literally 4 face decks.
Yeah.
So
one of those games you probably won't get the Moltons and the Taunt off. And especially when there are cards like, Eviscerate to go hard against somebody's face, get around those taunts.
Arcane Golem double 1-drop is a lot of damage.
It really is. And looking at Roman's hand here, I don't think he's going to be able to utilize that extra mana crystal that he gets from the Arcane Golem here too well.
I also don't know if he's going to survive the second Arcane Golem next turn.
Yeah. And again, kind of just showing the power of this aggro rogue deck, that you can keep clearing the stuff, but it's going to keep charging your face. And even like a spell power fan here to clear the Arcane Golem is not going to work too well. Oh no. Fortunately for these friendly matches, if one player disconnects, it will have a wait dialogue. It's not like on the ladder where the clock keeps ticking.
I actually did not know that.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. Not sure which player's having trouble reconnecting here. That's okay. I'm sure they're good sports that'll wait. In the meantime, it looks like a pretty dire situation here. Gonna have to play the Gadget Zan, prep, and hope for a backstab or something. Maybe even Gadget Zan.
Well,
gosh.
the problem with
Is if
drawing
you...
a backstab is you wouldn't actually be able to use it.
Right, exactly.
Well, you could use it like after the prep, but then you can't prep fan, and things are tragic. I guess you could Gadget and conceal.
I think you Gadgets, yeah, or Gadgets and Deadly Poison, maybe. Yeah, either one, and then has to be like, have to draw a backstab the Golem, prep fan. Yeah, really precarious situation here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that situation is coming up, though. It seems someone may have fully disconnected.
Yeah. I'll give them a chance to reconnect here. While we're waiting, maybe we can look into Roman's deck and see if he's got that backstab off the top. I think without that, there's really not much recourse here. You'd need to do, Gadgets and conceal prep fan, like prep. You'd need to draw another prep and maybe an eviscerate or something like that.
So, Labore saying that it got like full disconnected.
Yeah.
So, might be a couple minutes. I'm not really sure how this works exactly. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Once he rejoins, it should just resume the match, and it looks like he's back online here. I don't know if it will bring him into the game here.
Oh, it looks like it did.
There we go. Perfect. Okay, and does get an eviscerate here, but that's not quite going to be enough.
Yeah. Unfortunately, after waiting, RomanP is immediately going to die to the second Arcane Golem.
That's true. That said, big hats off to him for showing good sportsmanship, waiting for his opponent to show back up, not automatically taking the match there. Okay. That's 2 wins for Labore. He just needs one more to close it out here.
Yeah, I believe his Paladin was left up. The Trap Hunter was the one that was banned, which I think is fair. It's the best matchup into Rogue, and I would also say it's really favored into Handlock.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good against Handlock as well. You've got Hunter's Marks, you've got face damage with Hero Power and Kill Command, and also just ways to get an annoying start with Leper Gnome as well. We'll hope that doesn't have too many disconnection issues here, but again, big props to RomanP for waiting it out there as well.
Might just be making sure that doesn't happen again before queuing up.
Yeah. Probably have to reset that.
I think
die.
you go best to worst for RomanP and bring out the Freeze Mage.
Well, I suppose at this point, Freeze Mage seems like a logical choice. Sometimes after being down 2-0, the best choice is just to pick the most comfortable deck as well, the one that you feel like you have the most experience with. If somebody put a gun to your head and said you have to win a Hearthstone game right now, the deck that you would immediately pick in that situation. So I would err on the side of a comfort pick here for him.
I think in general in these situations where you have to reverse sweep, going best matchup to worst matchup is generally good strategy. Get some momentum going. Even though in theory it doesn't matter, it definitely feels like it does.
Right.
Like having good mental is It makes you play better, you know?
It really does. You only
I
need
don't know
to
what else
see
say.
you need to see just one line that you might not have seen before if you were a little bit tilted in order for it to be successful. Yeah, like in a tournament situation, one mistake means your tournament career might be on the line. So, yeah, really important to be in the right mental state. So we've got aggro paladin with a swamp ooze here against Miracle Rogue. I might have played this paladin deck once or twice in my time, and I feel like against very strong rogue players, they will know how to handle it. There are certain boards you can set up that are difficult for the rogue to deal with, but all in all, I do think that rogue has the tools if they get a decent start.
I've heard rumors that the Golden Elven Archer can only be used to hit your own face.
That is correct. That is correct. You have to make sure that you have the perfect cadence to your actions as well, like 1 second exactly in between every move. And
Labore didn't want to risk it. He molded away.
pretty strong starting hand here for him. I'm surprised not to see the coin leper gnome. A lot of times, if you can bait the rogue's weapon out on turn 2, being able to play the ooze there is good. But drawing Argent Protector, that's a nice one.
I'm surprised. Kind of surprised he didn't keep the Divine Favor. I think this is... You can usually expect the Miracle Rogue to hold on to a few cards.
That's true. It is true. I think maybe if you had some stronger 1-drops, it would have been a consideration. But holding only the Archer felt like it might be a little bit difficult to keep that. And Roman not going to opt for full clear there with the Prep Shiv. And Aggro Paladin doing what Aggro Paladin does. Go face.
Well, there's a turn 5 Auctioneer.
Yeah, and with 20... Oh, probably be 22 HP here. That's not the worst thing to see.
Yeah, not going to be able to protect it from this True Silver, though, unless Conceal is drawn immediately.
Right. I like the amount of emoting that we have going on here. It's why most people squelch me immediately when they play me on the ladder. But in a friendly situation like these, it's just nice to see both players having a little bit of fun.
See, I'm the opposite. I see you on ladder, I immediately start emoting.
That's right, that's right. You gotta kind of dish it back to somebody like me. The game's gonna be over if you play me by turn 5 or 6 anyway, so...
Exactly. You gotta get it in while you can.
Yep. I've never even seen an 8-mana minion.
Interesting using the prep here just to get this full clear.
Yeah. Opting not to use those resources with gadgets and maybe thinking one of two options here. Number one, we have Leroy, Shadow Step, and Cold Blood, so already assembling some of the major damage combo that Rogue can get out. The other one is the possibility of just gadgets and Shadow Stepping your own gadgets and having a little bit more modest card draw. I think Roman here might be thinking he's also afraid of Divine Favor, so doesn't want to draw too many cards with gadgets in.
Yeah, the second prep is gonna be nice. We'll see if he can draw into anything good.
He's got that Leroy double Shadow Step now, so if he survives one more turn, he'll have a lot of burst damage. I'm not sure if it'll be enough. Depends on whether this Gadget Zan survives.
You think you do 3 damage face here? Right. Well, Gadget Zan will not survive. That's actually a really good draw, guaranteeing that you don't need to hit it with the weapon.
Yeah, I was thinking just Knife Juggler, Abusive to start it off with, and then Elven Archer if the juggle misses. Seemed like it was pretty strong there. He's going to opt to play this a little more slowly.
Too critical. I've been pointing out a lot of mistakes. I think that was a really big mistake.
Yeah, I'm...
Okay, yeah.
Oh, Leroy, huh?
I don't think you want to be playing Leroy this turn. You're 1 mana off.
I think he's gonna... Yeah, I suppose he's thinking I'm at 19 HP. All I need to do is... Yeah, he's got Leroy for lethal next turn. The Paladin deck does not play any taunts.
I guess this gives him a way to deal with the Knife Juggler, which could theoretically own Leroy. He's got the sap.
That's true. That's a good point. Leroy may die to the Knife Juggler. There's a, not a perfect. It's not a perfect way to deal with Leroy, but it's certainly always a little scary playing Leroy into a juggler. Not getting the juggles that he wants here, though.
Not at all. Yeah. Hopefully.
Okay, one thing actually.
Roman remembers to sap Knife Juggler and doesn't get owned.
Okay, smart choice. Smart choice. Alright. Good game.
Well played by Roman, capitalizing off of a bit of a misplay by Labore to be so brazen with the weapon hit.
Yeah, I mean, it brings up a good point of always trying to find that 2-turn lethal, right? And he's looking at a hand with Leroy double Shadow Step. He could wait 1 turn to play it, but he'd rather just get that damage in and make sure that he's assured of this 2-turn lethal. And looking, sitting there at, roughly 20 health, he's not too worried.
Yeah. The more I think about it, the more I realize Leroy was correct. Just, it seemed to me that you wanted to save it for 1 turn with the double Shadow Step.
Yeah.
And that's why Roman is the miracle rogue here. I am talking.
You and me both.
So this is going to be very miserable for Roman.
Yeah, let me pull up the deck here. So,
and the Divine Favor for Labore.
Yeah.
This is sad.
Yeah, this is going to take I'd like to say it's going to take a miracle here, but... So he's got a pretty traditional hand lock with two Siphon Souls, 1 copy of the combo, and Faceless. It's about the most standard hand lock list that you can get. And yeah, as you pointed out, Divine Favor, absolutely important card in this matchup, really swings things.
Let's see what we can draw. Mortal Coil, good card to have. Honestly, all these cards are good to have for Roman. It's just, how much will it matter?
Yeah, he's going to need to get on the board early and get control of this Paladin deck. He's probably going to need to not rely on life tapping too much as well. I'm going to take
You're okay to life tap this turn. You don't really want to Mortal Coil the 1/1. This is good as well.
Yeah, I like this.
A little bit scary.
I like the Sun Fury here, just taking cards out of hand, not relying on life tap to build that hand too much. I'm going to take a very short break here. I will be right back.
Alright. I like Labore not using Blessing of Might here. He wants to play it with Argent Protector on one of these minions. Just get this 5/1 Divine Shield guy that's real tough to deal with. Although, looks like his play has changed a little bit. It didn't really work out because the other minion wouldn't be able to kill the Farce here. I'm gonna do this instead. That Blessing of Might can always come down next turn on the Wolf Rider. Or not Wolf Rider. Worgen Infiltrator. That's what the card name is. Roman is doing a good job of keeping his hand size low. With, of course, the problem being that he doesn't have very many cards. So he doesn't have great play here. He's running 2 Hellfire, 1 Shadow Flame. Double Siphon Soul. A little bit rough. Looks like he's gonna set up for a Defender of Argus play, getting a bunch of big taunts. But with this Divine Favor coming down, he's in trouble even with the taunt wall. It's an Amani Berserker. It's an interesting inclusion.
Alrighty, I'm back. And yeah, looks like Divine Favor hit. Drawing into the second Divine Favor.
It didn't hit equality, so it could have been worse for Roman.
Yeah, and I don't actually see a copy of Equality in this list. I think he's replaced Equality with Amani.
Oh yeah.
And not running a Consecrate either.
Well, this is a pretty good play.
Yeah, being able to play Defender of Argus here and maybe even double Soulfire.
Yeah, you're hoping this Soulfire just gets rid of a Siphon Soul.
Perfect.
You want the second one, and you want this Alex.
Right. Still some good options to trade up here. I would expect the Loot Hoarder gets traded first. Yeah, good sequencing.
You can weapon the other one and trade the Leper Gnome.
Yeah, I would think the Leper Gnome here. Oh,
That's
okay, not going to use the Blessing of Might just quite yet. Hoping to get a second charge off this weapon.
He's setting up for lethal next turn, getting through this. He's got the weapon charge, he's got the Blessing of Might on the Worgen Infiltrator, which is pretty unlikely to die.
Right.
Honestly, it might get Siphon Soul.
You know, either that or Soulfired, but probably going to have to play Siphon Soul here to heal up just a little bit. You're probably starting to worry as the Warlock player here that you're not going to get to turn 9.
Yeah.
I might have preferred to see the Leper Gnome bump in there. It does mean that there's an easier clear for Roman, but at the same time, getting a silence off on that Leper Gnome would be kind of annoying.
Roman really doesn't want to use this Soulfire because
He needs all his cards, right?
yeah, he wants this Alex. He wants to play it basically,
Right.
but it's not in a great spot.
No,
It's
and
likely gonna take 5 damage this turn,
right.
I would imagine.
Yep.
The Leper Gnome comes down. That's another 2 damage, basically guaranteed. The True Silver comes in.
Yeah, I might opt here to play all of the minions and hold the True Silver.
I think you play True Silver next turn.
Yeah.
You just Divine Favor for 2.
That's actually a good question. Seems like this is the turn you're going to get the most value out of it from here on forward, so yeah, that makes sense. He's drawing into Arcane Golem here as well, which is a nice find. Now, Hellfire's
the
going to...
silence on the Leper Gnome is nice,
Yeah.
but not enough. If this was a Shadow Flame, then we'd be looking at a very different state. If it was Shadow Flame instead of a Hellfire, I mean.
Right.
Because Alex could come down the turn after, and then you might be able to stabilize. I guess it wouldn't matter because it's the Arcane Golem draw. But
Yeah, knowing what we do about Labore's hand, certainly, but at the same time, you know, it feels pretty bad here to even play Owl before we Hellfire. It brings us either to, 3 health or 1 if we're going to tap, and I don't think we can tap.
well, the difference between 3 damage and 1 damage is not large in this deck.
Right.
So I don't think it's unreasonable to tap and put yourself to 1. And as we know,
Yeah.
he is dead either way.
Yeah. I've seen how this one ends before. So it doesn't even need equality. Roman also having a little trouble there finding the Molten Giants that would have helped so much. Alright.
Yeah, had 2 Taunt Givers, but wasn't able to give Taunt to any Molten Giants, unfortunately.
Yeah. And it looks like that's going to do it for that series. So LaboreSangre advancing 3-1 over RomanP there. Let's see if we can jump into another match here. We've got Matrix against Freakz. I don't think that we really got to see too much of them. So let's hop into Freakz' match.
Freakz, we saw him deal the killing blow to Artemium.
That's right. He slayed the dragon. Now, unfortunately, Matrix has not added me here, so we'll not be able to see his hands.
Yeah. Freak's not having quite as fun of a lineup as he did in the NA tournament, where he brought the mid-range priest and almost won with it.
Yeah.
It's like one damage away a couple turns, I think.
Yeah. Surprisingly, Priest has been doing really well in these tournaments. Which is kind of funny too, because you see so many druids, and it kind of seems like the natural enemy. But he had that priest deck that was teched for druids specifically.
Yeah. One thing I didn't really realize, because I don't play against a lot of priests. Priest is actually a pretty good deck against specifically shaman, and there's actually a lot of shamans being brought to these tournaments.
What is it specifically about Priest that's so strong into Shaman? Is it just the board clear with the Pyro, you think?
Yeah, it's like board clear, plus you can actually set up a pretty strong early board yourself with the right draws.
Right.
It was mainly a thing because I watch a lot of like old Hearthstone tournaments. I've been watching those recently, and one of the ones I've been watching was like 2014 Worlds with Noxramas. And they were talking about it with Dark Cultist. I think that's the name of the card.
The 3/4?
3-drop. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like you actually should just like set up a board against Shaman that they can't really deal with very well.
Right.
And you have good AoE if that doesn't work out. It's like it does a lot of things that just counter Shaman, actually. And I think even in Classic, it's a little bit more inconsistent because you don't have as strong of an early game without Dark Cultists, but it still works out pretty well.
Yeah. Well, having that Blade Master heal is always good as well. Alrighty, and we should have Remexe joining us here as well, a guest commentator, very strong player. Might have seen him around as well.
It's pretty good.
He's only got an overwhelming win rate against me.
Yeah, he beats me with Rogue most of the time.
Yeah. I can relate. So looking at two choices here, either Feral Spirit, Lightning Storm to clear this Alakir, or maybe playing an Alakir himself. 3 cards in each player's hand. Not 100% sure what Matrix has got, but gonna opt for the Lightning Storm here to just clear.
Yeah, I think this is correct. Hopefully it rolls 3 on the Alakir.
Yeah, and given that there's a Black Knight here in Matrix's deck that's still unplayed, I can understand the hesitation maybe to play Alakir this turn. Can't play him next turn, we're overloaded for 4. And right back at it.
Let's see what else Matrix can do, though. Because the Feral Spirit was played, you can't play Alakir this turn, and unfortunately he drew maybe the worst card in this deck for this situation. With that Earth Shock.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there, huh?
A little unfortunate. So does Matrix have more interesting decks? I think he's got a fairly standard list. He's got another list like Amber where it's very anti-druid, but he's got a lot more tech for it. It's got a pretty druid tech druid.
Yeah.
It's got a faceless in this list.
Right. So I'm going to recreate the call here so we can get Remexe in on the action as well. Alrighty. And we're back. Welcome, Remexe. Good to have you here.
Hello, hello.
Thanks for joining us today. We're watching
Not a problem.
Shaman against Shaman right now. Well, that Doomhammer's certainly put in a lot of work this game. And Freakz finally drawing his. With 30 HP, he'll be able to use this maybe to do some clearing on the board.
Pretty important draw, actually. Matrix was beginning to stabilize, and finally getting that Doomhammer means you can really start pressuring Matrix again, I think.
Yeah. Tough choice of whether to play it this turn or whether to play Black Knight.
Yeah, it feels kind of bad. Because we have a great... Your mana doesn't work out great, but I think equipping the Doomhammer is correct here. I don't know about not swinging with it, but I guess that's a... He's setting up for Alakir next turn and then doing a lot of... dishing a lot of damage across the field.
Ooh. What do you think about that?
This is an interesting game.
Yeah, it's like board against face damage. You don't see this kind of race too often in Shaman. A lot of times it's just who has the board wins.
Actually, I think this is a turn where you play Black Knight. You Black Knight, Doomhammer, 2 of the totems, hope he doesn't roll another taunt. And if he doesn't, then Alakir, Rockbiter will win the game.
Yeah, I actually agree with that.
Yeah, I think also just, oh, wow, it doesn't commit the Black Knight. It's like, how are you going to push through all this damage if you don't commit it this turn?
You've already seen the Alakir. I don't know what you're so scared of.
Well.
Wow.
Calculated.
Calculated.
I just need to stop talking. Every time I say something, it's like I'm getting punished.
What a legendary draw.
Yeah, Lightning Storm probably going to be a pretty good play here, I imagine.
Looks pretty good here, I'd say.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that the spell damage totem didn't come down. This was a lot of 3 health minions, but I don't think that stops you from playing Lightning Storm. It's like if you didn't do the Black Knight play last turn, I don't think you're doing it this turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we know if Matrix runs Power Overwhelming? Or I'm not Power Overwhelming, Bloodlust?
He does not. There's no Bloodlust in this deck.
Yeah, I think there's only one player with the Bloodlust. It's Randa. I don't know if he's still...
I think he
Oh,
actually...
he's playing Dalin right now.
Yeah.
Cool. It's another new player.
Yeah, what do you think about Bloodlust in Shaman? I used to play it as a one-of in mid-range Shaman. Holy hell. Not committing the
Holy
Lightning
hell.
Storm.
He's
I
just
think
waiting for
it's-
the spell damage totem. But
I think it's
to answer
very
your
good.
question about Bloodlust, I actually don't. I don't like it. I don't think you need it. Like more often than not, it's excessive. It wins you games that you were going to win anyway,
Sure.
and loses you games because you have a 5-minute do nothing half the time.
Right.
The thing with Bloodlust is that there's so many different ways to build mid-range Shaman that Shaman is just one of those classes where you can build it basically any way, and there's always just a viable option. Like you can go cheat your Bloodlust and have a viable deck that way.
Yeah, it's got a lot of these like really flexible spots in it that you can kind of, especially in a tournament setting, really cater the deck to what you think you're going to face. And I'm not really sure what Bloodlust does well against. Maybe it's good for the Shaman Mirror, of all things. So you get a little ahead on the board and you want a way to like actually make that board do something quickly rather than over time.
Yeah, you can get into a lot of situations where you have, like against control decks or against the mirror, where you have a full board of totems where you're like, wow, Bloodlust would be great here. And then you just win anyways because you have a full board against a good matchup.
Right.
So
Yeah, a lot of times
that's really what I mean by it's unnecessary.
Yeah, Flame Tongue can activate your board just fine. Most times. I'm faced with kind of an awkward situation here. The Senjin Double Wolf coming down. It's not super easy to deal with this and punch through with Alakir. There's the possibility of playing Alakir just to clear these 2/3s that feels super weak. Black Knight feels like the best play.
Yeah, it seems like holding the Black Knight paid off.
He gets a Senjin out of it. But, that said, the last 4 cards in Freak's deck are Argent Squire, Sun Fury Protector, Hex, and Mana Tide. So no direct damage left whatsoever in the deck.
One of those is not very playable. I don't
Yeah.
think you want to be drawing more cards now.
No, Mana Tide may not be a very good card in this situation.
The good news is Matrix is running out of defensive options, and this Alakir will come down eventually. I assume when it does, the game will be over.
I would think so, yeah. He's still got 1 copy of Feral Spirit and 1 copy of Sen'jin left in his deck, in these 7 cards. And he's got 7 in deck and 4 in hand, so he does have one of the Sen'jins there to stop lethal on the next turn.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you Alakir to like clean this up a little bit. Probably not, though.
Could just double Hex is, you know, at this point I'm not sure that the value game is really what we're playing. We're playing the remove all taunts in perpetuity game.
Well, the taunts have been removed.
Yep. We'll see if one of these last cards is Feral Spirit.
No Arch Inspire either. Interesting.
Hey,
Oh, never mind. He played it.
good. Yeah, because we really need that 1 extra damage. If Alakir clears off the wolves, we need to be able to deal 4 with the weapon and that extra 1 with the squire. So it looks like right now for Matrix, given that he has no other taunts left in the deck, he would need exactly Feral Spirit and a taunt totem roll in order to stay in the game.
Yeah, he's already used his Alakir, so we aren't going to see like a counter-lethal situation.
Right. Yeah, feeling pretty confident here at 14 HP.
I don't know if he's used both hexes. He might hex himself. I have to do that, which would be enough.
Yep.
Barely, if he has the Feral Spirit as well.
He'll stay alive with 1 HP if he does that. He's going to bolt his own guy looking for the Feral Spirit. Alright. Well, the Hex on that guy is a good, well-intentioned move, but not quite enough here against Alakir.
What a game.
Yeah, good game from both. That puts Freakz up 2-1 over Matrix. And we'll see going into the final round here, final match for these two.
It's gonna be a druid into shaman, which definitely a little bit shaman favored.
Alright, let's get these decks up on the screen here. So we've got Freakz with his druid here. Druid always a little bit difficult into shaman.
Having an innervate early on is pretty nice. No wild growth is a little sad, but yep, innervating out a big minion, if shaman doesn't have a way to deal with it, is also a really good play. Just taking control of the board.
Yeah, speaking of which, what do you think is the play here? Is it a hero power to ping this off? Sen'jin, Keeper?
I think I would have hero powered actually, and gone like coin Drake into 4-drop next 2 turns.
There is the possibility here to use Earthen Ring to heal up a little bit if he sees something a little bigger on the board. Doesn't have that happen, no wolves or anything.
I actually agree with tempoing out Sen'jin with the innervate. I think playing a big minion early is very difficult for shaman to deal with.
Yeah, it's not exactly the thing you want to hex, right? Especially coin hex. Also, just getting a little bit ahead of those totems can be really helpful as well, but wow, what a punish. Well, that's not a swipe. Well, Freak's still with a decent curve here lined up, but not going to be too easy for him to come back on the board. Drake is usually a card you'd rather play while you're a little bit ahead. Swipe, on the other hand, that seems like a pretty playable card this turn.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Surely he'll play it.
What do you know? There is justice in this world.
A very timely board clear there. But Matrix coming back on the board with Senjin, that's not super easy to deal with.
Yeah, I don't think you need to commit a force here. I think just playing the Drake is fine.
Yeah, it lines up pretty well with the board. Both minions have 4 health. That Senjin isn't going to be able to clear any of them on its own. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a good Argus. Well, I feel like Ancient of Lore is probably the correct choice here, if only because we want to bait out the Hex, if possible, while holding that Cairn. He's going to go for the Force. Doesn't mind investing one of those finishing resources here to just stop that Shaman board from snowballing too hard. He's got good follow-ups for it, too.
He's also got the second force, so you're not sad using one.
Right.
In general. Play Cairn, or did you play Ancient of Lore here?
Yeah, I like the Ancient of Lore,
I
still.
like it as well. I don't think weaving in the hero power does too much.
Not at this stage. He's still got 1 Innervate in the deck, so it's possible to hold double combo here. But yeah, this is a brutal hand to fight against with Fire Elemental coming down now. There's no response to that. Freak's gonna draw a couple more cards, see what he finds.
You get the hero power now, which is good, because it's got that 1 health totem to deal with.
Yeah.
You can respond next turn with like double 5-drop, pretty strong. Cairn Yeti is pretty strong. Problem is none of them are dealing with a potential big threat.
And Alec, you're
Wow,
deployed here just to
that-
trade in, huh?
That is really surprising.
Now, Freakz is running the Black Knight, so I could understand how just going face with that could be, with that Alec here, could be punished pretty hard. And I suppose, you know, there's also the reasoning that if my opponent can't deal with Fire Elemental last turn, who's to say they're going to be able to deal with it this turn? And it looks like the only draw here would be Drake's Swipe. There's only a 1 in 12 chance to get that Swipe, which isn't too strong.
But I think Drake into Druid of the Claw is a fine play anyways, so I like just playing the Drake here. If you draw Swipe, great. If you don't, then you're still playing another big minion.
Right.
And then the turn after, you can play the Cairn Yeti. And at some point, the Shaman just kind of, they struggle.
Well, do you feel like when you see that Alec here come out, my thinking is that there's no Hex in hand.
Yeah.
If you're using Alec here to trade into an Ancient Allure. So Cairn might be a possible play here.
It's possible. I do like the Drake into other 5-drop. I think that's the better of the two. I'm surprised he's charging it, though.
Yeah, I feel like if you play it as a 4/6, it's just going to get value traded into by the 6/5, and this might be a smart choice. Wow, that's a big storm.
No spell damage totems.
Yeah, it is the day of spell damage totems.
Well, now I think your play is a little different. You probably need to do something to clean this up.
I imagine Force of Nature Savage Roar might be the play here. You're facing down 10 damage on board. Still haven't seen either of the lightning bolts, so pretty scared of those.
Yeah, those would both be 5 damage.
Yeah,
2 mana Pyroblast. Pretty good.
yeah.
What does Matrix have?
Okay.
Nothing he wants to play.
So probably holding a handful of removal here, or maybe, some burst with like Rock Biter, maybe a Flame Tongue.
Yeah, well, he probably doesn't have Hex because of the Alakir play. Unless he's just drawn 2 hexes off the top since then.
Yeah, could be Earth Shock. I suppose. I would think Lightning Bolt is probably in hand.
Once again, I would have liked the Karen Yeti over digging here.
I would agree with you as well. I think that if your opponent shows weakness here, you've already seen one huge spell damage Lightning Storm. The board is pretty clear. May as well just play those 2 minions out. Yeah, Karen might get hexed, but anything's going to get hexed anyway.
Well, it's good Black Knight play. As good as you're going to get, at least.
Yeah, I feel like Black Knight Innervate Karen seems like a pretty natural thing here. You don't need to keep the Innervate for double combo anymore. Both Force of Nature has already been played. But, there are a decent number of options here. It's definitely good to work through these in a tournament situation. Just make sure that you're making the correct choice. You have plenty of time. Making the wrong choice means you might be out of the tournament, so may as well just spend the time to figure out whether Black Knight and Karen are really the things we want to play. Druid of the Claw is another possibility.
Pretty patient player. Also, fairly reserved. He likes to hold on to resources if he doesn't need to use them immediately. So, I'm not surprised to see him. I'm surprised that he's innervating something that isn't Karen. I kind of expect them to just not innervate anything at all.
Yeah, at some point you really want to just start baiting out the baiting out the hexes as well. So it's second big Lightning Storm there, and now we're seeing it. So one of the cards in hand was Lightning Bolt, the other one Earth Shock, kind of like we were thinking.
You just double wrath this Feral Spirit.
Yeah, I think.
He's got 5 mana next turn. Matrix does.
Well, there's one card that's been in Matrix's hand since the very beginning of the game that he chose to keep from Mulligan. I can only imagine here that Freakz' read is that card is Hex. So maybe double Wrath's Engine Hero Power, just saying... there's only one copy of Earth Shock in the game, or in the deck.
It seems weird that he would just completely sack the Alakir with a Hex in hand the entire time.
Right.
But I don't know.
Gonna go for a little more power here on the board with BGH and Doomhammer off the top. I imagine he's pretty happy to see that, especially considering that Freakz doesn't have any weapon removal either.
These taunts are going to be a bit of a nuisance, though.
Yeah.
I mean, one taunt at the moment.
Yeah, in fact, this is the last taunt there left in the deck. Last 4 cards here for Freakz are Chillwind Yeti, Keeper, Swipe, and Sylvanas. But Matrix running low on resources in hand, Freakz running low on resources in deck here.
Oh, it was a Black Knight.
Ah, okay.
That makes sense.
So not a Hex.
Makes sense to keep against Druid, obviously, a deck that plays a few taunts.
Yeah, and I suppose in retrospect that other than Hex, that's the only reliable read here as well. That could be Black Knight, so probably why he was choosing to charge those Druids of the Claw in. Sylvanas or Karen? The classic question.
Have a sneaking suspicion that they might both be a frog.
I'm willing to accept that hypothesis. There's one frog. Yeah, ouch. Well, 10 damage coming the way of Freakz next turn. plus the 4 from the weapon, that's going to be lethal. And swipe just not quite good enough to clear these 5 health minions out.
Yeah, nothing doing here.
Yeah, tough finish there, but not to be totally unexpected.
Very tough finish.
Yeah.
Hey, got another Druid Mirror coming up.
All right. Tied 2-2. Not the first or I think the last Druid Mirror that we're going to see today.
I will be right back.
All right.
Alright, so one more game to determine. Let's see. This will actually put one of these players into the semifinals. So, pretty important game here. I suppose every game, every 5th game in a best of 5 is a pretty important game.
Turns out. Matrix does have the heavier Druid. Got
That's
that
right.
Faceless you were talking about, the Ancient of War, the Rag.
Yeah, the only card that doesn't do pretty well for him here is the Harrison. Other than that, Sylvanas, Black Knight, and Karen. For Matrix and for Freakz here, we've got Karen, Sylvanas, but and Black Knight as well. So both have good values.
Yeah, both have the full 6 legendary list.
Yep. And for those watching at home, that's typically how we see players teching in these tournaments for Druid, is whether they're playing Shaman or Druid or sometimes even Warrior. They'll try and fill that 6th slot up with Karen, Sylvanas, and Black Knight to fight against the Druid. All of the cards are very powerful. The Death Rattle kind of difficult for Druid to deal with, and even if it does deal with the Death Rattle, by silencing it with Keeper, 5 health is just an annoying amount for them to deal. So Freakz here contemplating how to deploy this Innervate here. We got Innervate coin into Karen, which does seem like a very strong play, but it leaves us without too much to do next turn, just swipe.
Well, Matrix did not have a turn 4. He did have Wild Growth. I think it's fairly reasonable to assume that he's got a turn 5.
Mm-hmm. Which could well be Drake, and if it is Drake, then Innervate Karen or Innervate coin Karen is good, so we can play the swipe next turn. Just gonna opt for his own Drake. So still has coin 5 drop next turn if he needs. Otherwise could play swipe against a Drake coming out on the board.
Is Matrix cooking?
Okay. Another question here is, do we see these Druids of the Claw charge? Or are we going to see them taunted out?
I think you see him charge here.
I would think so too. Yeah, when both players are playing the Black Knight, it just seems like you probably don't want to allow an enormous tempo swing here. Matrix looks like not a great hand as far as removal goes. He's had to face tank a shot there with Wrath from the Drake. Has to play Force of Nature to clear here. He's got 2 Innervates.
Well, Black Knight can't come down this turn. Hopefully, for Matrix's sake, one of these 2 cards is an Ancient of War. If not, then he's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, running a little low on cards, and Black Knight there. Tough tempo swing. But we're not out of the woods yet. Karen's still another card here. Gonna opt for the Black Knight instead.
Matrix has big taunt minions, so using the Black Knight on Ascension is a little scary.
Yeah.
Also, this unfortunately sets him up for a pretty meaty swipe.
It does, and a lot of times, a turn like Swipe Hero Power isn't too powerful, but when our opponent only has 2 cards in hand, you know, just all we need to do is survive, and we'll outvalue them with Karen Ancient.
Yeah. For what it's worth, though, this is a bit of an awkward mana amount to be swiping. I'm not actually... Well, I'm a little surprised that Freakz played the Ancient of War. I think that swipe was still too good, even with how awkward it was.
Yeah, I almost
Now you're a little scared of like a combo.
Yeah, I almost would have preferred the Karen there. If you're gonna commit to the board, just don't give a super easy trade.
Well, double swipe deals with this. You could like keep or innervate Wrath, single swipe. A few options.
I'm sure, you know, there's nothing to do about it really here at 13 HP. But yeah, it's a little tiny bit scary to be facing down a combo. Matrix doesn't have it, he'll cycle with Wild Growth instead.
Yeah, I wonder if he has a second Force in hand, but not a Roar. That's what I'm thinking now. I'm not sure what the other card he has is, though.
Could be double Roar.
I mean, he used the Force on whenever he used it. I think he used it on like
Yeah, it's
Druid? Or did he use it on the Druid of the Claw? One of the two.
yeah, I think it was Druid of the Claw.
But either way, he used it very aggressively. So I feel like it's fairly likely that he's got the other one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't feel like he was really pressured into needing to use it.
Well, with 17 cards left in the deck, he's still got a good 1 in 9, 1 in 8 chance to draw the Roar here on the next turn. I like the choice to heal here. I think that's the most prudent one. We already have card advantage.
I don't think I would have innervated though. With double Savage Roar in hand and the opponent below 22, I kind of would have liked to just...
I mean, is he setting up for lethal here? We got 7 plus
This is lethal.
6 is 13.
It's 19, right?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Hero.
Yeah, 7 plus.
And you still have exactly enough mana to keep her. Wow, look at that.
Yeah. Yep, 1 damage over lethal.
Well, you can't hear power, so...
Yeah.
Oh no, he's at 18, never mind. I was gonna say. But yeah, actually, was that a bait? Did he like use the Keeper to try to bait the Ancient of War out? Was that his read?
I think that I think he must have been thinking, you know, that just about setting up 2-turn lethal. Whether or not the Ancient of War comes out, I don't know if he even cares, but...
I guess it's just like, yeah, you can get through a taunt and still have lethal, and you're assuming that... I guess that's really the only big thing that Matrix could have played.
Right.
So it's just a question of, are you dead? And if not, then you're killing him. So yeah, really well played by Freakz, and he is rewarded with a semifinals appearance.
Okay, yeah. So we'll jump right into our last match of round 3 here. That's HTA against Artemium. So wdalin and LaboreSangre will be fighting it out in the first semifinals match, and Freakz just qualifying there for the last one. So whoever the winner of HTA against Artemium is will be our last semifinalist. And I don't believe Artemium has added me.
Hey, it's a priest.
Might be the only time we see a priest.
Yeah, I don't think any of the other finalists or semifinalists have one. So yeah,
Well, that's
Artemium has a pretty interesting lineup altogether. I wasn't really sure how to describe it.
yeah, 2 mind controls in this priest. Really teched for the value game.
Yeah, I think I said he was like anti-control. He had a fairly heavy druid. He has this priest, which I would assume beats up other control decks with Ysera double mind control.
Yeah, I think that that's sort of the vibe I'm getting as well. All the regular kind of early anti-aggro tools like Wild Pyro, Power Word Shield. No Shadow Word Pain, though, actually. Got one Shadow Word Death and Shadow Madness, actually, instead of Shadow Word Pain.
I don't actually think Shadow Word Pain is that good of a card. I think it's not unreasonable to not include it. Unless you're just expecting to face a ton of Zoo, I guess.
Yeah, it can be good against cards like Senjin as well, but at the same time, Shadow Madness does more or less the same thing. But Artemium has a pretty strong board here. 4/7 with no hexes in hand is tough for a Shaman to deal with. Got 2 Lightning Storms maybe coming down on the next turn, but without spell power, still might not be enough to chew through both of these injured Blade Masters. Or healthy Blade Masters, I suppose they are now.
Yeah, they've been healed.
They're fully healthy.
Have been cleaned. Fast turn.
Nice.
So used to watching HDA and Freakz take their time. Artemium he knew what he was doing the whole time.
Tossing out that Holy
Right.
Nova, that's a big one.
I mean, it might have been a little hasty. Shaman can refill the board pretty easily.
That's true. Although looking at HDA's hand, it's not too easy to get back on the board here. Feral Spirit locks us out of double Lightning Storm. Fire Elemental doesn't actually clear anything here. And he's just going to go for straight damage on the board. You can't. I think his reasoning is you can't heal both of these Blade Masters up back to 7. But Artemium opting to keep those Blade Masters healthy, that seems like a wise choice.
Well, no Shadow Word Death, but the Fire Elemental can't actually kill either of these yet.
Yeah,
And that's the Lightning Storm that will change.
We also got a Hex in hand, but we're playing against a deck with a Sunwalker and Ysera still available. Hex on a 4/8 seems pretty good, but at the same time, maybe we just try and Lightning Storm this board down.
We have seen this a few times in these tournaments where the Priest deck actually gets a really strong opening like this and then just kind of runs out of steam.
Yeah, and
Pretty good spell damage. Pretty good lightning spell.
yeah, but you're absolutely right, especially when Artemium's particular variant of Priest here isn't running Holy Fire or or Mind Blast, anything that can deal direct damage to HDA's face. And Light Warden, there's a card we don't see too often.
Yeah, that was another interesting inclusion. I can't say I'm a big fan, but
No, it may just be early control, or yeah, I'm not exactly sure where it fits in. All right, so Azure Drake. I'm wondering when I think one of the vulnerabilities of playing this Mana Tide last turn would be the Cabal Shadow Priest, but it doesn't look like Artemium's got that in his hand.
does have 2 in the deck, but nothing yet.
This is probably the last chance for Lightning Storm to do something meaningful, so it seems reasonable to play it here.
Yeah. Got the high roll again.
That's right.
So, does Artemium have a Ysera in his hand? If so, does he play it? I guess that's not even guaranteed.
Right, we've seen one Hex, so that's the one thing we're really worried about with Ysera. Earthshock definitely deals with the Dream cards, but it doesn't deal with the 4/12 body.
Well, you can shock that. Just taunt it up. Auchenai Soul Priest. You can shock it and remove any potential to get circled to death.
Yeah, I think we have to kill the Auchenai this turn. And
You don't need to kill it. You can silence it, but I think if you're silencing it, you're probably also just killing it.
right, being able to do, if you're going to do 3 damage, you may as well do the whole 9 yards. But maybe not. I feel like shock for 3 here is about as much value as you get. Maybe just keeping the Earth Shock for Ysera coming down.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. The whole how do you lose Ysera into getting a Ysera Awakens immediately.
Right.
Now you don't have an answer for Ysera.
Right.
Or set.
I do kind of feel like I'd rather see these Argent Squires played
This
closer to the
should be
Flame
lethal.
Dog.
This is, I think it's significantly over lethal actually. 8 plus
8 plus 12 is
4 plus 6 plus 6.
Oh yeah, this has definitely got to be lethal. It is. I think it's 24 total.
It's 24.
Yeah.
Can't miss any. Can't.
Yeah, have to hit with the Wolf or the Squire first. Okay.
All right, he sees it.
I think he's
HDA
got
doesn't
it.
miss these.
No. And 8 times 2 is 16. Okay. Good match. So, HDA advancing on to the semifinals. Artemium giving it a good run there with his Priest deck. So, we'll let Wdalin and Labore know that they can start their match. I'll send them a message here in Discord.
Seems like HDA's had a pretty interesting run. I guess they saw both of his, at least part of both of his matches. We saw the whole Ambyy HDA, which was really fun, and that was a fairly close one as well with Artemium, who I believe is another newer tournament player.
Yep, I think that's his tournament debut, so advancing to round 3, definitely something to be proud of there.
And he beat Hoskonda actually the round prior, so
Yeah.
really strong showing.
Yeah, tough schedule and manages to pull it off. Okay, so while we're waiting to get that next match underway, I'll show the bracket here so everybody can take a peek. So we've got HDA and Freakz advancing in the upper part of the bracket here. We've got Wdalin and LaboreSangre playing in the lower part of the bracket. Winners go on to the finals match. The losers will go on to the third place consolation match, which winner of the third place match will still get $10. So still something to be won there as well. I suppose we can also take a look at these players' deck lists as well. Just take a quick peek. So let's get them up. So Labore is bringing, we've already talked a little bit about this, bringing a pretty aggressive lineup, which I can't say I have any problem with. So he's got this Trap Hunter he's been playing a lot. He's got Aggro Rogue, he's got Aggro Warrior, he's got Aggro Paladin. I have a feeling he's going to be sending a lot of stuff to the face here. Couple maybe notable inclusions here in the Hunter deck also, adding this Arcane Golem, maybe add a little finishing power to this deck.
Wdalin's Miracle Rogue is actually not teched super well against these aggressive strategies. Has the more control-focused deck options with a second Sap, second Drake, instead of second Shiv and Farseer, which would be a lot stronger against Labore's lineup. And I assume Labore would actually leave the Rogue up, since he's bringing the full aggro list. It's strong into Miracle Rogue.
Absolutely. Yep, I would strongly suspect. Well, you know, Zoo is another one that can be tough for some of these aggro decks to deal with. They just get overwhelmed on the board too early, and they can't manage to find enough damage to connect there. Alright, so let's get in here. So I think might have had HDA start that match already. We'll send a message to those players to maybe take a quick pause. Yeah, so we'll get into that match in just a moment here.
HTA is not even playing Freakz, it's just playing.
Oh, cool. Just having some fun, huh?
Looks like it.
Yeah, you're right. Just a little friendly battle to stay warmed up. I like it. Alright, we'll jump right in. Game 1 of our semifinals beginning now. We've got LaboreSangre against wdalin.
wdalin's Zoo getting banned by Labore. Labore losing out on the aggro warrior.
Maybe the only time we hear anybody say that aggro warrior is banned.
Don't know if that's the one I would have banned, but
I don't honestly even know what its matchup spread is, really.
it's... I actually like aggro warrior into control decks because you have so much damage from weapons.
Yeah, that makes sense. Feels like maybe it can race sometimes, too.
I don't know, beyond that it feels like it's just a little bit worse than the other aggro decks. Which, to be fair, if you're bringing all the other aggro decks anyways, then you're not too sad to make the concession.
Right. Unfortunately, the hero power doesn't affect the board, so in aggro against aggro matchups, the warrior can be a little unfavored.
Yeah, I mean, being able to gain like 4 health from your hero power over the course of the game is non-trivial.
Yeah, it can definitely help in race situations, although sometimes it can feel like maybe delaying the inevitable if you've got an empty hand and all you're doing is hero powering.
This is a Miracle Rogue hand from Labore.
Yeah. Now on ladder, you'd probably be able to represent this as Miracle Rogue. Maybe not so much in the tournament where both players can see each other's deck lists. And wdalin's sitting on an Innervate here. Once again, the question, do we want to Innervate out the Sen'jin? Do we want to coin Innervate a Drake? I think that usually we want to have a pretty smooth curve, so unless he's planning to play BGH next turn, I might just see the Sen'jin.
It's a solid play. Could get zapped, but then you probably just play it again.
Yeah. Yeah, just coin it out next turn. And Labore helping everybody draw some cards here. We're all friends. He's not the... This is what I like about this variant of Rogue, because normally you play Gadget Sand and you're the one drawing all the cards. But this variant, this little guy here, each player gets to draw.
What a nice guy.
Yeah.
You can see the future. In the future, both players draw more cards.
That's right.
Spooky.
Opting to swing with the weapon here. Can't imagine Labore is thinking too carefully about his life total.
Yeah, I think he's more focused on the enemy's life total with his general strategy.
That seems like probably the reasonable idea here. It's a very fast deck, a lot of burst damage, and a lot of cheap burst as well.
So what do you do here as wdalin? You could Wrath this. It's okay, but not the highest value Wrath target.
Right. Maybe he gets a read from the ping there that there's Eviscerate in hand.
That seems likely, and there is an Eviscerate as it turns out.
There is.
SI deals with one of these, but not the other one.
Right. Argent Squire probably the correct choice here, so that, you know, if the Sen'jin bumps into the Argent Squire, we can hero power it off.
Yeah, it plays better into swipe is the bigger thing. Because if there was
Right.
a Lepronome, the Sen'jin wouldn't have to swing in at all. You just swipe and you're fine.
Absolutely.
Good as gold.
Yep, don't need to deploy the Lepronome yet. It is a little bit scary to bring the Lepronome out later in the game, give our opponent more chances to silence it and taunt up so that the Lepronome gets 0 damage done to face, but I think this is smart. The Assassin's Blade also is going to do a lot of work in this matchup as well. No weapon removal. Probably just see it. Might see a trade here, might see a Eviscerate.
Cold Light, hope for Shadow Step to mill a card. You mill 2 cards, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is a little bit better.
I like this play, definitely taking advantage of that Argent Squire's bubble here. Definitely one of the banes of Druid existence is dealing with Divine Shield minions. They have powerful spells that and powerful minions that deal big damage, but having to swing twice into something with Divine Shield, they just don't have that many ways to swing in a turn.
I wouldn't hate just the swipe face setup for next turn to deal with it, but
Sure.
doesn't mean you're taking another 5 damage.
Exactly.
Which I guess you were taking it either way. This is just the cleanest way to deal with it
Right.
next turn.
Trying to get as much damage done right now before the taunts come in. Wdalin's sitting at 14 HP, and yeah, I think forced to play the Wrath here, no matter what. Wrath, and then it
wouldn't
just
have been
ascends.
surprised if he used second swipe and like Wrath the Arcane Squire.
Yeah.
To clear the board.
Yeah, I wonder if he's worried about that second Cold Blood here or not. Yeah, and I feel like we can reserve the sap this turn. We're going into turn 7, which is their Ancient of War turn. So just a simple SI play here seems pretty good. Maybe Eviscerate if we want to do a little extra damage, but I think the SI is the correct play. Just cleanly deal with this, have the Eviscerate for next turn. And Labore's looking great here. He's got Sap, Leroy, Eviscerate next turn. Nothing, even this Ancient of War can't do anything about that. Swipe doesn't cleanly clear the board.
Yeah, even if he could cleanly clear the board, he'd be dead regardless.
Yeah,
To the Leroy Eviscerate Assassin's Blade swing.
yeah, perfect lethal. Now, it can feel scary maybe for folks that are playing this deck for the first time to be playing Cold Light and giving your opponent so many cards, but this is a pretty good example of why Cold Light's just not so bad in this deck. As you look at Wdalin's hand, he's got 10 cards, and none of them are really playable here, right?
Yeah.
Alright, Leroy will bring it home here.
Over lethal.
Yeah, a little overkill there. Alright, that brings Labore up to 1-0 over Wdalin. Aggro Rogue is out of the running. We'll see what he picks next.
Well, not the Warrior. It's got the Trap Hunter, which is not so good into Druid.
Yeah, Trap Hunter, you know, I think that matchup partly depends on whether you get Gladiator's Longbow and are able to get Greenskin on it. That's usually, I think, the equalizing factor there. Otherwise, you're just taking too much damage with those weapons trying to clear the board. But even so, probably a little bit of an uphill battle against such big minions.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck brought more for the Rogue matchup. It's very good against Rogue.
Yeah.
He's got an Arcane Bow on this, actually. Almost snuck that one by me.
Alright, so Paladin against Druid. Wdalin gonna fire another round here with Druid, see if he can do something. Now, I would expect Labore to maybe mull this whole thing. Really want some more powerful
you keep
one-drops.
Divine Favor. I think you just want to find more one-drops.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous unless you got a really tight curve already. You know, something like Argent Squire, Argent Protector into that. But even so, you know, Druids can empty their hands pretty quickly with Innervates and things like that. I would be hesitant to keep Divine Favor, but I also with the knowledge that if we don't ever draw Divine Favor, this matchup gets pretty hard.
So he actually only threw away the Divine Favor.
And
Sorry about that. I'm back.
hey, welcome back. Alright. Elven Archer to the face. Good start to any match. And Berserker off the top here has got to feel really good. Wish we had a way to activate it with the Archer, but that's okay. And Wdalin...
He's got a pretty slow hand from Wdalin, yeah.
Yeah, he's not found Wild Growth, not found any Innervates. Does have some of the tools that he really needs that are powerful against this deck. He does have Keeper of the Grove. A little surprised to see him mulligan the Swipe there. I know we want Wild Growth and we want Innervate, but Swipe is definitely one of the big equalizers in this matchup as well.
Yeah, Paladin in particular, because it's so one-drop heavy, there's so many one-health minions that are on the board at the same time.
Yeah.
Getting rid of Swipe is very strange.
Yeah, you can't not get value out of it.
And then suddenly it wasn't there anymore. Hold on.
Speak.
Surely, I must have missed something.
I think it's just your curse. Whenever you're casting, people just don't like to play Swipe.
Messed up.
Oh, there it is.
Historically true. Yeah, okay.
I actually don't think you play it this turn, though.
It feels kind of bad to play it this turn with just 2 minions, knowing that you can get so much power out of it later on, and here's the punish.
I definitely disagree with that play.
Yeah, I think maybe the Keeper would have been a little bit more... Or, yeah, probably the Keeper would have been better. I don't think hero power is really a consideration.
Ever consider, like, using Keeper to silence one of these loot orders? Just to try to limit the card draw as much as you can?
It's a hard choice. Keeper does line up with the board pretty well. I feel like, you know, maybe paradoxically a 2-4 is a little better at controlling the board than a 4-6. And, yeah, I think one of those moments you really wish you had Swipe.
Well, you have Ancient of War in a turn.
Right.
You're probably not going to die this turn.
Well, don't speak too soon.
That makes things a little scary.
Let's see
That's
if-
one off. No. Yeah, one off. Wow.
Yeah, and I think the decision here to send it is correct with the Arcane Golem. Not, you know, play an Arcane Golem early in the game. If you ramp somebody from like 3 to 5, that's an enormous increase in the amount of mana that they get. Later in the game, 7 is really the scary spot for Druid anyway, so ramping them from 7 to 8 really is never going to make a difference.
Well, the Swipe looks good on paper, but I think not playing Ancient of War could prove to be a critical mistake.
Yeah, do we have enough damage to punch through Ancient of War? We got 3, 4, 5.
We can
6.
get through it. We can't kill him through it, though.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what we try.
Right.
Yeah. I think... Alright, so now this will...
Oh, that does
The
it.
top deck.
Okay. I was just going to say, Blessing of Kings would be pretty good here, or True Silver. RNGesus heard me. So just double checking to make sure this is lethal. Leroy, with a Blessing of Kings, can punch right through.
Looks like he wants to finish off with Leroy. Not something that the card gets to do very often.
That's
as
right.
we've said.
Yeah, a lot of times you see Leroy as kind of a middle game board control card, but you're actually just using it to deal 6 damage to the face. Okay, Labore off to a pretty quick start here in the semifinals. That's up 2-0.
Well, he's not here for slow matchup.
That's for sure. I don't think he's ever played Hearthstone for the slow matchups. Okay, so he's got his Hunter deck. That's his last one here.
Trap Hunter. I was talking about it earlier, but I think we'll see how wdalin decides to space out his decks, because I do like in these situations where you have to reverse sweep, just opening up with your best matchup, which in this case I think is the Druid.
Yeah, I would agree there. I think that Druid has... against Druid, some of these cards are really dead. Pyro is a dead card, Flare is a dead card. The 2 explosive traps are most of the time dead cards as well, so I like this decision to go with Druid here.
I am interested to see the Hunter mirror with 2 spell heavy but still very different Hunter builds between the 2 of them.
I would love to see that as well. We do see a lot more creative Hunter lists in these tournaments. It's not the best represented class, but we do see a lot of them.
I think a lot of people are still really trying to figure out what the optimal Hunter list is, because the class does have a lot of favorable matchups that are good for tournaments.
Yeah,
a lot of the lower Hunter builds are really good into Druid. The faster ones are really good into Rogue.
You know, as long as it's got Leroy, I'm happy.
Very true.
I think most Hunter lists have Leroy, regardless of speed.
Now, I was a little curious about this choice here to pick up the second tracking on turn 1. Given that we already hold Unleash in hand, and that we likely won't be as efficient with our resources as the Druid, I felt like maybe picking up the Starving Buzzard there could have been a better choice.
I would agree. But see how he decides to play without that Starving Buzzard. You're not going to get a ton of Unleashed synergy against the Druid. Very rare that they're going to have more than like 2 minions on board.
It's very true. Although, as the game goes on, if you start to deal a good amount of face damage, the Druid does feel pressured to, sometimes flood the board with a couple of minions. After curving out, they may have things like, a couple of Earthen Rings in hand that they're just going to throw out on the same turn. But losing that 1 Buzzard, it's going to be hard for us to have enough, card efficiency to really keep up with the Druid deck here.
Gonna point out this engine move. Surprise there, I imagine.
Yep, and doesn't, it's a good damage sink for the snipe here. Ooh,
Well, you kind of want all of these.
Right, yeah, you want the Arcane Shot to finish this guy off, you want the Gladiator's Longbow, because in the late game, it's one of our only 2-for-1 options.
Misdirect is pretty good anti-Druid card.
Yeah, Misdirect not so bad. When someone's got 1 minion on the board, it not only helps us race by not taking like 4 from a Yeti, but also deals a little bit of damage back.
In theory. Sometimes it just swings into a pound.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine Misdirect would be a little optimistic there.
I think the Longbow was the correct choice, but it is sad to lose those 2 cards in that situation.
It is, yeah. And not a ton of stuff to do on this turn either. We're 1 away from being able to play the Longbow. The Leper Gnome is a pretty decent draw, because at least it's something to play. But other than that, you know, Leper Gnome hero power feels a little weak going into the Druid's turn 6.
Don't really know what else you do. Could use Leroy. You really want to combo Leroy with Unleash.
Right.
Can't do that this turn. This is a little sad.
Yeah, I might have opted to keep the Unleash in hand just because we've got Hunter's Mark right now, and it can be very powerful. At, you know, if a Druid loads a board with 3 things that don't have taunt and one big one that does, Hunter's Mark comes in pretty handy with that Unleash.
Does need to start doing damage soon. Can't hide away forever.
Right, and sort of what I was talking about earlier here, we're seeing Labore being a little bit, you know, squeezed for resources, having to play stuff like Unleash, Kill Command to clear the board. It feels rough, and losing 2 cards at a time while the opponent is developing 1 card at a time. So wdalin looks like he's in a pretty good spot here. He's still at 26, still quite healthy. And this Druid of the Claw lines up quite well with Gladiator's Longbow as well.
Once the greenskin comes out.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not running Greenskin in this list. I think he's replaced it with Arcane Golem, I want to say.
Yeah, I guess so.
A man after my own heart.
He knows the place.
Yeah, this Animal Companion coming in a little bit late here. Would have been nice to have that instead of Unleash for that earlier turn there with the Kill Command. Well, with this 4-1 Druid of the Claw on the board, I feel like it's pretty natural to trade into the Leok, but I've got other options in hand as well. I'm not sure that Double Keeper feels great, but we do have 2 Savage Roars in hand, so
I like
loading the board's
swipe
fine.
Keeper Face.
Yeah,
You swipe the minion and then Keeper Face.
yeah,
I believe that sets up lethal for next turn. Yeah, it does.
yeah. Well, freezing appears to keep him alive, but you know, it's not very good against the combo here.
It keeps him alive, but only just.
Yeah. And Ancient of Lore, kind of the nail in the coffin there. Even if wdalin were to lose an immense amount of health, he's still got Ancient to heal back up. Might be contemplating whether he wants to spend a turn not developing his board here to try for lethal, and he'll proc it right away with just this Keeper.
Not surprised to see him just heal with the Ancient of Lore. No need to draw new cards when you have a hand like this.
Yep, exactly. I'm a fan of the Wrath to cycle here. We've got Innervate, we've got Double Combo already in hand. No.
It's a big draw, but not actually enough.
Right.
You would have to kill the... Wait, no. Even if you kill this, then...
Yeah, I don't think there's any way out.
You take too much damage, and with the Innervate, wdalin can just hero power Innervate combo.
Yeah, got the double combo in hand for, was it 22, 24? I think it's 22.
It's
And
22,
there it is.
which is well over. So
Yeah.
I can be nice and patient. Make sure nothing goes wrong.
Yep. Okay. So, wdalin staying in here. Not going to get eliminated 3-0 by Labore.
That was a little eccentric.
Yeah, them some big trees.
Big trees.
Big trees. Alright. Good game. So that means wdalin's druid is gone. He has a choice of hunter or rogue here. Now I imagine he would not want to play the rogue into this trap hunter deck. So probably going to see these two interesting hunter decks against one another. I would imagine that's probably going to be the play here.
Very surprised if he sends Rogue into it.
Yeah, I mean the thing is you're going to have to win with rogue at some point anyway, but why not at least even up the match before you have to do it, right? Looks like wdalin carefully choosing which one of these decks he wants to keep his tournament career on the line. And he is going to bring the rogue. In the long run, it really doesn't matter which one you pick. You got to win with both of these decks anyway. Maybe he just wants to get the bad matchup out of the way. And looking like a pretty traditional Miracle Rogue here. 1 copy of Shiv, 1 copy of Earthen Ring, 2 copies of Drake. I think a lot of times nowadays, Remexe, you're really the expert on this deck. A lot of times nowadays we see 2 Earthen Rings and 1 Drake instead of 1 Earthen Ring, 2 Drakes.
Yeah, I personally go with 1 Drake and 2 Earthen Rings just because aggro is so prevalent.
Yeah, it makes
And
Go ahead.
I cut the Shiv for a teacher.
Yeah, Teacher can be a really, really strong card against aggro decks. Just not only the 3/5 body, but also being able to summon so many 1/1s that you can just take over the board on a fairly early turn.
I was actually having a conversation with a couple of players last night about whether or not Senjin is better over Teacher, and my argument was essentially that Teacher essentially has taunt.
Right, exactly. I mean, maybe if you top deck it later on in the game, it doesn't, but if you play that on curve on turn 4 and prep something out or coin or backstab, it's just a lot better than Senjin. Nobody's going to leave a Teacher up to fill an entire board, right?
Exactly.
Alright, so Labore starting off here with a early freezing trap on this SI. Might open up some possibilities for an Edwin. There's not a Shadow Step or a good way to really bring that out as a big minion. So I'm not going to get punished too hard here, but does have Gadgets and Conceal in hand.
Hopefully
If you just
tracking doesn't
weapon
find
out,
the snipe.
I don't know if you want to play a 3-mana 2/2 over just hero power.
Yeah, I would expect that you'd probably want to play Hero Power, but at the same time, you know that this Hunter deck has so much removal in it. It's good to just start drawing that out early. Otherwise, you're waiting until turn 5 or 6 to play Gadget's Hand, and you're playing it into like Freezing Trap, Deadly Shot, Snipe, stuff that just is not going to be fun. And good top deck here for Labore on the Explosive Trap as well. Just a nice, easy, convenient way to deal with that Edwin. So how do we even play the Rogue here? I mean, what strategy can we even use? We've got one We've got a 5-mana SI, a 5-mana Gadget Zan. Doesn't look like there are a lot of great options.
Oh, the rogue does not have a lot of options, right, unfortunately.
I suppose in this position here, looking at tracking options, I would feel like maybe Arcane Golem is going to be our best choice, but at the same time, Leper Gnome Hero Power is managing to get 2 damage in this turn, so they're probably going to do about the same amount.
I would probably opt for the Leper Gnome.
Yeah, just good to keep this deck. It does have pretty decent direct damage, but less than most Hunter decks. So, you know, the hero power is an important way that we actually end up killing our opponents. Misdirect, though, really good spell against Rogue. They typically attack with 1 minion that has a whole lot of attack. So, Misdirect, making that go right into their face is a great equalizer. It can be a huge damage swing.
Yeah, it's scary because this deck also runs Snipe, so seeing a secret plate on 5, you know, you're really worried about getting like an Azure Drake or a Gadget Zan sniped.
Yeah.
Of course, Dalin could play the Gadget Zan, but doesn't really have anything to follow up on it, so
Right.
I don't think that was going to be the play anyways. It is still scary.
Seeing the prep here is very good.
Yeah. Well, knowing that this is not Freezing Trap, and knowing that it's not Snipe, I feel like this is the only turn we can really play Gadget Zan. And I don't know if I would attack in there, because Deadly Shot. We got 2 copies of Deadly Shot in the Hunter deck, so now Deadly Shot just easily deals with this. I suppose we get a clear with Phantom Knives, so there's some upside to it.
Ooh.
Do you backstab your own Gadget Zan here?
Yeah, I would backstab and then shadow step it.
Is he just gonna go YOLO and hope for no Deadly Shot? He is. Yeah, and a pretty devastating turn here. Now, I suppose to his credit, Dalin does have Earthen Ring Shadow Step, which a lot of times is a good equalizer against Hunter, but with no clear path forward to win the game, it can be can feel like it's just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Gonna find out that it's for sure Misdirect. So how do you play around that?
Has a lot of damage in hand too with Leroy.
Yeah. Well, this Earthen Ring, I have a feeling, is going to get misdirected back into his face. So that's 15.
I have a feeling Labore does not want that to happen.
It's actually it's 21 damage right now.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think the sensible choice here is probably to clear this 3/3. We don't really need to get value out of our bow anymore, especially with Gladiator's longbow in hand.
Ooh.
Well, just need 1 minion to proc that trap. Just 1 minion. I have a feeling it's not Leonard Jenkins.
Well, I have a feeling there aren't any other options.
Yeah, I guess you just hope
I
that
think
it hits a
you
whelp.
should swing first, because now if this hits face, your Leroy is dead.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah. I think he really wanted to hit face at first there.
And
Now
speaking of the man
well, that's
himself,
the game.
yeah. All right. So LaboreSangre with that Leroy Jenkins is now our first finalist, overcoming Dalin in the semifinals. Dalin will go on to play the 3rd place match, can still earn some money today. So, great games, well played by both. So we've got HDA now against Freakz for the other semifinal match. I'll fire off a message. And we'll get that started shortly. While we're waiting, I'm going to take a very quick break here. I'll be right back.
Sorry, I was muted. I was looking at other things. I don't want to keep the stream silent for too long. Well, sounds like Oppo's back. We had a riveting conversation without you, and by that I mean I was tapped out doing something else.
Fantastic. Always good to hear. Okay, so we've got one finalist already. These two players battling out for that last spot in the finals there. We'll reset the scores, and we're all ready to go. So looking at the deck lists here, those can be found in the Classic server. But for everybody's edification, we've got, let's check them out. So HDA is bringing Druid, Hunter, Rogue, and Shaman. And we've got, on the other hand here, Freakz bringing Paladin, Druid, Shaman, and Warlock. So a little bit different decks from each. HDA's got some creative choices in here. We'll get right in a moment. Both players carefully mulling over their choices here of what deck to play. Can be kind of nerve-wracking going into these late elimination rounds in the tournament. Berth in the finals is a pretty important thing. I can imagine both players trying to think what the mind games are going to be. Ultimately, they have to win with each deck once anyway, but sometimes you can kind of dodge those counter matchups as well as you're picking and choosing decks.
Generally, Druid's a fairly safe going or first game deck, and obviously there is a zoo in Freak's lineup, so he could predict that from HDA and run the zoo game one.
Yeah, trying to dodge the zoo into Druid matchup seems like a good choice. Don't really have too many chances there as Druid, even with an outrageous start. There are always a couple options for choosing what order in which to play these decks. Typically, I've been of the opinion that you want to bring the deck that has the highest variance last, because that's a deck that you really can just win on command with. So I would say Rogue or Druid usually fills that pretty well, because they can high roll with double Innervate, or high roll with like a gigantic Edwin early on. Sometimes just, you know, nut draws with those decks can really win against pretty much anything, even those that counter them.
If you're HDA and you actually think you're playing against a Zoo round one, which one of these decks do you bring? Assuming the Rogue is banned, which I guess isn't guaranteed, but that is what I would expect to happen.
Yeah.
You have Druid, Shaman, and Mid Hunter. None of those are great in the Zoo.
No. In fact, maybe Mid Shaman, just because you have Lightning Storm. So we may see that first, although Mid Shaman is one that you typically want to reserve for fighting against Druid, if possible.
Yeah.
At least that's my opinion.
I agree with that.
It is the Mid Hunter with double explosive trap, so maybe that is something he wants to be bringing into Zoo.
Yeah,
There's a lot of other early minions though to really contest the board.
No, it does have a copy of Oasis Snapjaw in there though, so that's one way maybe to contest the board. But I would say there's a little anti-synergy there against Zoo holding Mukla early on too. And I suppose players are getting bans sorted out here.
I think we're running into the same issue where HDA's his decks are not, or his classes aren't the same as his decks.
Right.
That might be an issue.
Yeah, it sounds like they're just somebody's got to click ready or click to ban one of
Looks
it.
like they're both ready to me. Maybe they just got both ready. I don't know.
Maybe HDA hasn't banned yet. In any event.
It looks like we're having troubles with the site. Always fun.
Yeah, usually Battlefield is pretty robust for these. Obviously, it doesn't support classic deck strengths, but yeah, we have to go through a couple of hoops to make it work. Don't worry, folks, we'll be back in the game here in just a moment.
We need our technical difficulty slide.
Okay, so here we go. Alright, so players have sent me their bans here. So Freakz banning Rogue. Oops. And HDA bans Shaman.
Shaman. Actually, as much as we were talking about Zoo, I wouldn't have been surprised if that was the ban.
Yeah, actually, Zoo, if there's not a good way to deal with Zoo, it seems like, it's really a deck you'd want to ban. It seems problematic for his whole lineup.
To be fair, Shaman also quite problematic.
Yeah. I suppose, Shaman can high roll. They can get Lightning Storm and find ways to clear the board and get ahead. Once they secure a board advantage, they're usually pretty good about extending it. And okay, so we've got both bans here from the players. I don't know if they'll lock it in on the site, but we know that HDA is banning Shaman and Freakz banning Rogue. We can enter those results manually. And okay, looks like we're in. Druid Mirror to start things off.
I was talking about this being a possibility. I'm kind of surprised that it happened, though. This is a pretty good hand from Freakz.
Yeah, I'd be happy to see this.
Fun fact, I have less than 100 Druid games ever played.
Wow, you're like me and Priest. And Mage. Yeah, I think one strategy I had for collecting dust early on was just to pick a couple of classes that I'm never going to play and dust all of those cards so that I never run out. But here, you know, both players finding their wild growth to start off with. Freakz has good 4-drops to play after that, while HDA has the option to either innervate out Sunwalker or wait a turn and innervate out that Ancient Allure.
I would say probably going to innervate out the Sunwalker.
Yeah, it might depend on if he draws a 4-drop here. Now, HDA's Druid list doesn't have any Chillwind Yetis. That's typically a card that can be pretty strong in the Druid Mirror, just because 5 health is a little tough to deal with.
It does have Senjins, which are a little bit worse than the Mirror, but not unplayable by any means.
Yeah. Now, Freakz has brought Karen, Sylvanas, and the Black Knight in the 6th slot. That's, once again, something we've discussed previously. That's a good way to get value against Druid in the Mirror, whereas HDA here, with a little bit more tempered approach, has Karen and the Black Knight, but no Sylvanas, instead opting for Sunwalker instead.
This innervate draw makes this turn fairly interesting. See if he wants to like innervate out Cairn or Yeti innervate hero power.
Yeah, there's also the chance to play Yeti and then next turn like coin innervate and play 2 4-drops. But given that Sunwalker's already on the board, I would be a little bit hesitant to opt for a conservative line here. I feel like Karen might really be the play.
Yeah, I think this innervate is getting used this turn, I would imagine. But as I said earlier about Freakz, he is someone who likes to hold on to resources, so wouldn't be shocked if he decides to just Yeti pass.
Take a trip to Value Town here.
Yeah. Hopefully we can take a trip to the internet and playing this game.
Yeah, we had a couple of DCs here so far. I appreciate, you know, both players that have encountered this being very patient. And I hope I'm not the player that we're waiting to connect.
That would be awkward.
Yeah. Fortunately, in these friendly matches, if a player disconnects, there's infinite time to reconnect to the game, so shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so it looks like HDA having a little bit of connection trouble here. Freakz is still online. We'll give him as much time as he needs.
Fortunately, the benefit of casting EU tournament is all NA casters is we've got plenty of time.
We sure do. It's still pretty early here. It's just past noon on the West Coast. Well, overall, I'd say, you know, it's kind of an interesting lineup when we look at these two lists. One thing I notice as well is that HDA has Ancient of War, which is a target for the Black Knight, but also has Ragnaros, which does not exist in Freakz' deck. That said, Ancient of War, good target for Black Knight, Ragnaros, good target for BGH, and Freakz actually doesn't have any targets for BGH, so that could be a little bit of a dead card. So HDA thinking carefully here. Ooh, I'd be surprised to see the Savage Roar deployed. I feel like maybe just a hero power makes the most sense.
Yeah, it feels awkward to just hero power on turn 5, but I think you're okay with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the only other possibility is keeping the Black Knight to kill that next turn, but it just feels a little too weak.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Oh my.
Yeah. 2 Innervates in hand.
Well, you can play a lot of cards in your hands.
You really can, and set up well for next turn as well. Coin, Karen, double Innervate, Chillwind Yeti. If one of those 4/5s takes a bump from the Sunwalker, we have Hero Power Yeti next turn.
It's happening.
Yeah, he's going for it.
I mean, in the opposite order that you said, but the end board's the same.
Works. Okay, so the Battle of the 4/5s is on here.
I don't know how much HDA wants to be on the... I don't know if he wants to be in this battle right now.
No, I don't think so. He's going to have to be the first one to blink and not play a 4/5, probably. I can't imagine the Black Knight is ever a consideration here.
It was actually smart by Freakz to play the Senjin last turn when Black Knight couldn't come down.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas now he's playing the Yeti, which... Playing Black Knight is just playing a more expensive Yeti now.
Right. Yeah, both players actually opting to fire off those taunts as early as possible, likely to avoid their opponent's Black Knight. And HTA going to try and make the best of a bad situation here. There is a small punish with Earthen Ring here if he chooses not to trade into Karen.
I like how HDA does this. I'll just
Yeah.
move the mouse in between while he's picking.
There's
It's funny.
no way a mouse slip could possibly affect that play.
Surely not. Honestly, Farseer's a decent punish here as well, although I think you're too happy enough to... I think you're just hero powering this.
Hero power and then decide whether you go face with this 4/5. Maybe wiggle that cursor.
I don't know
on
what
the board
else
a
you
little.
can even point it at. Game let you point it at, like, yourself? I don't think so.
Hack your own face.
Definitely. If there's a taunt in the way of the opponent's face, you got to swing face somewhere. All right. Well, 5/5 contests the board nicely, without like a swipe or a wrath or something.
It's a big draw with the Ancient of War picked up.
Yeah, happy to see
From
that.
HCA.
Now, I reckon that Force of Nature might be the clear here.
I agree.
Yeah, it's just hard not to. You don't really want to go face with those tree ants either. That seems a little optimistic.
Both these druids are running double combo, of course, so using a force, not the end of the world.
Yep. Yep, just preserving these
Ancient of War here
4/5s.
would be a blowout.
Yep. And is there really another option, right? You're staring down 8 damage, you know that Savage Roar kills you here. Probably getting a read that there's no Savage Roar in hand room. Either might have been preserved with Force of Nature or maybe even played in that last turn. But yeah, what do you play here? I mean, Karen's just too slow. Senjin doesn't perfectly contest the board, and there's not really anything you can play with it other than Earthen Ring, I suppose.
Yeah, Senjin Earthen Ring isn't unreasonable. It's not good, though. I think, yeah, just hoping for their no Black Knight is the play. And, unfortunately...
Yep, this card, we're seeing a lot of him here. If any of our viewers here play on the EU server, I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that the Black Knight is maybe a good card to craft.
Yeah, a lot of Druid players in EU and a lot of Black Knight value to be had.
Yeah. Alright. Freakz is up 1-0 on HDA here, moving into the next round. I guess we'll see if HDA chooses to bring that Druid a second time. I would say, given that Freakz is playing Zulok and Shaman, I would be a little bit hesitant as HDA to bring that Druid a second time, but as always, the reality is you got to win with the deck at least at some point, so maybe now is as good a time as any. But yeah, you don't really want to run into that Warlock deck.
We might be seeing another 0-2 for HDA.
Yep, and we've got, well, Zulok against Druid here again, so another tough matchup. Freak's probably feeling a little confident here.
I don't think you keep any of these minions. I think you keep Soulfire, though.
Interesting. He's going to keep the abusive. I would agree with your choice here that you'd probably want to find Flame Imp. You want to find Argent Squire, Voidwalker, Laburnome. Mostly things with like 2 attack that can be played on the board proactively right away. Elven Archer abusive's a little awkward.
I guess you just Elven Archer face. Probably don't coin the abusive. That seems a little whack.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made about, you know, really conserving the resources here, but I think that Elven Archer abusive, just given that we have the wolf in hand, might be alright. He's just going to full commit the wolf on this turn.
Also reasonable. Ragnaros, not the pickup that HDA is hoping for.
No, not really. I think double Archer here is probably the right choice. Abusive Sergeant can be used to help these archers trade up into something big like Ascension that comes down next turn. And HDA already a little on the back foot without having a keeper in his opening hand.
Yeah, there was the perfect kill on the wolf with the archers. I think that was the move.
Also could have brought himself down to 28 HP. I've seen some Zulok players do it. Yeah. Speaking of hero power, I don't think that we hero power here as the Warlock. We maybe would have seen Swipe last turn if we were expecting it. I almost feel like just playing Laburnome abusive is the play here. Maybe trade off that 3/3. Prepare for Defender of Argus next turn. We gotta empty our hand for Doomguard anyway.
Yeah, I like the double 1-drop here. Now the HDA really needs something.
Yeah, Ascension just a little bit late here. Druid of the Claw, though, can do a little bit of work in helping to clear this board off.
He does have Taunt into Taunt. That is a sad draw. Honestly, do you just throw out the Soulfire?
I think he'd play Defender of Argus here on the abusive and the Archer, just to get that damage in.
Probably. I wouldn't hate just throwing out Soulfire here. Because you want to play Soulfire and Doomguard. You just tap Soulfire.
Yeah, you're
maybe
really...
that's too optimistic.
I feel like Doomguard is just so good against this deck. There's really no good answer to it. It's got 5 attack, so there's no way to BGH it. Even if it gets the buff from the wolf, it's at 6 attack. Yeah, and Force of Nature being committed already to clear the board. Not going to get a full clear, but we'll get that Defender of Argus down to 1 HP.
Here is the Doomguard. HDA going to be happy to see the Soulfire discarded. Not going to be happy about much else.
Yeah, I have a feeling Rag is going to be a little late. If this were one turn later, might have a chance here with Rag to hit the Doom Guard, but as it is, we're looking at maybe Senjin to just stop a little bit of this HP hemorrhaging. Could be Keeper as well, could even be Drake into hero power, but you know, Drake's searching for Ancient of War as a last out.
It means second Soulfire or second Doomguard drawn is the game if you don't play Senjin here. Which, fairly unlikely, in theory. But in practice, I've seen a lot of fortunate Soulfire and Doomguard draws.
Yeah, yeah. Robots are especially good at drawing those things. Young Priestess, not direct damage.
You go face with this Doomguard, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you go face with it here. It's time to flip the switch. Well, we've got a 50-50 roll on Rag. We've got the ability to taunt up and stay alive this turn with Senjin. Alright, Juggler, not a Doomguard. Second Juggler. Not
Damage is coming the other way, actually.
Well, we've got 6 on board. So
24.
that's 20 plus another 4, yeah. So 24 total. So, but even with Innervate, I don't think we'd be able to swing it. Well, Force of Nature here, I know it feels bad because we really want to just win the game as soon as possible, but Force of Nature is
well.
You might. I don't think we can afford to hit anything with our face here as HDA, because we really want to stay at 5, not 4 HP. At least that means that Soulfire is not guaranteed lethal. And he's going to go for the Roar. Maybe. Maybe not.
He's a thinking man.
It pays to be a thinking man in these tournaments. Yeah, he'll commit it just to get some damage done. Go face. Let's see. So Ragnaros is exact lethal if there's no Doomguard draw here. And that's not Doomguard. So
playing the Leper Gnome means he dies.
that is correct.
Well, bad news. CA barely pulling it out.
Well, that's a big win here with the Druid, playing into Zoo, especially with a hand that was kind of awkward to begin with. But able to beat a deck that counters him, he's got to be happy about that.
And also, you saw the Black Knight in the Zoo, really hoping to make sure that Druid does not pull off an upset win, so
Yeah.
it's a little rough. Although, still 2 good matchups ahead of it with the Shaman and the Hunter. I think even with explosive traps, it's probably still favored into this Hunter. I'm not really sure. It's a little awkward.
Yeah, and I believe since HDA banned out the Shaman, he's only got to worry about Freakz' Paladin here, if I'm looking at this correctly.
Yeah, it's the Aggro Paladin and the Zoo that are left.
Okay, and he's going to go for Zoo again into Shaman. That seems pretty good. I think Shaman, if they don't have Lightning Storm, can have a little bit of trouble dealing with Zoo.
See the other funny card he's got, that Hellfire. Would actually be a reasonable keep against Shaman, since it can build up a pretty large board as well, but so you're not going to keep it.
No,
Too
yeah.
silly.
Yeah. Usually with this deck, we'd prefer to be far ahead of our opponents on the board. Alright, and that is a crucial card. We've talked about this before, this Argent Squire. There's only one copy, and it's the only one drop, or there are two copies, but it's the only one drop that we can play, and it just helps control the board so much. So Freakz, I think he's really hoping for a 2-drop next turn, because otherwise this hand is a little tiny bit awkward. Playing the, especially with the Syrian Totem here, playing the Abusive Sergeant doesn't feel perfect, but there we go. He's got a Void Walker.
That is the best one drop that he could have drawn.
That's a pretty darn good one.
Yeah,
We'll see
I was gonna say I was kind of surprised it didn't just Flame Imp and then coin Cleric the next turn.
Right.
But worked out.
Yeah, it's a little. The play is a little susceptible to Rockbiter and Lightning Bolt, so I could see how, you know, Shattered Sun can be kind of a dead card there. Ooh, gonna deploy the Hex this early, huh?
I do not believe that is the play. I don't think you Lightning Storm yet, though. I think you want to bait out a little bit more. I think you just play Harvest Golem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think a lot of times in this matchup, especially just heading into turn 3 as opposed to turn 4 when Defender of Argus can come down, probably want to get the maximum amount of value out of that Lightning Storm. The Warlock is going to have twice as many cards as you do, so as the Shaman player, it's always important to be getting value out of whatever you can.
I mean, I actually expect him to probably send in the turn after that and then look for a Lightning Storm on turn 5.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not like the Zoo can really stop playing onto the board, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to get Lightning Storm value. And so you want to bait out as much value as you can. And I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, that said, you know, Defender of Argus can be a scary thing that buffs minions out of range. I think given that HTA already has a couple of 1-attack minions on the board here, that's essentially giving the Lightning Storm +1 spell power, because you can always use those as little pings. And Freakz here just opting to kind of reduce HTA's board, try and trade down favorably. Maybe mitigate some of the results of that Lightning Storm ahead of time by ensuring that at least his minions have cleared the board. So there's an incentive here to play Lightning Storm. I think that Sen'jin, it feels pretty bad to play. You know that it's just going to get traded up into by a 4-1. You feel really bad about keeping that on the board. But this is also a little bit of an awkward turn coming up for HTA. Not quite enough mana to play Sen'jin.
It's a good draw from Freakz. You can deal with the totem.
Yep, and Syrian Totem really the one totem that helps against this deck.
See, it can Rockbiter. Actually, that's a full clear with the Earthshock.
Yeah, I like the
draw.
I like the full clear here. I think that's smart.
I don't see any other play.
No, it feels bad to totem there.
Next turn you can play Sen'jin. That is not the draw you're looking for.
What an awkward hand.
Yeah. How come this never happens to the robots I play? I thought Doomguard was the only thing you could play on turn 5.
Shouldn't be allowed. The game should give you Doomguard turn 5 every game.
It should. If you work for Blizzard, that's a possibility. Alright, go.
I'll see what I can do. I guess you just Flame Imp Defender.
Yeah, I think at this point we have to. It seems a little awkward to be tapping. We're getting just a tiny bit behind on the board. We want to make sure that the Shaman has as much trouble as possible dealing with our board as Zoo here. We've already seen one Lightning Storm, so putting 3 minions on the board with 3 HP doesn't feel too bad. Now, Harvest Golem can do a lot of work in this matchup. From the Shaman's perspective, just being able to trade favorably can sometimes 3 for 1. Sen'jin also looking pretty decent here as well, although he might opt for the Hex. I would almost prefer to save the Hex for the Doomguard that we know will eventually be coming out.
He's waving that card around. No secret what it is.
Well,
No, this would be a great Hellfire draw.
it really would be. I think of course, we always tap first.
What do you do with this?
Yeah, it just feels awkward having this Sen'jin up, because sure, you'd love to play Defender of Argus, but it doesn't help us trade up. We're 1 damage short of being able to clear the Sen'jin. Doesn't feel very good to play Voidwalker and Young Priestess, though.
I think that's a good play. What he did.
Yeah, better to bring the Priestess out, I think. At the very least, it's 2 attack on the board. That's going to help us trade into some of these minions.
HDA hoping to roll into second Lightning Storm, but that may be a bit optimistic.
Yeah, well, he does have a Lightning Bolt here to take down this 2/4. Not quite a full clear, but close enough to it. And with the Mana Tide in hand, we don't feel too bad moving into the next turn. He's like at least able to cycle 1 card.
Freakz really needs to draw into his power card soon.
Yeah,
Soulfires and his Doom Guards.
yeah, even the Black Knight would have been handy a couple turns ago here.
Oh, that's a big lightning bolt.
Huh. Okay, so gonna opt to hit the 3/1 here with it.
Oh, there's the Black Knight.
Yeah, it's not too
Just
bad
1
here.
damage. Maybe okay with that.
If I feel like it has to get played this turn.
I agree.
HDA not out of the woods yet. Just as I say that, Alakir, pretty huge card in this matchup. That said, Doomguard, able to hit that Alakir for 5. But HDA trading down everything on the board.
What an easy move.
Yeah, I wonder what the play is here.
I think it involves this Doom Guard.
Will it involve tapping into Soulfire, though?
Looks like it involved tapping, but
Argent Squire instead. And yet more taunt coming down. So both players more or less just top decking. HDA hoping to draw a couple of cards maybe with this Mana Tide to keep himself in the game. Okay, and there's the Hellfire. Do we see it this turn?
I think so. Well, it's awkward, but
He's getting some damage done here. So HDA
It's
down
Feral
to
Spirit.
8. Yeah.
Follow-up is going to be rough.
I like always hero powering before casting the wolves. I feel like it usually provides a more consistent board to use Flame Tongue with. So both players here are completely out of resources. HDA is a little bit ahead on the board here. He'll be drawing into slightly stronger minions, but drawing fairly slowly.
Freakz is going to need to figure out something, if not this turn, the next turn, or else he is probably going to die.
Yeah, kind of a bummer to have those 2 Soulfires buried there in the last 9 cards. 2 Soulfires and a Doom Guard there. And this is the point in the game as well when using that Warlock hero power can be a little bit awkward too. Ooh. Well,
Very good.
That also pretty good here. Any thoughts that Freakz might have had about being able to play Doomguard, kind of dashed by this 0-2? HDA probably thinking, is there anything I can lose to if I swing face with everything? Because setting up 2-turn lethal is a good idea. That said, something. I guess only Soulfire exists to really punish this board. There's no Dark Iron Dwarf, and Abusive Sergeants have both been played, so it wasn't a good way to trade up with that minion.
Well, that's good. Good draw.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if you draw Soulfire, you're just sending it face, right? Just hoping for the second one.
Ooh,
That's
that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. It's actually a really interesting endgame position if you had drawn Soulfire. Because yeah, you'll have when you tap a 1 in 7 chance to get lethal with that second Soulfire.
What is Freakz waiting for to play this Doom Guard, by the way? I feel like you want to just like go ahead and play it and tap. But maybe that's what he's deciding, if he wants to tap or not.
Yeah. Well, there's still 1 Lightning Bolt left, so if he taps, he's dead to Lightning Bolt. There's still 2 Fire Elementals left, so he's dead to that as well. So figuring out whether to tap here does seem like a non-trivial choice.
Yeah, I think I would probably tap here, though. I'm not gonna lie. I really want more than a Doom Guard.
Yep.
Well, protects him from things.
Yeah, he'll stay alive. This Taunt Totem is going to be pretty annoying. There's no way... I guess there's a Soulfire to deal with it here. So 1 in 7 chance to draw Soulfire. Now if he taps, a 1 in 6 chance to draw it.
Now I feel like you kind of have to tap. I don't think there's anything that does 1 damage that doesn't do 3. I guess Defender of Argus. But
Yeah.
if you get Defender of Argus here, then well played, I think.
But you can also tap into the last Archer as well and eliminate Thalnos, so... Well, no, I guess we're still dead there to just about... Well, we're not dead to Defender of Argus. Dead to Flame Tongue, though. I don't know, maybe you just play the Priestess, maybe you just go for the 1 in 6 and Soulfire. 1 in 6 is not great odds to stake your tournament on, though.
I'm really surprised he didn't at least play the Priestess. Like, I understand not tapping here, but not playing Priestess is really strange to me.
Well, it's possible that was the choice just because he's got 2 Jugglers left in the deck. Also possible because he didn't want to provide an easy way for Thalnos to trade with, like, Hex top deck or something.
This is such a crazy game.
Yeah, really, really going the mile here. So from HDA's standpoint, he's got Lightning Bolt, that's an out. He's got Flame Tongue, 2 Flame Tongues that are outs. I would say Feral Spirit's pretty much winning the game as well.
I think he has 2 defenders.
He's got 1 defender left, yeah, and 2 Fire Allies. And a Drake as well, so Drake gives a second chance to draw one of those other lethal sources. So I would say all in all, there aren't too many cards in HDA's deck that won't be good here. Argent Squire is one of them, Wild Pyro's another. Okay.
Well,
Is it going to be a Bolt? It's Flame Tongue. Okay, so he does find a card there. The odds were pretty overwhelming to find something from the Thalnos draw and the Azure Drake draw. And good game.
What a game.
Yeah, wow. Hell of a close game. So HDA notching another win up. That puts him within range of the finals, 2-1.
yeah, suddenly a pretty scary position for Freakz. You know, he had the zoo into what we thought were really favorable matchups, but wasn't able to close it out in either.
Yeah.
Now, going into... I still think this is a favorable zoo matchup, but it is a hunter with explosive traps, which, if they are drawn, can be pretty scary.
Yep. And looking at HDA's Hunter deck, he does also have Juggler Unleash as well. So the combination of turn 3 Bow, turn 4 Explosive Hero Power, turn 5 Juggler Unleash, it's almost impossible for zoos to deal with that unless they're able to really get one of those nice unicorn hands that builds tall instead of building wide. Freakz agonizing here a little bit over... What does he play? He's got a Paladin deck. He's got aggro Paladin into mid-range Hunter, which seems fairly favored, and Warlock, Zoolock into that as well. Probably evaluating which deck has a little bit more flexibility if they're playing against Explosive and Juggler Unleash.
I think you'd rather go for the zoo right away.
Yeah, the Paladin deck does have Mukla.
Mukla is pretty funny.
It doesn't have Nosdormu, but it does have Mukla.
Funny monkey.
That funky monkey.
Alright, HDA with one more win left here to cement that victory. Now this Paladin deck does run 2 copies of Equality, which I suppose against, you know, if the game drags on a little bit, can be pretty strong. And also runs 2 copies of Avenging Wrath, which I'm not 100% sure that's great against mid-range Hunter. I feel like this matchup will be over pretty quick if he does pick the Paladin deck.
And not a matchup where the second Avenging Wrath is necessary very often.
Right.
So if you do happen to draw them both, you will likely be very sad.
Right. It's a tough deck building choice because on the one hand you really do want to draw at least 1 copy of Avenging Wrath in a game, but on the other, just like we've seen with players who cut the second Drake out of a lot of their decks, drawing 2 Avenging Wraths is kind of damning. It gets in the way of being able to cast Divine Favor. It likely, you know, you have to wait until turn 8 to play it with Equality, so it might be sticking around even longer, but you know, it's a deck that likes to kind of flood the board with minions, this Paladin deck.
I think a better comparison would be like Doomhammer, where, you know, you want to... There are a lot of matchups where you really want to have your Doomhammer right away, but if you have 2 and you draw both of them, then you have a dead card for at least 4 turns.
Exactly.
So that can make a big difference if you aren't able to find plays on those 4 turns.
Exactly.
Work out.
Yeah, and you know, in particular for shaman decks, because they're not drawing through cards super fast, it's like important. Every single draw you get is really important. Alright, it looks like Freakz is going to give it one more shot here with this Warlock deck, see if he can finish it off. And we've got HDA with Midrange Hunter here. And this Midrange Hunter deck also doesn't run River Croc, and it does not run Scavenging Hyena as well. So opting for full Explosive Trap and Freezing Trap secrets in that spot instead. Also the interesting addition of King Mukla. We don't really see that too often in Hunter, even though he is technically a beast.
Yeah, I think Mukla is mainly an addition to aggro decks that need the extra damage from just getting a huge minion on board early.
Right.
Hunter, if you're building an aggressive Hunter, you have so much consistent damage from your hero power and from all the efficient ways to deal 2 or 3 damage that you don't really need Mukla. And in these slower builds, you don't want a card that can backfire like Mukla does.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just giving your opponent, like, the bananas are a big deal. They give a lot to your opponent.
Yeah, for certain, for creature-based decks, it just feels terrible to play Mukla on the board, especially if they have even just one creature there. Now, HDA with a tough decision here at the beginning with tracking. Unleash is such a crucial card in this matchup, but so is Explosive Trap. Given that he already has one Explosive Trap, I think that this was the correct play. He's going to be looking, I think, with his second tracking to find a copy of Knife Juggler. Oh, wow. Now this, to me, seems like it might be a little bit premature.
That's also my thought. It kills the Knife Juggler, I guess.
It does. It preserves some health on the face, which is always going to be good, but it is a card that can clear an entire board and follow up into Juggler Unleash, so I can see the logic in this as well, just kind of trying to keep stuff clear so that Oasis Snapjaw comes down and gets like a 15 for 1.
Very possible, very possible.
I think I kind of prefer the Berserker here. It's a shame if it gets weaponed down, if it doesn't get the Young Priestess HP boost.
Do you just Berserker?
I think you play. I think you have to play Abusive with it. You know, just anticipating the cards that can come into your hand. There's 2 Doom Guards and 2 Soulfires. Well, this Snapjaw makes a lot of sense. As a one-of in the deck, it really does seem like it can help control these aggro decks pretty well. And there's always the threat of Houndmaster, which is like a baby Ancient of War. It's close enough.
Yeah, this is not the tools you want to be able to deal with this Snapjaw.
No.
The good news is there's no Houndmaster to follow up on it, so in theory you'll be able to beat it up soon enough.
Yeah, I like the Tiger choice here too. Next turn we can use tracking to try and find that Juggler. This turn we wouldn't be able to play it anyway, even if we found it. But no Explosive Traps left in HDA's deck. One of them was tossed on turn 1 with the tracking.
Is there any merit to just going face here for Freakz?
There is. I think though.
Just deal 7 damage.
Yeah, we've got even more than 7 damage here, I suppose. We could do 9.
Yeah, 9.
Yeah, just flood that board, and I think HDA really wants to find a Juggler here if he can.
Got the tracking. Could also pull Houndmaster to keep him safe.
Mm-hmm.
Though if he does that, then he's not unleashing, which is rough.
I'm gonna
He's
go
actually just gonna throw this out right away.
Yeah, no combo. Just unleash. And either Deadly Shot or Kill Command do roughly the same thing here. Could use Deadly Shot next turn for Doomguard if it comes down, but we're dead to Doomguard anyway, so might make sense.
If Doomguard comes down, we've got bigger problems.
Right. Might make sense to use the Deadly Shot in that case because we can use the Kill Command next turn to swing face, but let's see. I think we want to Kill Command, or, well, yeah, tough trading options here. 7 minions trading into 5.
Used to make these trades soon. He's not going to survive if he just leaves everything up.
Right. And there's the Deadly Shot. Does manage to clear the board before the rope.
Just in time.
And that seems like the best trade that he could have gotten. Yeah, it's 19 next turn from HTA. Not quite enough to finish the game off, but...
It might be Blaze's Flame Imp.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't want to not play Flame Imp.
You certainly... I think you certainly want to play this... Whoa. Hey, okay, so...
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean... I suppose it could have been the read on exactly Leroy Kill Command, or just saying, you know, in general, I don't want to open myself up to any more damage here.
Yeah, the idea is like, that's how you lose, so if that's what Freakz was thinking, and he did the math, that Flame Imp would put him right down to that number.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable. I don't know if I would have Soulfired face. I guess, I mean, second Soulfire is lethal.
Right. And Black Knight, or Doomguard.
Running Archer.
There's 2 copies of Archer left, yeah. So 2 copies of Archer, 1 copy of Soulfire, 1 copy of Hellfire, and...
Oh my god.
Let's make sure he chooses the right face here. Can
Wow.
always be tricky. Alright, so wow, what a play there. Gotta say, in a tournament situation, that's a very tough call to make. I think 9 out of every 10 Zoo players would probably have played the Flame Imp and died there. So Freakz hanging on. It ties the series up 2-2. Means we're going to see mid-range Hunter here against... What do we have left? Paladin. Aggro Paladin. Pretty promising starting hand.
I would probably keep True Silver. Deal with some of these mid-range minions. Maybe that's too greedy though, and you just want to, you know, mull for all 1-drops.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you keep a card, that is the card I would keep. But there is argument for Argent Protector, and also hope for a good 1-drop opening so you can protect her on turn 2.
I like keeping the Loot Hoarder here. You know, the danger with especially running 2 copies of Avenging Wrath and also probably wanting to keep True Silver is you just don't want to end up with something that's too heavy in replacement for a Loot Hoarder. And HDA looking at a hand that's not quite equipped to deal with this Paladin deck. A lot of times it's nice to have Animal Companion against most decks. It's just not going to come back on the board very well against this Paladin deck. So he's going to look for Unleash. Yeah, he found it.
Fortunately, I have to head out, you guys.
Hey,
But it was nice casting with you guys, and curious to see how the finals goes.
Yeah, it's good having you, man. Thanks for dropping by.
Talk to you guys later.
Bye.
See you.
Alright, so Loot Hoarder coming down on 2. I suppose with Mukla in hand, you're feeling a little bit hesitant about not playing the Juggler here, but at the same time, Juggler Unleash is just so good, you really want to have access to that. And there's an option here to trade in and play Juggler as well, keeping the Divine Shield for the Juggler next turn. We'll see if Mukla comes down on this turn. Can be a decent equality target. Very decent one.
The quality banana seems pretty good.
Yeah.
It's maybe a bit scary to use your quality this early, but you do want to be emptying your hand anyways because of the Divine Favor, so I don't think it's unreasonable.
Yeah. The other thing I'm thinking here too is there may be an argument to keeping that just because you're going into turn 4 against somebody that's playing Snapjaw in their deck. He's just going to go for the Abusive. I think that's smart. Leaving HTA with few options here. Unleash, usually not the kind of thing you want to just trade on board with, but it's okay in this situation.
This Freezing Trap does kind of complicate things because you want to just banana up this Knife Juggler, I feel, but
Yeah, Bananas
doing
and
that
Bach.
opens yourself up to a very devastating Freezing Trap.
Definitely. That said, not an easy way to remove that second minion here. Could kill command it, but well, and the one possible play is like kill command Freezing Trap. It just feels so weak into this board. And with holding, Stranglethorn Tiger and Savannah Highmane in hand, you really like to get those cards down if possible. But no, he'll go for it. Freeze him out of that card draw. So I think as Freakz here, you're probably getting the read that this is freezing. I don't think you're thinking this is explosive. There's no way it would be. Maybe the first time you see an aggro deck with 5 spells in hand and just 1 minion.
I've seen some funny aggro shaman hands.
Yeah. Couple of lava bursts here, couple of lightning bolts there.
I don't know why I don't play a lot of burst shaman. They kept just hitting a bunch of hands where it's like, wow, I have 6 spells and no minions, and my opponent is still at full health.
Yeah, I've had that.
What do?
That very same problem myself. That's the reason I kind of stopped playing the deck. There are some very frustrating hand textures. And
This is interesting.
yeah, actually, I like this a lot.
The call that there's no damage.
Yeah, just no. I mean, the deck doesn't really play a lot of direct damage, so yeah, getting away with murder here with the Leroy. And next turn, also just prepared to follow it up with Consecration, prepared for Blessing of Kings and another banana if he wants. Yeah, actually, a really smart play here from Freakz.
You could actually get Leroy out of the range of Highmane with the Blessing and King banana. We get Houndmaster, but the funny idea, Leroy just towering over.
Yeah, like one of the most powerful minions in all of Classic, and able to even walk over that. I think no. Well, interesting. I was expecting maybe a Highmane there, because if you're not going to play it now, it's hard to find a time to play it later. But this does set up a kind of awkward board state here as well.
Yeah, I think you're Blessing of Kings here, maybe? Just Big Leroy funny. That's really all the thoughts that are going through my head right now.
It is a funny Leroy, and it will trade into the both 4/3s if it gets Blessing of Kings. But it doesn't leave a lot of options after that.
Yeah, you like Argent Squire.
Right.
Might even banana the Argent Squire, actually.
Right. Because Leroy's going to be low anyway. Banana does nothing, brings him from 3 to 4 health. So yeah,
Does not help.
maybe you do play the Blessing of Kings here. I mean, we'd ideally like to save it.
Your other play is.
Yeah.
Consecrate doesn't clear. Divine Favor's unplayable. 4-mana Loot Hoarder is kind of unplayable. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I guess I'll opt for the Loot Hoarder, just trying to cycle something, but we can use Blessing of Kings on the Squire next turn, but still this Master's a little bit awkward. At 3 health, it's not easily cleared. Okay, gets the juggle that he wanted, so now he can trade the Houndmaster and he can trade one of these whelps in.
It's a pretty meaty Consecration, though.
It is. Okay, and just opting to go face. Doesn't really care about racing here. Well, maybe. He'll consider it. I'd expect the cursor to be going back and forth between the Squire and his face, but just gonna... Ooh.
I don't know if that really does anything at the moment.
No, I think that's maybe a later play. The Consecration doesn't feel so good here, though. I mean, maybe Consecrate and just go face, and play Avenging Wrath next turn. Maybe Consecrate Mukla this turn. It still feels kind of bad to do that. You're going to allow that 4/1 to trade right into Mukla. But clearing the board is good. The clearer the board, the better the Avenging Wrath.
Merit in saving Mukla for Divine Favor, but I don't think you're doing that this game.
Yeah.
I think you as an HDA this time is probably making a very beefy lion.
I would think
full
so.
of potassium.
Yeah, it's not like it really does much on the Tiger this turn. It's just opening up the possibility of being traded into. And I don't think that there's any, let's see, 5 + 4 + 4, that's only 13 that Freakz can deal next turn. He's already played Leroy. So HDA pretty safe. Honestly, could just really put the bananas on either one here, get the 2 damage off this turn or not.
I don't know if he wants to. I think swinging for 7 might be a little ambitious. You do want to play these bananas, so you don't want to get Divine Favor.
Exactly. I think, you know, as essential as it is normally for a hunter to hero power, this is one of those special circumstances where you just need to get the cards out of your hand.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, the good news is he actually doesn't get punished for not playing them because this Divine Favor is not really in a playable position.
Right.
How risky do you want to be for Freakz? How willing are you to just Blessing of Kings swing face?
Gosh. With 11 coming to 11 plus, you know that there's 4 more. So we know that we're within 1 point of dying. But there aren't tons of things that kill us next turn. There's Leroy, there's Unleash, there's Kill Command, there's Eagle Horn, and maybe Animal Companion. I guess Explosive also. So yeah, there are.
There's kind of a ton of things.
That's, yeah, now that I think of it, listing all of these things out loud, there are a lot of... Oh, I guess Houndmaster wins too, so...
Wait a minute. Well, in that case, I think you're probably not looking so bold. Probably just Blessing of Kings, swing into the lion or the tiger.
Yep.
Not the lion.
Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Yeah, this seems most consistent.
Well, if this is Huffer, it is very good. It's not Huffer.
Yeah, what do you... I mean, you gotta deal with this 9-4 here. Hunter's Mark, a pretty dead card right now.
What do you do? Swing into the 9-4, buff both the hyenas so they can't die to the Harvest Golem?
I think that's the smartest play here. You could even, if you really don't want to give somebody the draws, could Hunter's Mark the Harvest Golem as well. And I think that's okay here. If you look at the list for Freakz, the only things he's got left are like Harvest Golem, Juggler, Argent Protector, things with like 2 HP or not enough to really warrant it. So I would say just ditch the whole hand here.
I think that's reasonable. Oh. Unless...
Alright, yeah, this seems like the most sensible. And good. Yeah, I like the Hunter's Mark here. And kind of like we were talking about earlier, 2 Avenging Wraths in the hand is not always great, but maybe here it can pull it out.
I think here is as good as it's going to get. I think you attack into one of the hyenas first. Just to make sure it doesn't leave everything at 1 health, which would be a little tragic.
Yeah.
Just gonna go for it.
Okay, well.
Okay, well. Almost left everything at 1 health.
Yeah, neither player are really completely out of the woods yet, and Snapjaw actually against Avenging Wrath is going to be okay.
Yeah, here the Hunter Hero power is probably just going to take it home.
I think so too, yeah. True Silver is going to be a huge pickup if it happens.
I think you probably Avenging Wrath here.
I don't think there's ever a turn it's going to be better, so yeah, I think you have to do it here. Just ignore the Snapjaw. Yeah, this feels fine.
Here isn't unreasonable.
No, there's 1 Houndmaster left. That's just a 1 in 16. So, yeah, trading seems fine. And Leroy, not the top deck you wanted here. It will be lethal next turn. It will be lethal next turn. I guess that Leroy's okay. If you keep it in hand, it does give a Divine Favor draw, but who cares? I mean, at this point, do you care more about giving your opponent more on the board, or... You're facing down 4 damage, and that'll be 6 with the 2 whelps. I don't think that there's really anything that can win. I think that Leroy is the correct play here. True Silver is the highest damage card that Freakz can play, and that's not enough.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Not gonna do it.
Wow, this was a real bloodbath of a series. Really going down to the top decks here.
You should play the Divine Favor, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you gotta show it off. I'm sure there's no mystery at this point. And, not getting the Divine Favor he was looking for, so wow, hell of a close game there. Hell of a close series, really. And that'll do it for Freakz against HDA. The hero power to finish it off. So it'd be interesting games to go back to and check out. There are a lot of different lines there, especially from the Paladin perspective. So, yeah, really, really scintillating series.
Definitely a really fun series.
Yeah. So HDA advancing on to the finals. He'll face LaboreSangre there. But first, we've got Freakz and wdalin playing the third place match here. So I will let those players know that they are ready to rock and roll. We can take a quick look at the bracket here as well. Let's see how that's going. Oops. See if we can get that all visible on the screen. So, after that series between HDA and Freakz, it looks like HDA will advance on to the finals. We'll input those manually. Input those scores manually. And in the third place match, we'll have wdalin facing Freakz here at the end. So far, a pretty rugged tournament. A lot of good fights. We haven't seen a lot of rogue decks. I suppose that's not too atypical. Could bring over the deck lists for these third place matches as well. So, wdalin here.
Similar lineups between these two, actually.
Yeah. Let's see if I can make this just big enough for us to see on the screen. Perfect. Okay, so this is wdalin's lineup. He's got Miracle Rogue, Combo Druid, Zulok, and Hunter here, this Trap Hunter that he's bringing.
Not really a Trap Hunter. It's only got 3 secrets.
Yeah.
I guess you'd call it Miracle Hunter because it's got Auctioneer and a bunch of cheap spells.
Right, kind of like a weapon.
That's the best name I can get for it.
Yeah, it's like Trap Hunter, but with just weapons. I wonder almost if this is like Trap Hunter that's intended for some other deck, maybe to be a little bit more teched against Druid, not playing the Snipe. One thing that we do notice in these tournaments is that the typical list for Trap Hunter almost can seem like overkill against Rogue, where you see a Rogue and it's like, okay, there's a freezing trap already up, deadly shot in the hand, bow equipped, there's like literally nothing the Rogue can do. So might be sacrificing a little bit in the Rogue matchup by taking out Snipe and copy a freezing trap there just to round it out more against Druid or Mage or something like that. Take a quick look here too at Freakz' lineup. So he's running, just saw these decks as well, but just for a quick refresher, he's running this aggro paladin that we just saw. Also got a pretty good anti-druid here with the Chill Winds with the Sylvanas Black Knight Karen combination. Also has mid-range Shaman and Zoo, so definitively anti-Druid lineup here for him.
Having a bit of problems with Battlefy, because that last match didn't technically happen, because there were some issues, so we had to manually get the bracket updated. Hopefully they should be ready now. Or able to be ready, I suppose.
Yeah, let's see. We'll take a quick second here, and I'll see what I can do. I think I can just manually enter these results into Battlefy. Battlefy, I don't know what it's called.
I guess if you want to enter the actual game, like individual game matches, which class beat which.
Sure, looks like I think you got it right. Should be fine.
Really just a bookkeeping issue, how precise we want to be.
Right. We know exactly where these players are at, and given the community's, we got a good community here that's plenty honest about this stuff. I don't think we're not worried too much. But I appreciate you adding those in there. So it looks like we've got Freakz and wdalin already challenging each other, just picking out their first decks for the round. And so Freakz has his Warlock band, and wdalin as well has that Warlock band. So neither player wanting to see the Zoolock. So Freakz coming in with the Paladin, Druid, and Shaman. wdalin coming in with that Rogue, Druid, and Hunter.
So some pretty strong matchups for the Rogue. Definitely a little bit scary to leave that up. And he's gonna jump on that right away. No surprise there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, a lot of times I like holding the Rogue until last. We discussed this just a little bit previously, how you can kind of take that high rolling deck and save it for a time when you really might need that high roll. If you're up 2-1 in a series, you have the chance to just play, 8-8 Edwin concealed and see how it goes. We'll get this Rogue list up here too.
I think this is a reasonable Edwin play. Or not Edwin, SI play.
Definitely.
Edwin would have been a little bit less reasonable, I think.
Edwin Shadow Step and wait for next turn. We actually can play.
You have 1 mana.
We could play it next turn. We could attack with the SI, Shadow Step it, and play Edwin as well.
Well, bad news.
Yeah. Edwin's always a pretty risky card to play a big copy of against Shaman as well. They have Earth Shocks. They got a lot of stuff. Oops, I should probably put Freakz' deck up here too.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated to see Edwin there with really nothing else going on in this hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded it either. 6/6 Edwin, even if it soaks a Hex, is not too bad. But we see the green man. Yeah. Might just be a hero power pass turn. Typically a pretty favored matchup for the Rogue into the Shaman, just because there's not too much to do about this concealed gadgets, and spell power plus Lightning Storm can sometimes deal with it if you get the high roll, but otherwise, yeah, the Rogue player's going to draw a lot of cards and maybe just get ahead of
Azure Drake. He has an Azure Drake that wdalin actually doesn't have an answer to without a prep. So very possible that just that keeps the Auctioneer away for another turn.
Mm-hmm. And Drake seems like a pretty natural play here on the board. Oh, and another spell power. So yeah, actually, this is a dangerous turn to play Gadget's Hand, unless he draws a prep.
That is not a prep.
So Freakz will be pretty pleased about this outcome. And wdalin doesn't have a completely dead hand, but
What do you do with this, though?
Yeah, you certainly would have liked to have seen, you'd certainly like to have another Gadget's Hand conceal. Oh, really?
Maybe. You can coin Lightning Storm.
Maybe he'll coin it.
If he wants to also play Flame Tongue. I think it's reasonable.
Sure. I mean, as long as Thalnos and Lightning Storm comes down, I won't completely lose my shit.
Yeah, if that doesn't happen, then something's gone wrong.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised.
Deadly Poison would be a good draw. Clean up this board.
Yeah, Eviscerate, not quite what he was looking for.
Also kind of cleans things up, but not great.
Yeah, I think the big problem here is if you start using these Eviscerates on stuff like Flame Tongue, it just can run out of resources. Probably is going to opt to play the Edwin here, I would imagine. Got to get something on the board. But that's not going to turn out too well after the Earth Shock. Well, he's going to be overloaded for 2 Freakses, so he can't play Spell Power Earth Shock, but that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be too upset about not being able to get that spell damage.
Right.
It's just getting the Earth Shock at all, you're really happy.
Right.
Just what else do you play with Earth Shock here?
Yeah, it's like, I feel like a lot of times you do really want the totem, but if you play the totem, if you play Earthshock, totem, and Sun Fury, you're losing out on a little bit of taunt, which is awkward. And against rogues, you know, they're going to remove a lot of taunts throughout the game if you play them. You want to have as many as possible, but you know, looking at Freakz' hand, he's got 2 defenders, got a Sun Fury, got Alakir, and has the Wolves, so probably okay to burn one of the Sun Furies here.
We got the spell damage, so
That's
worked out.
sort of been the flavor of the day here.
I've seen a lot of spell damage totems on time.
Yeah.
This Blade Flurry is not going to do enough.
Yeah.
I believe if the Flame Tongue isn't killed, he's going to die. I guess you have a way to kill everything else, but not great. Not a great way.
Yeah, is this going to be like Leroy Conceal here? Leroy Eviscerate Conceal, maybe? I suppose just Flurry. Okay, so he's just going to probably Shadow Step this Leroy, save it for later. A creative play. I mean, in this situation, it's really hard to use your resources properly as Rogue.
Yeah, it is the challenge of Rogue, knowing when to just drop a Leroy.
Right.
In this case, I think that was the time, but obviously, with the Alakir coming down, it did not matter.
Yep.
I don't think you could afford to Leroy into the Flame Tongue. You're just losing too much damage that you don't have.
Yep. Yep. A lot of players a little bit hesitant to do that, to play the Leroy without having to deal lethal damage. But it's okay sometimes. Certain matchups you can even just play Leroy for board control. Shaman versus Shaman. It's not too atypical to see Leroy played for that purpose. Alrighty, so wdalin can take another shot here with the Rogue. Should be a pretty decent matchup into Paladin here. Oops.
Paladin does have quality, which is really strong.
That is true. Although, only 1 copy of Consecrate here. So maybe not an easy way to activate it.
Yeah, I think the bigger question is whether or not the Rogue can answer the early aggression, which is something that it can struggle with a little bit.
Oh, for sure, yeah. This matchup really does hinge on the first few turns. Paladin just being able to stick enough stuff to the board. And one of those cards that's really valuable for that is in Freakz' hand already. He's got Mukla.
This is not the hand you're hoping for.
No, yeah, no backstabs, no SIs, no fans, no shivs, no preps. Kind of all of the tools that you'd rather have that help you draw into the Gadget Sand as opposed to having the Gadget Sand to start it off with. And this Mukla is going to be tough.
Yeah, kind of your saving grace is that this Mukla does give you some spells to work with, but not the ones you want to use on the Mukla.
Right.
But what else you're doing with him right now?
Well, to be honest, the Earthen Ring isn't the worst thing to play here, though. The threat is to play 2 bananas afterwards, so Mukla does have to trade into this, otherwise risk being traded into. Other possible option is to just Divine Shield him and have him run face. I think maybe Divine Shield and trade is the proper thing to do here.
Is that better than trading and then Divine Shield?
I was thinking the same thing, you know, which one is actually better. I think maybe trading first and then Divine Shield could be good just because you can no longer backstab Eviscerate Mukla or backstab SI and swing with the dagger.
Thinking about sapping the Mukla, which, while not bad, is also not great.
Right.
You have a lot of bananas, but
Well, wdalin
that also means your opponent is going to draw a lot of cards with Divine Favor.
Right, exactly. And yeah, he desperately wants to get this Gadget Zan down on the next turn. Probably trying to figure out whether it's a good time to hero power into that 2/2. He'll take a lot of damage to face if he does. It's going to be 6 total from that. So opts to just redagger, go face.
It's a good draw.
Yeah, I would say you gotta just replay the Mukla here. And wdalin's sitting on a whole bunch of bananas.
There is an equality, but it's one turn short.
Yeah, a little tragic.
Consecrate as well.
Well, this might be just about the juiciest Divine Favor you could really ask for.
Not going to get much better than this.
No, it's okay to push damage here too. I mean, I would anticipate that wdalin is probably going to play a bunch of those bananas next turn, so...
Yeah.
But, again...
One good thing about playing your opponent playing 4 bananas here is they are spending 4 mana on 4 damage instead of 16.
Right, exactly, yeah, I mean, like, you compare it to Cold Blood.
Exactly.
Alright, so prep fan off the top, that's going to be very helpful. Hopefully able to draw into maybe another fan, maybe a flurry. Okay.
Overdraw? That was
not
perhaps a bit too hasty.
Yeah, maybe not the worst card to burn there, though.
This Blade Flurry will be pretty good, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very awkward 1 health for that Mukla, though. No way to clear it this turn, other than running the Gadget Zan in. I guess you give it another banana and conceal it.
Yeah, I think you have to do that. It really feels bad, though.
And we're gonna lose another card here, too. Okay, so I know last turn I said that Divine Favor was pretty juicy. How about this turn?
I don't know if you want to leave up this Gadget Zan.
At some point we gotta play it. Yeah.
Do we?
I think you're right. I think we do have to clear the Gadget Zan. I see Divine Favor in 10 cards in the opponent's hand, and I don't see anything else. But I suppose, especially in this position where Freakz is not playing Arcane Golem or Wolf Rider, plays a little bit less direct damage than some of the other lists. It's okay. Now, I don't know how you feel about this turn. I feel like playing the Drake doesn't really have much value because there's only 1 copy of Earthen Ring in the deck, and that's really the only card we're looking for. Now we're just kind of trying to find a way to kill. Alright, so there is lethal next turn.
6, 12, 17, 20 if Edwin gets removed. But you don't have a guaranteed way to remove Edwin.
Right, yeah, it's scary here. I mean, still 10 cards left in the Rogue deck. You may not necessarily think Leroy is one of those cards, but at the same time, Leroy's been in the hand for a long time over here, and I have a feeling that Freakz knows that, so he's probably anticipating that Leroy's in hand. He's just got to calculate, do I want to stake this, my tournament on a 50-50 juggle?
You could play Divine Favor, and that's 3 chances to draw Leroy yourself and just win the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Which is what I'm looking at. But I think if you're taking this long, now you kind of just have to go for the Knife Juggler play, I feel.
Okay, and he's going to take a 50-50 juggle. Let's see how he does.
Big 50-50.
Wow. He gets it.
Yeah, sure did.
Well, still a scary situation here for both players, really. So we've got 12, 13 plus 8. That's 21.
21.
Wait, is that lethal? 6, 12, 13.
Oh, yeah, with
Plus
the
8, it's
SI.
21, and we got a dagger, too.
We can have...
Oh, we don't have enough mana to
Wait.
play that. We need, like, a prep.
Yeah, you need. It's
Yeah,
20 damage because
yeah.
you Leroy Shadow Step, Cold Blood Banana.
Right.
That's 17 plus the weapon is 20.
Mm-hmm. Mino do good math. Yeah, I don't mind using the Eviscerate here to just clear the board off. There are a lot of buffs in this Paladin deck and only one charger.
Well, Avenging Wrath is lethal. Leroy is lethal.
Blessing of
Blessing of
Kings
Kings is not playable.
And Dalin's sitting here on exact lethal as well, right? That's 20 damage total with Leroy Shadow Step, Cold Blood, and SI.
21 with the weapon.
Yeah, 21.
So... Do you equality here? I think you just Divine Favor for 2.
Yeah, I think you just draw for the Leroy.
Leroy, True Silver would keep you alive.
Oh,
Oh no.
doesn't get it.
The Rogue survives just barely.
That's right, and finishes the game in a not a very common way here, playing Leroy twice.
What? You can't do that. It's a legendary.
Yeah, fancy that. No, it doesn't even have a faceless manipulator in the deck. Alright. Nicely played by Dalin there to tie things up. We'll bring it to 1-1 for the series. So both players
Probably
banned the
gonna be a close
Warwalk.
series.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty close series. We may see the Druid Mirror happening here.
What's left? Druid Shaman versus Druid Hunter?
That's right.
Or
Well,
no.
no, it's
Druid Paladin
Yep.
versus Druid Hunter.
Yep, there you go.
Shaman got win.
Yeah, so Druid Paladin, Druid Hunter. As Freakz, you might want to send Druid here, maybe hoping to win that Druid Mirror or beat the Hunter. Might be the deck with the highest likelihood to win against both of those.
Yeah, I don't know how the Druid matchup is against Dalin's Hunter, but he tends to win with it a lot in tournaments.
Yeah,
So let's see if he can bring another dub home here.
let's see, we've got Hunter against Druid. I mean, Savannah Highmane is always an excellent card against Druid. Very hard to deal with.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind keeping Bow Highmane. Looks like Dalin wants some more of these early minions.
Going for that Gadget Zan. Drawing some cards.
Oh my, that
Well,
was a funny hand from Freakz.
you anticipating any Chillwind Yetis hitting the board anytime soon?
It's tempting to save them both at turn 3 Ancient of Lore.
It really is. It really is. And in fact, it does curve
think-
out pretty well.
Yeah, playing the Yeti is a little bit too good, even though your next turn is a little awkward.
Yeah. Well, this, yeah, Pyro actually contests the board just fine with the Arcane Shot in hand.
Now the question is, do you innervate out this Druid of the Claw?
I think you do. The point of this mana ramp is just to make sure you have a smooth curve for the next couple of turns, and chances are pretty good if we play Druid of the Claw here and Chillwind Yeti on 4, we'll at least draw something close to playable in the next 2 turns to play on that 5th turn. So yeah, he'll go for it here.
Actually gonna play it in taunt. I may have charged it in.
I was thinking the same thing. It doesn't seem too unreasonable to play that as a charger here. But only 1 copy of Freezing Trap in Dalin's list here. Right, well, the Arcane Shot does deal with the Yeti just fine. That said, there's not a good way to take out this Druid of the Claw now. I suppose we can use the bow.
Yeah,
But
gonna be taking a lot of damage though.
Yeah, these Druid minions just keep coming. Dread Corsair would be nice here. Kill Command actually not the worst. Might even opt for Kill Commanding the Yeti.
It's possible.
It's just that we don't really have a way to... I mean, next turn we're going to have to use Kill Command to clear the Yeti off for a little bit less efficient. And, not the greatest draw from Freakz, but at least it's something that's playable here.
That is the important part here, I would say.
Yeah.
The second Ancient of Lore, after using both Innervates, is a little bit awkward, because you're not going to be playing these for a while.
Right. I could play Explosive Trap and Kill Command here on the Yeti, trying to clear that and maybe get some value out of the bow. But the problem is, we've got 2 bows in hand and a Gladiator's longbow. So these, getting a lot of value out of the first bow maybe is not so important.
Yeah, you're not particularly close to killing the Druid, who's sitting pretty at 31 health.
Yeah.
So you might be hitting with your weapons for a while if you're planning on winning this. Just hoping that the Druid never kills you.
Yeah, it seems like, from Dalin's perspective, just a never-ending flow of minions at this point. We know that Freakz might miss next turn, but looking at his list, now that he's got the 2 7 drops, there's literally nothing else that can't hit here. So he's going to opt for the full clear.
The worst case is like a Wrath or something.
Yeah,
That's
Savage Roar about as bad.
Not much better, but it does mean you have a Savage Roar in hand, which is arguably better than having a Wrath in hand.
Yeah, it's not so bad. One of the strengths of some of these Hunter decks that we see with a lot of secrets and stuff like that is that they just don't have that many minions, so a lot of times our hands can get clogged up with removal playing against this Hunter deck. In this case, Freakz has been fortunate, hasn't drawn any removal yet, so is avoiding that little deck building problem. Now, as Dalin here, I have to think that you're going to attack with the Yeti no matter what.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to just leave this Explosive Trap up, I would think. Especially not with the threat of a second Eaglehorn bow, which maybe he doesn't think that's in hand, but unfortunately for him, it is.
Yeah,
they're awkward.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking the Ancient of Lore is going to heal up this Yeti and keep it on the board. Pretty telegraphed when Kill Command comes down on the Yeti that this is Explosive Trap, so he's not thinking about the Freezing Trap in the deck. He's okay.
Well, I think you are fairly certain that this is explosive with how the last turn played out.
Yeah. I'm gonna just try and load up the board a little bit here.
There is the possibility that Dalin doesn't kill this, and he actually does get to heal up the Yeti. Freakz does.
Yeah. And probably opting to not play the Eaglehorn bow, just because he's planning on playing Gladiator's longbow next turn. Doesn't want a weapon equipped for that turn.
Reasonable.
Yeah, I feel like trading the Yeti is probably the correct choice here, and then just drawing. No reason to get fancy and heal up the Yeti when we're holding on to 2 Savage Roars.
They popped the secrets at some point, though.
Yeah. I think he was hoping to do that with this Ancient, but not so able to do that.
Not so fortunate indeed. Do you just draw 2 anyways?
You could. I think the Black Knight is going to get... This is the only turn it's really going to get much value, so I'd be tempted to play Black Knight and just tank the 2 damage, get rid of the secret. 17 cards left in the deck. There's the chances are only getting better to draw Force of Nature, especially considering we've got Ancient of Lore in case we want to. And Freakz, I think, also is just smartly representing the fact that he may have this, may have Force of Nature, so putting the pressure on wdalin to find something like a Dread Corsair.
Force of Nature is not there yet.
No, but he does have Drake's Swipe.
Usually pretty good.
Yeah.
And then, if this Drake sticks around, double Savage Roar will just be lethal as well.
Right. Double Savage Roar, Hero Power. Okay, well, Deadly Shot. wdalin staying in the game.
Never
For one more turn.
There's Force of Nature.
There it is. I'm sure our viewers at home have never seen this combo pulled off before.
I remember reading an interview with some of the old Hearthstone developers where like the highest any deck's win rate was like early alpha when people figured out the Force of Nature Savage Roar combo back when it was 5 mana and it had like a 70% win rate or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
You're like, wait a minute, this isn't right.
Oh, so I just have to hit like 3 times with a Yeti and then I win the game later?
Crazy.
Alright, so we see Freakz is moving on to his Paladin deck here, and wdalin going to move over to Druid.
We've seen some success in this matchup for the Paladin this tournament.
We have. In fact, although I'm absolutely terrified of playing against Druids with this Paladin deck, surprisingly, I've noticed that I have pretty overwhelming stats with the Paladin deck against Druid here. Part of it is just being able to build a sticky board that Druids have trouble with.
It's a fairly even matchup, but I'm not super knowledgeable on aggro Paladin. It's not the most common deck.
You don't smirk that hard, huh?
Maybe not. I'm a mid-range player.
You don't.
Too scared of aggro.
You don't dirty your hands with aggro decks. I get it. Pretty decent curve here, actually, for both players so far. Freakz might have a little trouble finding something to play next turn.
He's got a 3-card Divine Favor.
He does.
I guess it's only 2 cards. But with nothing else to do, I think he probably just fired out.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that this is probably the turn to play it.
Snark and Intellect, not too bad.
Yep, exactly.
Playable.
Exactly. Trying to set up for the next turn. Although, this is going to be rough. He can trade in here, but then, what are you left with to use Blessing of Kings on next turn? And ooh,
That's a pretty good draw.
it's a very clutch draw. Freakz maybe playing it smart there by avoiding Swipe and Keeper, just saying, okay, I'll keep the board clear moving into Druid's turn 4 so they can't play that good removal. That's a possible consideration. And it would have paid off.
Got the Keeper of the Grove in hand to answer this Knife Juggler. I imagine that's the play.
I think that sounds right. Probably want to preserve the swipe.
Do you innervate hero power? I don't think you do, but
I don't think so.
it is within the rules to do so.
It is.
So, yeah.
It's always worth considering plays like that, right? There's no reason not to. But yeah, it's Freakz playing a little bit from behind here with the Paladin deck. He does have a couple of potentially powerful turns coming up with Avenging Wrath or Equality Avenging Wrath if he manages to survive.
I'm gonna say he's got a couple of Avenging Wrath in hand.
Usually not exactly what you'd want to see.
I don't think you play one here, but I don't know what else you do. If you don't draw anything good, well, that's something good.
True Silver will do a little bit of work here. At least gets to clear the
Moderate
board up.
amount.
Yeah.
Seems like a pretty easy Ancient of Lore turn. You do have to
Absolutely.
trade into the 1/1 so that Paladin can't make that really valuable trade.
Yep, you're exactly right. Yeah, now a little bit more awkward for the weapon here. Although we are coming up on turn 8, which means that Freakz does have access to Equality, Avenging Wrath, which can really swing the board. That
I
said,
was actually thinking you probably swing into the Ancient of Lore and then Avenging Wrath, number 1.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable play, yeah. Given that there just aren't many minions to play here, I don't mind that. Also, just using the second charge on the weapon seems good because we've got a second True Silver in hand.
Well, Freak's taking his time here. No surprise.
Yeah, really difficult situation to navigate here. It's like you so badly wanted Argent Squires and Knife Jugglers and Loot Hoarders and Harvest Golems. Probably Mukla as well. But given that there's no weapon destruction, this is okay to play it a little bit more slowly. Trying to trigger Equality on this Ancient. Probably hoping that there's something like Chillwind Yeti and Senjin on this turn double 4-drop. He's not really going to get his wish.
What are your thoughts on sending 21 damage here? Just innervate combo.
I don't think it's going to get any worse because the Paladin doesn't have a lot of taunt. So it might be just reasonable to hold it. We also have the possibility of drawing our second Savage Roar for a double combo.
Very true. This is a pretty good Equality Avenging Wrath.
Yeah, gets a little face damage in. Helps, even out the board state a little bit. And I don't disagree with the choice to go face here either.
Leroy is a lot of damage. That would be 1 off, actually. The Leroy, Blessing of Kings, Blessing of Might. Be 13 plus the weapon. Would be another 4.
Yeah. And actually, depending on how conservatively wdalin wants to play this, 1 turn later and it is lethal with the Abusive Sergeant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Plus Avenging Wrath.
I assume with the second Savage Roar being picked up next turn, it's going to be the double combo turn. Honestly, it isn't unreasonable to just combo him and then next turn combo him again.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, is that, yeah, you can wait to double combo on 1 turn, but also just combo once, combo twice.
I like this. He gets 1 more health from his hero power and still sets him into double combo range. The weapon can't heal him out of it. He's unlikely to be dead. We know he is not. He is just barely alive.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything that saves him here. There are no taunts in the deck. There's no more heal after this second True Silver is out. So 22 22 damage just guaranteed to be going face. Avenging Wrath seems like it's got to be the best play here as well. If you're looking at it from Freakz' perspective, we know we have massive lethal next turn. May as well play this while there are no minions on the board. Okay, and there's the stuff we wanted to play early on in the game.
Just all those 1-drops.
Yeah, right on time. Okay.
I mean, if this Blessing of Kings was the other Blessing of Might, that would have been lethal, I think.
Yeah.
You'd have the mana to play everything.
Yeah, rather unfortunate. Okay. So perfect lethal there from wdalin into Freakz. That ties it up at 2-2, keeping his tournament hopes alive. Alright, so Freakz has still got to win with the Paladin deck, and wdalin, I believe, has Druid left. Nope, Hunter.
Miracle Hunter versus the aggro Paladin. I think... I don't know who keeping. I'm not surprised to see him keep this whole hand.
Yeah.
It's a powerful hand, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Just being able to clear the Paladin board a couple times is sometimes all we need to pull ahead here. Pyro also very strong into Paladin because it will play a lot of those Divine Shield minions that take multiple instances of damage to clear.
Almost think you don't commit to the Pyro just yet.
Yeah, it's like...
It's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, there's a... I mean, we've got 2 Pyro Hunters marks, so we've got a lot of clear potential in hand. So it's okay to be a little bit liberal about using it, but at the same time, you know, we don't want to put ourselves in a position where the board is reloaded really fast and we have to use that second Pyro, and now we're just completely out of board clears.
Is there merit just using Pyro Hunter's Mark and leaving the 1/1s?
There might be. It does leave a Pyro at 1, so for, you know, it's not a super clear... It's not super clear how we take down that last 1/1 unless we want to play our second Pyro out. But then again, clearing the entire board doesn't seem, you know, it's just a board clear. It's not leaving anything up.
Feels bad to lose the coin. I guess next turn you can Pyro again. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I don't think we want to. Maybe now that we've picked up Flare. Now it seems a little bit better. Yeah, exactly. We didn't really want to play Arcane Shot. And now he'll just leave it up. This is fine as well. We see the Blessing of Kings in hand, so one of those situations in which we actually do want to see that buff come down.
And if you Knife Juggler hero powers, then the Pyro is just as devastating.
Exactly. Got it. Just easy clear with either Arcane Shot or Hunter's Mark there. Yeah, I think it makes most sense to play the Pyro because we maintain a minion on the board here. You know, there is maybe some cutesy stuff with Arcane Shot, Deadly Shot, but it feels like a pretty big waste of resources. Okay, now that...
Big 50-50 coming up.
Yeah. It's... I could see Juggler Divine Favor here as a possibility. I don't know what he's expecting wdalin to play on the next turn.
I don't know what I'm expecting wdalin to play.
Yeah, looking at this hand, it's like it's like looking at another language. Okay, and he's going to opt for the 50-50. Knife Juggler doesn't do him well.
Don't actually have a great answer though. I guess you just Arcane Shot
probably play Explosive Trap Hero Power.
Yeah, I don't know if you even need to play the Explosive Trap if you're going to Arcane Shot.
Depends on if you're worried about Divine Favor.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, in that case, maybe it is proper to play the Arcane Shot Explosive Trap. Kind of awkward hands from both players here. Whoa.
Yeah, that's first. That's...
Okay, now that is not exactly what I was expecting here. Maybe wants to keep the Arcane Shot, I suppose.
For what?
That I don't know. Also, just because we have Deadly Shot in hand, it seems like we might even want to, we might have wanted to clear that whole board out. But getting a good draw here, Freakz drawing 4 cards off of Divine Favor. And we're probably looking for Eagle Horn here, I imagine.
Well, there it is.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Argent Protector is pretty scary here, though.
Yeah, and there it is off the top. Yep, I like that play. Just, it's all about pushing damage at this point, right? Yeah, and I think that instead of playing a minion on the board, I like the True Silver here. Avenging Wrath, actually pretty strong in this matchup just because there aren't too many minions that come down from the Hunter player. Yeah, that guy's got good deals.
Not good enough. I fear this Avenging Wrath may prove to be quite lethal.
Yeah, there's not really a roll on this one. Oh, and gets the second one just in case. Ooh.
And even if he just threw out the Avenging Wrath, no matter what the... Well, yeah, no matter what the outcome was,
Yeah.
the game would be over.
Yep.
I can't hit the Auctioneer more than 4 times, as it turns out.
Okay, so that was a really hard-fought series. A lot of interesting, very thrilling games. And Freakz taking that one 3-2. So we have our first podium winner here. Freakz is taking home $10, getting a 3rd place finish here in the tournament. Great games by both players, really impressive. So, looks like we are all ready for our finals match. I will message our players, let them know. And LaboreSangre here has been waiting patiently. I'm hoping that's the right player. So, the finals match here, we've got HDA advancing and LaboreSangre as well. Should be a good match. Both players just very, very strong ladder players. LaboreSangre, 2 seasons in a row, got 9 legend titles, so all formats, all servers, pretty damn impressive. And HDA, of course, rank 1 legend finish as well, maybe multiple ones. I didn't check ahead of time, but both really talented players. LaboreSangre, also the only player here that has brought a full aggro lineup.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising with how slow and control heavy a lot of these lineups are, that the full aggro lineup was able to make it this far. I think it does speak to Labore's skill and comfort playing this style of Hearthstone.
A man after my own heart. I'm very proud of him for advancing this far. And I agree with you. You know, when you're expecting there to be, number one, a ton of druids, and a lot more warriors than we see in NA, and a lot more shaman, it can feel a little bit scary to be bringing, you know, so many aggressive decks into that. But at the same time, you know, when we look at the breakdown of what decks people brought, again, the most popular deck that was brought was Rogue. And Labore's lineup is exquisitely good at fighting against Rogue. He's got that Trap Hunter. He's got that aggro Rogue of his own. So a lot of different options to take those down. We'll let the players get checked in here. Looks like both of them are online and maybe ready to go. While we're doing that, always a good time to take a look at their deck lists as well. So let's pull those up. What do we got here? Alright, so the first one we'll take a look at, this is Labore's lineup. Let's see if we can see all of the cards. So he's got this Trap Hunter. We've seen a lot of that already. It's very anti-rogue. It's got 2 misdirections, it's got a snipe, it's got a freezing trap, it's got 2 deadly shots. I mean, what else could you possibly need to beat rogue, other than a bunch of guaranteed face damage on top of that? As well as the aggro rogue. Running 2 Assassin's Blades. I think this is smart for a tournament, just expecting that a lot of people are going to bring weapon removal in general. He's got an aggro warrior as well, featuring a Swamp Ooze, and rounding it out there with an aggro paladin, also featuring a Swamp Ooze. So pretty much tech to the gills against rogue with his lineup. So
Only a lot of damage very quickly.
Yes, yes. He's looking to end the game sooner rather than later. And we'll take a look here as well at HDA's lists. So a little bit more standard lineup. He's got the Druid that has the almost full 6 slot for value. He's opted for Sunwalker over Sylvanas. He's also got this mid-range Hunter deck that cuts out these early minions like River Croc and Hyena in favor of Explosive and Freezing Trap. He's got Miracle Rogue. We know all about that deck, and finishing it off here with, I don't know if I would really even call this a anti-Druid mid-range Shaman. It's just a mid-range Shaman. Shaman doesn't need too much help to beat Druid.
Definitely a pretty favorable matchup for the Shaman.
Yeah, absolutely.
No question about that.
Absolutely. And while we're waiting here, we can take a look at those deck lists. We'll wait for our players to get in there. So once again, this one is HDA's deck list. Standard Miracle Rogue. A little bit of a creative mid-range Hunter. Pretty standard combo Druid and Shaman. And for Labore, again, this Trap Hunter, a lot of strong counters to that deck. I just, you know, I can't imagine what it's like to have to play a rogue deck into this. So we'll see. I would expect, just looking at HDA's lineup, I would expect that we're probably going to see his Druid banned, because this has the most taunts. It has Ancient of War, and it has 2 Sengens, and it has a Sunwalker. So that seems like the most consistent choice to ban. Oops. And if we're looking...
Seen the bans come through yet.
Yeah, the players... I know it's been a long waiting period for Labore. Hopefully he's back at his computer, and actually both players have had to wait for a little bit here. What do you think, looking at these lineups that Labore brings, what would you ban if you were trying to win a game with Rogue?
What would I ban as HDA, like playing into Labore's lineup?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I would probably just ban the Trap Hunter, honestly. I think all the other aggro decks are scary, but, you know, if you draw the tools, you can be pretty strong into them, I feel. Whereas I don't think there are very few situations where you're favored into this Trap Hunter as the rogue.
Right.
So I think just banning the hunter is what I would do.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. As HTA, you're expecting your druid to get banned out, right? So you're thinking, I need to win a game with rogue at some point. I have to cut out the deck that is most likely going to beat me, and I think that's it. But at the same time, I have to say, aggro rogue is just about as good as trap hunter into miracle rogue. There's not a lot of counterplay there.
I guess the other argument is, like, you have to get a win with rogue. You also have to get a win with the shaman, which is not great into trap hunter, but it's a little bit better than into aggro, where you are more often than not suffering as the shaman.
Right.
So that adds another layer where it's like, well, the trap hunter is a really, like, it's basically guaranteed to beat my rogue, but it's something that shaman could theoretically pull a win out against. So we once again are back to the question of which of these aggro matchups is the worst, or is the best rather.
Right.
We want to leave out the worst. And I think I'm leaning towards the aggro rogue. I think it's the strongest of the three.
Aggro rogue, it's also the Labore special as well, right? This is probably the most played, or the classic deck that he's played the most. So sometimes it can be good to just give your opponent, ban the deck that your opponent has the most experience with, because at some point, you may end up in a situation where it's 2-2 and they're bringing out their most played deck that they're most comfortable with. You'd probably rather avoid that situation.
Players are readied up.
Yeah, I'll have them send me their bans so that we can get those in. I know that we have a little issue here with just the standard decks that were submitted, so we'll get the bans out of the way.
I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. I know what's been banned so far. Looks like HDA has opted to ban that hunter.
Yeah, I don't think that's surprising.
No.
I think that...
No, it's a powerful deck.
It's too miserable.
Yeah.
To play your rogue into it.
Yeah, if you saw that deck all day on ladder, you'd never play Miracle Rogue, right? So it makes sense that you'd want to get rid of that ASAP.
And I imagine the druid was banned as well?
Not sure yet. Okay, so Labore bans Shaman. Actually, gonna leave the druid open.
Shaman? Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That... I guess he has a different read of the matchups than I do. There is a pyro in the shaman. It is a little bit better anti-aggro, but it's still not a good matchup for the shaman. That seems strange to me. But
yeah, I suppose if we take a look at the lists here, let me switch back. So HDA's Shaman does run 2 Sengens, it does run a Defender of Argus, and I suppose Alakir is technically a taunt also, but the 2 Feral Spirits, maybe he's just counting the taunts and saying, a lot of times, what was it, I asked Labore one time, like, how do you deal with 1 sap, how do you deal with Ancient of War? And his response was, what's Ancient of War? So I think his plan is just to kill the druid as soon as he can.
not an unreasonable strategy.
Yeah. It's a little harder with Sunwalker and 2 Sengens, right? It's not quite so easy to get through that. 2 Sengen, 2 Keeper, 2 Druid of the Claw, Sunwalker, Ancient of War. I mean, it's It's a lot of taunts that are coming down. You only got one sap in this aggro list. So for those who are just joining us here, we're lining up for the finals between LaboreSangre and HDA.
Looks like they are in game.
Alrighty. And we will get underway. So that first round, we're going to see the Druid. We'll see if Ancient of War does truly not exist.
I don't see it.
I don't see it right now, and I don't see a wild growth, so already can be a pretty decent start here for Labore. Let's see what...
This is a very strong anti-aggro hand, though, for the Druid.
It is. It really
Keeper
is.
and the swipe.
It is. That said, oh, well, now it's a little different. I was going to say that it's quite a strong hand from Labore as well. I'll get these deck lists up here in a moment.
You're okay just hero powering this bubble off the Argent Squire.
Yeah, I think that's okay. It's maybe a little premature to bring out the Keeper in this situation. No, if you're playing against Labore here, there's always the consideration of coin Mukla. So Mukla was kept in hand, kept in the mulligan. If you can do some card reading here, or some hand reading. Say, if you kept a card and you only played one drop on turn 1, then it is therefore likely that Mukla is coming down later. Normally you just keep 1-drops or, Mukla. Those are the only cards that you really, I think, want to keep. Okay, and not a bad answer to Keeper here, honestly. Especially because we can play Mukla next turn. It feels awkward to play Mukla on the previous turn there, because obviously gives something to do with bananas. Choice of whether to cycle Wrath for 1 or to hero power here.
Cycling is fine.
Yeah, he grabs Ascension out of it.
Ascension actually going to answer this Mukla pretty well with what Labore has in hand.
Yeah, being able to come right back with Swipe here is pretty nice.
I mean, that deals with the Ascension. Honestly, I don't think this is unreasonable to just play Leroy here.
I don't think it's too bad either. It still plays into Swipe all the same, I think. Maybe, Cold Light may be the one way that we have to kind of play around Swipe, and yeah, he's going to go right for it.
Yeah, I think this is the better play, but I don't think that it's unheard of to play the Leroy there to clear the taunt.
Right, exactly.
As funny as it sounds. Here, I think you're... The Cold Light kindly delivered you your second Keeper. I think you're accepting the gift.
Yes. Oh no. Assassin's Blade is a pretty strong pickup here, being able to trade on the board, and also, now that Deadly Poison is in hand, we're talking 15 damage over 3 turns, if a taunt isn't played. Speaking of taunts...
It's really important that he actually got something to play there.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're looking at like hero power, probably maybe even wild growth.
Of course, the sap is going to make him sad.
Yeah, the sap is going to be really nice here. And I would expect him to play Loot Hoarder, probably deckhand with this, with poison. If we're going to play sap, we'd probably try and send as much as possible. And this sets HDA up with kind of an awkward choice. It's like, yeah, you can clear the board pretty obviously with Swipe, but then that's your entire turn, and you're just helping Labore draw a card. And Labore with a lot of damage in hand. He's got 10 right now with the Arcane Golem and Leroy. A tough choice here for HDA, whether you swipe. Oh, he's going to heal.
I think I like this.
Brings him up to 21.
5, 7, 9, 10, 20?
20 exactly, so.
Wow.
Yeah, dealing damage pretty quickly. Now there's no... Oh, there is a win here. There are 2 Shadow Steps that can win. But, yeah, what he said was true. I don't see Ancient of War. Alright, so HDA staying 1 damage out of lethal. The Assassin's Blade top deck isn't going to help at all. We'll see how conservative Labore is with his resources here. You know, a big part of every aggro player here wants to just swing face with everything. In this situation, yeah, I expect Arcane Golem SI is a good play. Load the board up with stuff that can't easily be swiped away. And just setting up lethal for next turn as well. I take that back. This can be swiped away.
Maybe not advisable.
I don't think it's going to work, but the other option is probably just Druid of the Claw Sen'jin or Druid of the Claw Swipe. Neither one of those do you feel terrifically safe with this 5 attack weapon up.
Swipe removes 6 damage and Sen'jin blocks 5 if that changes the play at all. Either way, you are just barely alive, assuming Labore doesn't draw more damage, which pretty big assumption to be fair.
Yeah. Well, the swipe, I think you really feel like you're pressured into playing swipe here. If you play 2 taunts into this board, even if you stay alive for another turn, there's not a great follow-up. I mean, there are 2 taunts, I suppose, but there's plenty of damage that Labore can draw into.
Looks like he's just gonna
He'll go for the full clear. Yep.
hope for no Leroy. Regrettably, there is a Leroy.
Looking like a NA game here.
A few of those.
Alright, well. True to his word, taking down this Druid deck that we thought might be banned. Taking that down first with Aggro Rogue. Still gonna have to face it again.
Yeah, every deck that you can get a win with against this Druid is just a bonus, really.
Exactly.
Like with the matchups he's got coming up. Labore, just getting 1 win against the Druid, I think he's in a great position for the series.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. The Druid, at some point, will win a game, I have a feeling. But, yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle. I'm curious to see when HTA is going to pull out this Rogue deck. If he's going to save it for last, or if he's just going to try and get it out of the way right now. Given that Aggro Rogue, which is probably the hardest counter, other than the Trap Hunter that was banned, given that Aggro Rogue is out of Labore's pool, you might feel a little bit safer in sending the Rogue right now. Alright, bringing the Warrior. Gonna see that Druid deck again. Alright, so this is an aggressive Warrior deck.
I think he keeps on Walker, but
Yeah, I don't think so either. You really want to play it, but without the tools to get it in play, it's hard. This is not so bad here. We have turn 2 Innervate Sen'jin into turn 3 Coin Sen'jin, so about as good as it really gets here for HDA.
Does not get much better than that. No question.
Yeah, so there's a consideration for coin hero power here. There's also trying to smooth out the curve a little bit later on. I think the worry is that if you wait a turn to play Sen'jin, you're walking into Fiery War Axe, and all these 2-attack minions plus Fiery War Axe are going to deal with the Sen'jin, so he just wants to keep the board clear.
So do you hero power again this turn then? Or maybe you do that.
Yeah, not anymore.
Seems really good.
Especially holding Swipe in hand here. Not particularly afraid of anything that's going to come down. Maybe considering, you know, the Innervate hero power. I don't think that there's anything terribly wrong with that.
I think it's okay.
HDA off to a pretty good start, having an Innervate and a Wild Growth, as well as just plenty of 4-drops to play, clog up the board, get in the way. And certainly, you don't really want to be hero powering in this matchup. You don't really want to hero power with this deck no matter what.
Second Wild Growth maybe a little bit too greedy.
I think so too. There's plenty of stuff to play for the next couple of turns. There's Sen'jin, there's Swipe. Some of those cards will be played inevitably. And this is awkward. Heroic Strike, gotta waste a point of damage here, and anytime we're playing these aggro decks, we really do want to kind of try and squeeze every little tiny last point of damage out that we can. And he's just going to hero power.
Well, the Arcanite deals with this.
Yeah, finally getting something going here, and maybe looking into a dead turn here for HTA. Now everything in his deck other than Ragnaros will be playable this turn, so here's a good example of that.
That's 6 health, a little bit awkward. Can't quite deal with it with the weapon, and everything in hand is a little awkward. Actually,
Right, yeah, we'd rather...
the abuse it. That makes things a little better.
It is, but we'd still rather be sending all of this stuff to face. All of these taunt minions soaking up damage is kind of annoying. And
Exactly. Wait, what is this card?
I didn't think this one existed. This
Is
is...
he cheating?
This doesn't make much sense. Yeah, so, you know, the downside is you have to play into 2 Sen'jins, a Druid of the Claw, and Ancient of War. And that is really a pain in the ass. But the plus side is, out of these remaining 20 cards, there are only 2 taunts left. And HDA is pretty healthy here. I don't think we ever used the lore to draw here. There's really no reason to do so.
Well, that's a really good job.
Yeah, getting to cycle here a little
Hero
bit. Yeah.
Don't think this warrior deck has any taunts. No, it has Dread Corsairs.
Yep. And Labore just content to play the board game right now. I don't think that we want to get into a face race against a Druid here.
Yeah, I think you're very happy to just Ancient of Lore heal. Especially if Labore is going to hit it with a weapon again. That's 4 weapon swings, and I think all 4 went into minions.
They did, yeah.
Well, no, one of them hit face. Right?
There's a
Either
trade.
way, that's a lot
Yeah.
of damage that could have been to you, not done to you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You got 2 Sen'jins, that's 10 damage. Druid of the Claw, that's 16, plus an Ancient of War that got raw killed. Yeah, that's a lot of HP that could have gone face. And HDA with living a pretty charmed existence here so far in this match, being able to draw all of his taunts on curve. And yeah, it feels a little desperate here for Labore, even though he's gained a lot of armor this game, which isn't something you typically want to do with this deck. He's still at 13, so in combo range. Not even going to play the excess mana before playing his minions out. That confident.
Why?
Just that confident.
Yes. He's a silly guy.
Style move. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Difference.
At 31 HP, there's just nothing to do. So not a huge surprise there, seeing the Druid deck bring it home against all of these aggro decks.
Yeah, you got the one win against Druid. Like I said, I think you are very happy.
Yep. Okay, so aggro rogue no longer available to Labore, and his hunter deck has been banned out, so he'll have that aggro warrior or aggro paladin next round. HDA, on the other hand, unable to play druid or shaman, so he's got rogue and hunter left. We'll see when he decides to play that rogue deck. Looks like hunter first.
Labore switching to the aggro paladin.
Alright.
I saw a very similar matchup that just barely went the way of the paladin.
Yeah, we've seen actually a couple of really close aggro paladin versus mid-range hunter games today. Now this mid-range hunter is equipped in a lot of ways with like explosive trap to deal with paladin. It's got explosive trap, got 2 jugglers, got 2 unleash the hounds. Does have Mukla, which can be a little bit of a liability when you're playing aggro against aggro. Interesting. A lot of times as hunter, it really feels bad to ditch the bow, even into aggro matchups, stuff that's not so slow. It's just helpful to clear stuff off. You know, it's one of the only 2-for-1 tools that can be played without other combo pieces.
It's a pretty good hand. I probably would have kept one of the bows though.
Yeah. Okay, well, I imagine juggler is going to be the play here. Yeah.
Pretty good.
So we're probably looking at turn 2 hero power, turn 3 animal companion, turn 4 explosive, turn 5 juggler unleash. It's a lot of times the way that this hunter deck wants to play. It seems like a little bit of maybe a risky move. And yeah, I feel like this is going to get punished.
Yeah, playing the juggler there is... We've seen a few people do that, I feel.
Yeah, just bringing the juggler out early is like a 3-2 that demands to be removed, but given that there are so many removal options in these decks that we've been seeing, I'm not always convinced of it. I also would have liked to have seen the Amani Berserker come down last turn.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Even just coining out the Protector, I think was reasonable.
Yeah, no, this is fine. He does have Blessing of Kings, which is likely the intended play here. And Blessing of Kings lines up really well with the board as well. They're just, you know, as far as 3 damage goes, there's Kill Command, which feels kind of wasted. And Eaglehorn Bow, where we're just taking a lot of damage to face. And I like this play, Labore opting to just buff up this Argent Squire. No rush to do face damage here. No, that's a good draw.
It's an alright draw. The problem with playing explosive here is you really want to get this Buzzard Unleashed going.
Right.
If not, I don't really know what you do next turn.
Yeah, I can understand the desire not to take some face damage here as the hunter. It's a very aggressive paladin list, but gonna get a little punished here with the Argent Protector.
Argent Protector Berserker is a Q play.
Yeah, actually playing the Berserker and allowing it to take a little bit of damage. Oh wow, he's not gonna protect.
I think you're okay, Buzzard Unleashing for 2 cards.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, now there's maybe another option.
Yeah, with the bow, I think that may change things.
Yeah.
This Blessing in Might that's going to come down is going to be very sad for you.
It is. Also, we're looking at Divine Favor as well. So Buzzard Unleashed, you know, it loses 2 cards, draws 2 cards here. But it's not really able to clear much, right? It's just able to clear a 2/2. It looks like maybe he's just going to send it face. Just race.
I mean, the bright side is that this Buzzard does need to be answered.
Yeah. Saves him a little face damage there. Got 2 high mains coming down, so I would think that really all we want to do is just try and control the board. High main should be able to do the rest, especially when we play them back to back. You know, the more HP we preserve right now as the hunter player, the more, you know, we have a chance to play slower minions like high main. He's going to send it.
I think it's reasonable. You have the bow freezing trap next turn to deal with what I presume is going to be a big buffed up Amani Berserker.
I think so, yeah.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I like the Loot Hoarder here. Yeah, I like Divine Favor as well. I'm gonna start seeing... We've seen Buzzard Unleashed already. It's unlikely there are going to be too many more cards. And Bow Freezing can deny a draw off the Loot Hoarder if he wants.
Just playing high main is pretty tempting here.
I would be very tempted to play high main as well, because if it's not going to get played this turn, it's unlikely to be able to hit the board in a meaningful way on one of the subsequent turns. And yeah, he opts for that high main play. I think it's good not to give your opponent the draw here as well. It's not like Paladin's playing anything that heals their own minions.
You get a lot of knives.
Yeah, it's a good time to go wide.
Or I might be thinking about trading if you put it on the 2-1 on the Loot Hoarder.
Yeah. I think that this makes it a little bit more awkward. I think HTA would almost rather have two 2/2s here to help clear the board than a 6/5. But that's maybe not going to be a 6/5 forever. It might be a 8/7.
It feels really bad, but do you ever Eaglehorn Bow into the buffed up guy?
I think you might either go face with it or kill the Juggler. It does, you know, the Juggler is usually a scary card, but with 1 card left in hand, it's like, you know, you're going to see 3 knives at most. Here, it feels like just going face is the play, try and race.
Well, you're winning the race at the moment,
Yeah.
in theory.
That said, these 2 Loot Hoarders can trade in to start things off.
You probably, yeah, trade both Loot Hoarders in. You've got the Archer
Right,
to finish it off without using your Juggler.
exactly. Does he get the knife? Does not. Might move in here with... I'm not sure. I think now that we've drawn this Leper Gnome, it's safe to trade in the Worgen first, then use the Archer.
Well, I assume you're playing the whole hand, right?
I think you do. It's possible to hero power here as well.
These knives are not working out so well.
No. But only 1 chance to mess it up here. Okay, and he gets it. Oh, wow.
Oh, baby.
Well, that's certainly a draw from a hand that looked like it was just about to lose here for HDA. That is definitely one hell of a draw.
Tiger explosive drop?
Yeah, we could even, well, could do it a couple ways, I suppose. Could take Snapjaw and weave in a hero power there if we want. It's not like it's going to do much damage on the board. In fact, yeah, Tiger explosive makes more sense. Or just high main explosive would be fine too.
I think swinging in is correct.
Oh.
How much damage is this?
That's going to be 8 plus...
8, 10, 15?
8, 9, 10 plus 5 is 15, yeah. So, almost enough.
Yeah, you're 1 damage off. HDA is 1 damage off.
Yeah. Looking at 7, 8. So both players 1 damage off lethal here.
Do we pick up 1 damage?
Oh, he picks it
Yes,
up.
we do.
Eagle Horn. So wow, real solid back-to-back top decks there for HDA staying alive with Eagle Horn. I think, you know, it was possible to play the high main last turn as well for that extra 1 damage. Although it is not stealthed.
Yeah, I think more that I think about it, high main was probably correct, even if it wasn't this exact situation where, you know, you're 1 damage off.
Right.
Because, like, you're not... The high main isn't going to die, and if it does, then he's trading his whole board.
Yeah, well, that's true. You got explosive trap up, so they're probably going to feel like trading their whole board for it anyway. Alright, so that leaves just the rogue deck left here for HDA. And as we've already kind of talked about, Labore is very well equipped to fight this rogue deck. He's got his aggro warrior left and his aggro paladin as well. Unfortunately, the 2 best decks that he has against Miracle Rogue, that Trap Hunter and that aggro rogue, both of those are unavailable. One's banned,
Well, both
one's
these
been played.
decks do have an ooze tech into them.
Exactly.
It's pretty scary.
Yeah. Let's see if Miracle Rogue can win 1 game out of 2.
Think you keep Gadgetzan in this matchup?
I don't think so. I think that we need a lot of removal early on, as much
You really
as
want
possible.
something to combo with this SI so that you can get value from that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, HDA, well, once again, has the opposite read of us.
He's going for gadgets, and I mean, you know, I think it's a debatable pick either way. If you don't have an activator for SI, it can be a dead card, just keeping it in hand. That said, it's a scary warrior deck to face, and Labore already off to a difficult start. 2 Arcanite Reapers in hand.
That's 20 damage.
Yeah, it very much is. And HDA got to be pretty happy about this. He's got Eviscerate, Backstab, Shiv, he's got a Prep, so could deal with pretty much anything that's going to be coming his way.
Would love an SI here to deal with likely just an Amani Berserker and nothing else.
Right.
Backstab Shiv does the job, but you really want to get that 3-3 out.
Right. So it's a lot of resources to commit to that. It's possible to backstab and hit that with face, but this is kind of what the aggro warrior wants, right? Oh. No. Okay. HDA exploring some options there, showing that he has many targeted spells in hand.
Shadow Step is not going to help him much just yet.
Nope, usually very effective with 3 drops against aggro decks, able to either heal or help SI bounce and do value trades on the board. This seems like a pretty good turn, although, well, that SI draw is pretty clutch.
Do you SI Shadow Step?
It feels like a little bit awkward no matter what. I'd be tempted to, like, got Gadget's in next turn, so as much as I'm tempted to play Prep Eviscerate, I don't think that's the play.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate the Cold Blood here.
Honestly, just Eviscerate without the combo and Hero Power could be okay, but SI, developing the SI makes a lot of sense. Without a Conceal, though, Labore still has answers. He's got, he can swing into this SI. Yeah.
That is a problem.
He's definitely going to be swinging with his face quite a few times here. And I expect us to see at least Gadgets and Prep Eviscerate.
Yeah, that could be a problem the other way, actually. That is a lot of spells getting thrown out.
It is.
You kind of want to use one of your weapon charges into the... Wait, don't Shadow Step it. Surely not.
It seems like the reasonable play. I don't know what he's putting Labore on, but if Labore kept Arcanite Reaper in the opening hand, I'm not sure if he would think that that's a possible keep. So he might just think, leave the Gadgets and on the board, there's no answer to it, but no, he's going to play it safe.
Well, you can Big Edwin next turn.
Yep. And this Warrior deck does not run any copies of Execute.
I think you coin out the Worgen instead of the upgrade, actually. Just do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that we want to play upgrade on this Arcanite Reaper if we're thinking long term.
It's possible.
So yeah, probably Prep Fan Edwin.
Seems a little too good to pass up.
It does.
Problem is, you are going to die in 2 turns.
That's very true. So 12 damage this turn. We're not looking at 14 in hand for HDA. And although he does have the ability to cycle, he has to find some pretty exact cards in order to win. And also, yeah, we're talking about a warrior here, so ability to hero power as well, and kind of try and hold off the rogue's lethal for a turn or two.
Is what, 12 damage coming through next turn?
Yeah, I feel like dumping it all here is good. Not that there's too much to play next turn, but... Well, probably... I think we gotta start it with Conceal here. Looking for Leroy and Shadow Step. Eviscerate helps. Alright, and I don't think there's much else to play here. Yeah, you can Conceal and...
Shadow Step would be fantastic if you had your Farseer. HDA?
Yeah.
Does he run multiple Farseers? I think he only runs one. He does run
yeah,
two.
he does run 2, yeah, so... Not able to find exactly what he needed there. 2 Farseers buried in the last 8. Labore able to pull it out there with the aggro warrior, so we're all tied up at 2-2 here. A thrilling finish. Okay, so our last matchup is going to be Labore's aggro paladin against HDA's Miracle Rogue. And with the ooze, you got to be feeling a little bit optimistic here as Labore. Aggro Paladin can miss, though. It can definitely miss some of its early drops. I think we're looking for Mukla in our opening hand against the Miracle Rogue. Probably looking for Mukla, Argent Squire, stuff like that, Leper Gnome. Double Backstab, a pretty good start against Paladin. It does mean we deplete our resources as Rogue pretty early, but better that than just losing a bunch of HP. So, final round. Final match of the tournament here. HDA staking it on his Miracle Rogue. Labore looking to win with the Aggro Paladin.
Well, I'm not seeing any 1-drops.
Not so far.
So far.
I think, the Berserker seems like an okay keep, even though you really, really, really want 1-drops. It still seems reasonable to keep the Berserker just because it's a little awkward to deal with. Backstab, Hero Power doesn't quite do it. Coin SI doesn't quite kill it. You're going to actually end up taking some face damage no matter what from it with Rogue for the most part. And that is what Labore wanted to see.
The Mukla.
That also is. Yeah, the Mukla is a very good card to pick up. Double 1-drop start can also be pretty good here. I like playing out the Squire first. Just as I like holding the
Good
coin.
answer for the Mukla without Eviscerate. It's kind of the best the Rogue can do.
Yeah. Maybe a choice here whether to backstab. He's probably looking at Labore's deck thinking, what could I possibly want to backstab more than this if 2 cards came down next turn? Maybe also considering, Blessing a Might as a punish here as well. Given that Labore mauled everything except for 1 card, he might be concerned that one of those might have been Blessing a Might that comes back to him. But yeah, with Blade Flurry, I think that you probably want to keep those backstabs in hand. And here he is.
Here he is.
As Duke Nukem would say, "Hail to the king, baby." Now that's a clutch draw.
Yeah, I actually... Do you just take a hit from the Mukla here? Looks like the answer is no.
Doesn't want to. I would think Hero Power, Deadly Poison, and save the Flurry for next turn. He's gonna...
Yeah, this feels like a little bit too safe of a play.
Yeah, it feels like a really big commitment to the board. He's probably worried about a Divine Shield coming down on Mukla, but I think that it's okay to take the hit there without, just like Redagger, take the hit, be ready for a Flurry next turn.
Yeah, that's my thought as well.
And, really, the Berserker plus the Leper Gnome here seems pretty strong. Leper Gnome Hero Power also is not too bad.
I don't think there's any reason to not play the Berserker.
No, it's too awkward to deal with.
Is that a good draw? Maybe it isn't.
Well, it gives him...
I see Auctioneer, my initial reaction is like, nice. Get the Auctioneer, but...
About time. Well, I feel like this turn, in the next couple of turns, HDA does at least have a lifeline. He's got Hero Power this turn, he's got Drake Backstab next turn, and then he's got Auctioneer Conceal with bananas in hand. So, not in too bad of shape, but still going to take a little bit of damage here. We'll see how far Labore wants to push this.
Your Drake backstab is quite good, but
Yeah, this is... I really like this line of play here as well. Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
You could Edwin. It's only a 4/4, but
Could even play Conceal with it if you really want to go the Edwin route, but I feel like the Drake just kind of plays itself here, right? Now, in a tournament situation, I think hovering the backstab and indicating that you have a targeted spell that can go somewhere, if you're not 100% planning to play it, could be a mistake. See if he backstabs the Amani.
They're both reasonable options.
Yeah, I mean,
I would rather backstab the juggler, which is why I was thinking maybe an Edwin play.
yeah, that actually makes some sense. And I would...
This ends up being the same amount of power on board.
Yeah. And not really, and I think both players, tentatively happy about where they're at. 20 HP for HDA, he's got a slight lead on the board, he's got Gadgets and Conceal happening next turn for a decent value trade. I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see Loot Hoarder, Blessing of Might, and a Hero Power here. Maybe save some of those chargers for a little bit later if he can survive a couple of turns. Thinking, how do we, with Leroy and Arcane Golem in hand, we know that's 10 damage on turn 7, so if we can just squeeze in 10 damage before that, we feel pretty good. Might also send the Arcane Golem right into this Drake as well. I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
I don't think it's unreasonable, but it's kind of a lot of damage being lost, sending that into the minion.
Yeah. But
fortunately for him, there isn't really a great clear from the rogue.
Yeah, in fact, no. You could take out your dagger and hit that 2/3 fan shiv.
Not unreasonable. I think you want to get Gadgets in down this turn.
I do
I don't know
too.
if you Gadgets in like Banana Conceal or you Gadgets in Shiv.
I feel like Gadgets and Banana Conceal is good. He's going to opt for the shiv. This feels a little bit dangerous to leave it unconcealed.
I think you're okay leaving it unconcealed is the thing.
But think of the value.
I'm thinking of the damage that's not being done to my face.
Oh, wow. And there's a draw.
Prep Shiv?
I think it has to be Prep Shiv. If we do Prep Fan, we're just...
If you prep into like an Eviscerate, you play that instead.
For sure. Still got 2 Eviscerates left in the deck.
Actually, would you play Sap here if you drew it?
Yeah, I might actually. In fact, either one of those would be a reasonable sap target.
There's that Farseer too. It's looking good.
Yeah. If he manages to snag a Shadow Step, he's in really, really good shape. And with Fan of Knives and Shiv, it seems pretty likely.
Getting down to 11 before the heal.
Is it going to be the big man? Oh, he's coming in with it.
Sure is.
I suppose...
There's the Shadow Step.
Yeah.
That might seal it. I don't want to speak too soon. There's still a lot of damage in this Paladin deck left.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's pretty tough to, once the Earthen Ring Shadow Step comes down, it's pretty tough to come back from that. I just don't think Labore's got enough damage in 2 cards to deal with that. If we imagine HDA's down to 5 from the Leper Gnome, clears the board, goes back up to 11 with Earthen Ring, I don't think that there's enough damage to deal 11 here.
And there's another one. Goodness. Divine Favor, though, that is a great draw. I don't think it's enough, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, he's not necessarily dead yet. There is no Leroy yet from HDA. We'll see if Gadget's Hand can somehow find that card.
Labore has no conceal, or obviously has no conceal, no quality
Right.
in the deck, which is what he really wants to see now.
Right, and drawing a lot of blanks there as well.
He can kill the Auctioneer.
Yeah, that feels like the only option here is Arcane Golem plus Abusive Sergeant. I think you're probably thinking here as Labore, there's a banana left, so That's 13 damage on the board, plus a banana is 14, and a rogue having to deal only 3 damage. It's pretty likely that we're going to die if the Gadget Sand stays up. I don't think there's any salvation here in playing the Juggler. Maybe he goes for... might actually make more sense to go for Arcane Golem and Elven Archer.
That's what I was thinking as well. I think you go Elven Archer over Abusive.
Oh, he's going to go for a slightly different line here. He's going to hedge his bets.
Well, I think this is already lethal.
I believe so. Shiv Cold Blood, I think, is lethal without having to add anything to it.
I was thinking Banana Cold Blood. Now it's just pick how you want to win.
Yeah, what style would you like to do?
You can win the tournament with whatever you want. Knock yourself out.
Okay.
There it is, HDA. Winner of the EU Classic Hearthstone Tournament number 6.
Yes, indeed. We've got a new champion here. So, congratulations to both players. We'll see if we can snag HDA here for a winner's interview. Yeah, some great games all around. Really hard fought. These last few matches that we've seen all gone down to the wire.
Yeah. I think it's fitting for HDA to win one. Really good ladder player for a long time.
Absolutely.
Not a surprise. It got close. It was a scary last series. But really the whole tournament was scary for HDA, not gonna lie. He had some banger matchups all the way through.
Yeah. A lot of really close games there. Really close games. But you know, those are the situations that make a tournament champion, right? Is navigating those tough turns when both sides are low or both sides are low on cards, and you know, choosing, do I want to trade here? Do I want to remove the board? You know, what do I want to go face? Like those are the difficult choices that a lot of these players are facing in these games, and playing against high level players, that's always one of the risks, is that you know that any small mistake you make could be very easily punished by them.
Congratulations again to HDA. Hopefully you can get him into an interview soon. I am going to take a nap.
That sounds like a great Saturday afternoon activity. I think you earned it after 6 hours here. So thanks again, Derp. It was a pleasure to have you here. Thanks for helping us cast.
Pleasure as always.
Yeah, take care. Alrighty, so that wraps up all the games here from our EU Hearthstone Tournament number 6. Still waiting on HDA if he's willing to give a winner's interview. Probably take a second here to breathe, relax. That was a stressful tournament for him. A lot of games